From NBC News, the inauguration of Donald J. Trump. Here's Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Hi again, everybody. Good morning from Washington. This is our live coverage of the inauguration of Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States, his second term in office, making a return to the White House today after a 4-year absence. And as we come on the air, the president-elect just arrived at the White House for the ceremonial tea with the outgoing President Joe Biden. They attended a service this morning, the Trumps did, at St. John's Church in Washington with former and soon-to-be First Lady Melania Trump. But in less than 2 hours, President-elect will take the oath of office at the Capitol inside for the second time, and Senator J.D. Vance will be sworn in alongside him as Vice President. This is a day for history. It is a historic day, in part because today's inauguration will look a lot different than President Biden's 4 years ago. This time, Mr. Trump's swearing-in ceremony will be held indoors in the Capitol Rotunda due to today's extremely frigid weather. It's the first time we've seen the ceremony moved inside since Ronald Reagan's second inauguration back in 1985. That's the view from
Chairs are set up inside the rotunda.
President-elect Trump returning to power with, as mentioned a moment ago, a new vice president. Today really is Donald Trump and J.D. Vance's day, a day of pomp and circumstance and celebration for them. It is also a day when they plan to hit the ground running. They are eager to put their agenda, Trump calls it his mandate, in place. NBC News has learned this morning that the president-elect already plans to sign at least 50 executive orders and actions today. A president that will
Photos show Trump and Vance together.
Cards in this case having the most executive orders. Any moment now we will see the Trumps and the Bidens leave the White House and make their way to the Capitol for today's big moment. Shortly after 11 a.m. Eastern, the swearing ceremony will begin inside the Capitol around 11:40 a.m. Donald Trump will officially become the President of the United States. He will take the oath of office and deliver his inaugural address around 11:47. That time symbolic as he becomes the nation's 47th president. The theme, strength, unity, and fairness. As for this afternoon, the new president will participate in a signing ceremony at Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. This has been turned into a public viewing site because today's ceremonies and the parade and some of this outdoor event, that has all been moved inside. And we are expecting that the president-elect, then president, will sign some of those executive orders and actions that he's talked about. And a lot of comparisons will go on today. Unlike last time, the pandemic, tonight's inaugural balls are back on to celebrate the big day. We have it all covered, and our team is fanned out across Washington on what looks like a gorgeous day. And in fact, weather-wise is, if you don't mind the temperature. That's another story.
Media sets up in the rotunda.
Meet the press moderator, Kristen Welker, and NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. This is not the first inauguration for either of them. Hallie, let's start with you.
It's the warmest, I'll tell you that. Listen, this is going to be, I think, a historic day for all the reasons that we've talked about, because of the comparisons that you referenced, but also because for President-elect Trump, he is intentionally making this a day where he is flexing his political muscle in a show of force. You talked about those executive orders. He intends to hit the ground running. We are already getting a sense now from our reporting here on what he will do. Key executive orders on immigration that he said he would do, mass deportations, a national emergency. He will attempt to end birthright citizenship. Executive orders on the economy, executive orders on some of these culture war issues that came up during the campaign that we expect him to sign later on today. He only did one last year, right? Or last time he was president in 2017. So he will set some records here potentially. Can I just pause you, because these are the former speakers of the House, Republican speakers of the House right here. Kevin McCarthy, we saw Newt Gingrich there. Oh, there we go, John Boehner. So these are men who have held what might be the hardest job in Washington, currently held by Speaker Mike Johnson. And Kristen, we want to bring you into this conversation. They seem to be inside the rotunda, some of the invited guests that will witness the swearing in today. Donald Trump, is this in many ways, this is, vintage Donald Trump. He is who he is, but he's also changed. It'll be a different kind of administration. He's served for 4 years now. He knows the job.
It's a very different moment than when he was first sworn into office. He knows the job. He's had 4 years to reflect on the job. He comes in with majorities in the Senate, narrow majority in the House, but with a lot more allies. When he first entered Washington, he was really here to break it. Now he's got allies in every quarter of the Republican Party. That's not to say there aren't divisions. That's not to say there's not going to be fierce debate over issues like Ukraine and tariffs and taxes. But by and large, he is going to be met with less resistance from within his own party.
He's marveled about it to some extent, saying, hey, people like me now.
That's right. He says people like me now, and it applies to his cabinet as well. When he appointed his first cabinet, his first go-around, there were some people who thought they were there to be a check on Donald Trump, the first president, Donald Trump. But now it's very different. He's appointed people who are very loyal to him. The discussion, will there be someone who can stand up to him and say, I disagree? We'll have to see how that unfolds. We know that he likes disagreement. He likes debate. But ultimately, we're seeing a very different Washington. And remember, not just within the Republican Party, but within the business world, the tech world, the billionaire CEOs who we know are already going there as a part of these ceremonies that are unfolding in front of our eyes, from Jeff Bezos to Mark Zuckerberg to Elon Musk, who he has made one of his top advisors.
And all of them previously,
military personnel and officials stride between the empty
some cases
seats set
to
up in the
Donald Trump,
rotunda.
and now, I mean, in the case of Elon Musk, his new BFF. I mean, those two are essentially inseparable. Elon Musk has a huge influence over the United States government by SpaceX, by Tesla. I mean, by owning X, the social media platform, and that influence has grown exponentially with this friendship with Donald Trump.
And by the way, it's not just the influence that Elon Musk has, it is the business interest that he has in the decision-making of the federal government, which has raised some of these conflict of interest questions, given that Elon Musk and Donald Trump have developed this really close relationship. You saw him even just yesterday at that kind of last big rally before the swearing in. Elon Musk on stage, as he has been so often throughout the course of this campaign, and now obviously this transition. The other piece of this, too, he is set to lead this DOGE, Department of Governmental Efficiency, not an actual, governmental agency. They are going to be outside the typical bounds of the federal government, but they will have potentially enormous influence. He wants to cut billions of dollars from the federal budget. That's his mission.
We're looking inside this is the overflow room. We were looking inside the Capitol Rotunda a moment ago. Those are the tickets, these seats to get in this city right now because of the last-minute changes. Today's ceremony was moved inside for the first time in 40 years because of the bitter cold in the forecast. Let's go to Al Roker now for the latest on that, Al.
Well, guys, again, beautiful blue skies, but it's awfully chilly. But it's also winter. It's not so bad. We've got beautiful clear skies. Temperature right about 28 degrees, which isn't that bad. We're looking 29 actually now. Temperatures will drop into the low 20s by later this afternoon. The wind chills will be the big problem. But this isn't the coldest day, as we mentioned. Ronald Reagan had the coldest inaugural. 1985, it was 7 degrees, again, held in the Capitol Rotunda. The warmest, you had to go 4 years earlier. Ronald Reagan, 55 degrees back in 1981. Now, the snowiest was 1909. William Howard Taft, almost 10 inches of snow. I actually remember that. And the rainiest, 1937, FDR, a rain total of about 1.75 inches. So we've had much worse weather. We've had better weather. But all in all, the weather today, gorgeous blue skies. And as long as you bundle up, everything's fine. Guys?
All right,
Archival footage shows previous inaugurations.
He's made his way to Emancipation Hall at the Capitol. So this is a new venue for this year's inauguration. It's the overflow room for those who don't fit in the rotunda. So, Craig, what's the scene there?
Well, quite frankly, it's a bit of a party right now, Savannah. Good morning to you. As you mentioned, this has become sort of a makeshift overflow area. And of course, the swearing-in is going to happen in the rotunda. About 800 people will fit there. Behind me here in Emancipation Hall, roughly another 1,300, and then you've got about 500 more next to us in a sort of a theater. But again, keep in mind, this was an inauguration where they were expecting some 200,000 people. So at the very last minute, they basically
guests arrive
had
on
to
buses
call the list.
outside.
So it's unclear at this point precisely who is here in the overflow area and who is upstairs in the rotunda. We did just see those images a few moments ago of the former speakers of the House. The expectation is those folks and elected members of Congress, most of those folks are going to be in the rotunda. We've gotten some reporting that some of the spouses
Trump's family
may be
arrives
here in the overflow area. But just a few moments ago, when those images of the president-elect, soon-to-be President Donald J. Trump, and those images of him and First Lady Melania Trump, along with the Bidens, when those pictures popped up outside the White House, there was a roar of applause here inside Emancipation Hall. Folks very excited who are here. Again, keep in mind, we've got a lot of folks who paid good money, bought tickets to come to Washington, D.C. with the expectation that they were going to be able to witness history up close. A lot of those folks are going to have to watch on monitors outside.
A replay shows Trump arriving at the White House and meeting with the Bidens.
After the actual swearing in, there is going to be something called First Honors. It is a military ceremony that is akin to a reviewing of the troops. It's going to look like a reviewing of the troops, but it is not. It's called First Honors. We're also expecting that after the president leaves the rotunda, at some point he'll make his way here, and he will address the hundreds of folks who've assembled here in the hall. I'm not sure if you can make it out behind me, but there's already a podium in place at the foot of the statue here in anticipation of those remarks from then the 47th president of these United States, Donald J. Trump.
All right, Craig, thanks very much. There will be a lot of viewing of today, but in different places, not only in this city, but certainly around the world. We want to go to Tom Yamas. He's made his way to the Capital One Arena. That's where the indoor inauguration celebration will take place later this afternoon. Tom, set the scene for us.
Hey, Lester, great to be with you. You know, one of the iconic images of any inauguration is the outdoor parade. That's not going to happen this year because of the cold weather. It will happen sort of inside here. This is the Capital One Arena. We understand a parade at some point will roll through here after President-elect Trump has done all of his events inside the rotunda. I want to show you on stage what they have set up on stage because it's kind of interesting. They have a podium right there, which he'll be delivering his speech when he gets here to about 20,000 supporters. And then you can see the presidential seal. Those are seats behind that. We understand the Trump family will be sitting there. And then look at this over here. This is really interesting. There's a desk with a chair and a microphone, and we believe this is where he's going to be signing a lot of those executive orders, anywhere from 50 to 100 executive orders that span a variety of issues, from restructuring government to opening up drilling fields to cracking down on illegal immigration. I want to show you the crowd as well. These people are the diehards. They're people with tickets, but they're also people that waited outside in those freezing conditions to get in here. And I got to tell you, they're going to be here for 10 hours plus before they even get their eyes on the president once he comes in here, because we're not expecting him until later in the day. Lots of music. I'm sure a very long Trump speech as well once he comes out of that. The rotunda and gets over here to the rally. So people here excited, waiting on the president. It does have sort of that party atmosphere. Luckily, they're not serving beer, so the people here are going to be here for about 10 hours. They do have concessions, things like that, but they're going to be patient, and they're watching. Actually, I'm going to ask my photographer, Ray Farmer, to show up here. They're watching it all live on the Jumbotron. We should show you that. So all the action that our viewers at NBC are seeing, they're actually also seeing here as well, live in real time. When the president-elect got to the White House,
the White House appears on the Jumbotron.
In cheers. There's been no booing. It's been all sort of very happy and festive, not anything ugly or nasty. So it looks like people are celebrating the incoming president, the 47th president of the United States. Guys, I'm going to send it back over to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. I want to check in with our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, who's with us now. And it's been a momentous morning already with President Biden in his final hours in office issuing a slew of pardons, and already controversial.
Peter's in front of the White House.
Savannah are right in the middle of what is one of the most enduring transfer of power rituals, of course. The greeting on the North Portico, the tea behind closed doors. Just speaking to someone inside the West Wing, I'm told that they are sharing that tea right now in the Blue Room within the residence of the White House here. And then, of course, they will gather together and drive. We can see only a short distance behind me. The Beast, the presidential limousine, has pulled up. It's near the North Portico as well, where it will take, as expected, both President Biden and incoming President Trump together back up to the Capitol. You spoke a little bit about those pardons. This is going to be a conversation that could be interesting at times behind closed doors. They shared about 2 hours together when Joe Biden greeted and hosted Donald Trump here immediately after his defeat of Kamala Harris. But this time, as we've noted, Donald Trump only moments before arriving to see the president describe these preemptive pardons as disgraceful. Now the two are face-to-face behind closed doors. Among those receiving those pardons today, some of the members of the January 6th committee, including Liz Cheney, who the president himself has blamed for egregious crimes in the past. Donald Trump has done that. Mark Milley, Anthony Fauci, and some of those Capitol Hill and D.C. police who were involved in testifying before that committee. Donald Trump not holding back his frustration, his anger about that, insisting that they have committed crimes and telling our colleague Kristen Welker in the past that they should be jailed. So with that as the early headline of the day, the transfer of power begins in earnest. Again, earlier I was inside the West Wing and you could already see the movement behind closed doors. The press secretary's office largely cleared out, absent in one of the adjacent offices a giant stand-up cardboard cutout of Joe Biden. Doubtful that will last very long when the new incoming Trump team arrives today. The photo frames that are hung within the West Wing had photos of Joe Biden last evening. This morning, they are empty in anticipation. They will be filled with new photos of Donald Trump. It's notable one interesting
Outside,
change as it relates to those
file
photos.
into the Capitol.
In the past, Savannah, as you know, formerly working at the White House, my colleagues Kristen and Hallie know as well, those frames had been black frames. When Donald Trump arrived, he replaced them with gold-plated frames. Those gold-plated frames remained through the Biden years, and it's likely that Donald Trump will keep it that way.
All right. We're starting to see, thank you, Peter. We're starting to see the processional, some of the dignitaries coming into the rotunda, including, as mentioned before, former speakers of the House, Newt Gingrich, John Boehner, Kevin McCarthy. Yep, there he is, spotted. And there will be several current and former leaders and officials who got that coveted hot ticket, and it is hot, at least warm, inside the rotunda. Marked difference of what they had probably planned for when we thought it would be out on, as tradition has it, on the west front of the Capitol.
We saw Mitch McConnell, a former Republican Senate leader, walking by a moment ago as they take the place. You're right, these are the seats that everyone wants, and there are only so many of them. The direct viewing of the inauguration now just a few hours away. Let's bring in our senior White House correspondent, Garrett Hake. He is also on Capitol Hill. Garrett, good morning.
Lester, good morning. And yeah, those seats in the rotunda got a lot hotter Friday afternoon when Donald Trump announced via social media that this entire ceremony, the part of it actually prescribed by the Constitution, would be moving indoors into the rotunda for the first time in 40 years. I'm glad you mentioned Mitch McConnell, because the fact that the now former Republican leader, who's become something of a Trump antagonist ever since January 6th, got one of those seats inside the rotunda is noteworthy. Up here on Capitol Hill and with Hill aides over the last couple days, there's been a scramble to figure out exactly who's going to be where for this ceremony today. They can only fit about 600 people inside the rotunda, another 1,300 or so down in Emancipation Hall where Tom is, but you figure all of the current lawmakers, former lawmakers, their spouses, governors, major donors, even leaders of some of the major industries in this country, including the tech moguls who have kind of surrounded Donald Trump in recent days. The committee that runs the inauguration and Trump's team having to scramble to find places for everyone for these moments here in the Capitol. They've also been reworking some of the choreography a little bit. You're looking now, I think, at the East Front here where Donald Trump's motorcade will eventually arrive. Crews have been in the Capitol all weekend long, hanging lights in hallways, trying to make sure that every step of his journey through the Capitol and into that rotunda is captured for history. The swearing in itself will take place at 11:47 a.m. That's an important time. The 47 minutes meant to symbolize Trump as the 47th president. And then he's expected to get right to work. He will not wait until he gets to the Capital One Arena
Bill
to start
Clinton
signing
arrives
some of those
outside.
executive orders we've been talking about. He's expected to do some of that work moments after getting sworn in here. Sort of a theme of moving quickly was present throughout his campaign, but his Republican allies up here on Capitol Hill, lawmakers, very aware of the fact that they've got small majorities in both houses. He's going to be a term-limited president, and they're going to have to move very quickly. And that means starting today, before he even leaves this building, and putting his agenda into place if they want to get all the things they've promised actually done.
Well, Garrett, they are moving quite quickly. And by the way, we're watching these arrivals into the Capitol, and we've seen, of course, we just saw Bill and Hillary Clinton. We've seen some of the tech CEOs. Tim Cook of Apple just walked in, Jeff Bezos of Amazon, and his betrothed, Lauren Sanchez. And talk about moving quickly. I want to turn to Hallie Jackson here, because this just was broken by Caroline Leavitt, who's going to be the incoming spokesperson for Trump. With a big change right here. Go ahead, Hallie. I'll let you break that news.
She just confirmed to us, too, that one of the day one executive actions actions that President-elect Trump will take is renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America and renaming Denali in Alaska, of course, Mount McKinley. Now,
its former name.
Exactly. Remember, former President Obama renamed it in 2015, Denali. There's some question marks and some caveats here. First, on the Gulf of Mexico, international waters, not clear he does have the authority to rename it. On Denali and Mount McKinley, listen, remember, McKinley was an expansionist president, which perhaps fits with some of the things that Donald Trump has said he wants to do when he talks about things like Greenland and the Panama Canal.
Well, if President Obama could change McKinley to Denali, right, I suppose Trump can say, I can change it back.
Let's check in with the Alaska delegation to see how they feel about it. Senator Lisa Murkowski, for example, who would be opposed, previously had suggested to renaming it.
Senators file into the rotunda and take their seats.
Donald Trump is coming into office looking to flex that muscle, looking to show that he is putting his stamp on government and that he is a force to be reckoned with here.
Yeah, we're saying, there's Vivek Ramaswamy, who, of course, will be says he's going to run for governor, but until then, going to be part of this government efficiency effort that he was supposed to co-lead with Elon Musk. And we see current.
He shakes hands with Mike Waltz.
Democrats and Republicans.
Yeah, Steny Hoyer. I mean, this is this in Washington. If you're a nerd like all of us sitting at this table, it's just a real who's who. It's like, I guess this is how some people feel at the Academy Awards.
This is our Oscar.
Spotting celebrities, but we start to see them file in here all under one roof.
Kristen, another executive order you've regarding diversity initiatives.
Absolutely. A couple of them. The first one that we're told President-elect Trump is going to sign today is going to make it federal law that there are two sexes, male and female, and will seek to end federal funding or recognition of gender identities. The second one targeted DEI initiatives. It aims to end any federal funding for DEI initiatives. Why is this significant? First of all, politically speaking, these are not his most popular positions and issues. Americans are sharply divided on this.
Outside, guests continue to arrive. They disembark from buses.
Over whether the government is striking the right balance.
The DEI, the diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Thank you, Savannah. Very good point.
Well, just those efforts to make a more equitable workplace, but they've become controversial.
These aren't the issues that necessarily got him elected. It was the economy, it was inflation, it was immigration.
They were a part of his stump speech, certainly. They were a part of this.
Inside the rotunda, senators greet one another as they make their way to their seats on fold-out chairs.
But these are issues that also help to energize his base. But again, nationally speaking, there are sharp divides around these issues. I think the thing when we zoom out and think about all of these executive orders and executive actions that he's going to be signing today, what we can also anticipate are a series of legal challenges. So he's going to be signing these executive orders, and then as soon as that pen dries and the ink dries, maybe even sooner, you can bet that you're going to have some activist group come and challenge them and challenge them.
There are a lot of executive orders. Most escape our attention on a day in and day out basis.
Absolutely. And this, by the way, this is a part of the tradition of a president's first day in office. But this day is going to be different because, remember, on President Trump's first day in office, the first time he was elected, he signed one executive order.
Well, and also,
today,
these aren't
like more than 100.
These aren't some marginal aspect of federal law. I mean, he is talking about signing an executive order that would end recognition for birthright citizenship, which is a protection in the United States Constitution. And to Kristen's point, no sooner will he sign it than perhaps somebody will be going shift F7 to print the lawsuit that will challenge it. And
but it will play well.
Buses continue to drop guests off
He's trying to send a message. There's a new sheriff in town.
If you play that out, though, these lawsuits, these legal challenges, if they do make it all the way up to the Supreme Court, look at what Donald Trump has done to the Supreme Court. To my eye, I haven't seen the justices yet. We will see, of course, the Chief Justice.
On her way inside, a woman trips on a speed
Justice
bump.
Brett Kavanaugh, for example, swearing in incoming Vice President J.D. Vance. Remember, Donald Trump put 3 of those, essentially, on the Supreme Court, tilting the balance of power in that court. We have already seen rulings that are broadly seen as more favorable to the incoming president here. So when you talk about legal challenges, that has to be a part of the conversation as well.
All right, we want to go to NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles. He's outside on the east front of the Capitol as we see Doug Emhoff start walking out.
And Usha Vance walking out of the front of the White House, too. So it looks like the tea is over and they're starting to depart. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, Savannah and Lester. And yes, I'm standing right by where you are seeing folks enter into the Capitol here on the east front. We've seen 3 former presidents come in already, former President Barack Obama, former President George W. Bush, and former President Bill Clinton, who was, of course, accompanied by his wife, the former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, who lost to Donald Trump in the 2016 election. She got out of the car right next to where I'm standing, looked at all of us, said hello, and said, "It is a bright, sunny day," had a big smile on her face as she walked in to from the East Front into the Capitol. Just a large number of dignitaries that have been walking in over the past few minutes. You mentioned that many of the incoming cabinet secretaries who still need to be confirmed have walked in through this area. Also, a large group of those tech titans all together, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and Mark Zuckerberg, all walking together in a group with their significant others into the Capitol to be a part of this event. We just saw Rudy Giuliani. We saw members of the Supreme Court as well. So there is a large group coming into the building right now to be a part of this. Of course, it is such a small number of people that actually get to be inside the Capitol. For many years, the actual swearing in of the president was done here where I'm standing on the East Front. There have been 55 presidents that have been sworn in at the United States Capitol. And up until 1981, when Ronald Reagan moved it to the West Front of the Capitol, the other side from where I'm standing, almost all of them were inaugurated in this space. Of course, there was a blizzard back in 1909 when there was an inauguration there. They were forced to move inside the Capitol, much like what we're seeing take place here. That happened in the old Senate chamber, where that inauguration took place. And then, of course, in 1985, when
soldiers
Ronald Reagan
march inside
was
the
dealing with
Capitol.
cold weather, he too moved his inauguration.
They wear
inside
dress uniforms
in
and carry
the rotunda,
swords.
which is where this inauguration is going to take place today. This is only the second time that an inauguration has taken place inside the Capitol Rotunda. It is obviously a cold day in Washington. That's part of the reason that everything was moved inside. But I don't think it's nearly as cold as what we thought it was going to be. The temperatures are in the 20s. There is a bright, sunny sky. And the biggest complication probably is the wind, which kicks up from time to time. And then that sends the wind chill down, which does make it uncomfortable. But
dignitaries continue to arrive in the rotunda.
And you have to wonder whether or not this could have happened outside, given the fact that it's not as cold as they once thought. Regardless, the decision was made, and now the situation is all moved inside. And so far, it seems to be a very smooth process. Obviously, security concerns are very great right now. There is still fencing all around the Capitol complex, just an enormous law enforcement present all throughout Washington, D.C. And then while this takes place here in 2 separate parts of the Capitol, you have the swearing in that will take place inside the rotunda, but then there's an overflow room that takes place in Emancipation Hall, which is underground, separate from the actual Capitol building itself. And then there's also that massive event that's going to take place at Capital One Arena, where 20,000 people will sit and will watch the festivities there. And then that will take the place of the inaugural parade, of course, when all that takes place here in the next few hours. So we are now awaiting the president and the incoming president to arrive here at the Capitol. It's interesting, they will arrive by car. The first time that we saw a president arrive here by car was back in 1921. So that is obviously the tradition now, as they'll make their way down Pennsylvania Avenue here to the Capitol and then enter in the same area that we're standing right now. And then after the event takes place, after Donald Trump is sworn into office, we'll then see Joe Biden and Joe Biden leave the Capitol for the last time. And that's where we have Marine One that's parked out on the East Front right now. That will take Joe Biden to Joint Base Andrews, where he will then take the plane that looks like Air Force One. It won't be Air Force One anymore for his final trip out of Washington, where he is going to spend some time in California. So that will be a remarkable moment. That, in many ways, demonstrates that peaceful transfer of power as you see Joe Biden leave here, get on Marine One, and then head to his private life. You have to remember, of course, 4 years ago, Donald Trump did not take part in that effort. When he lost the election in 2020, he refused to take part in any of the inaugural activities, was not here for Joe Biden's swearing in. So it was then Vice President Mike Pence who left the Capitol all on his own. He left by car. And then that was where the peaceful transfer of power essentially took place. So a lot of differences with this particular inauguration on many fronts. You have the weather complications and everything else that is related to that. But so far, it seems smooth sailing as this inauguration moves forward. Savannah and Lester.
Thank you, Ryan. That sets the stage. I want to get right to our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, who's got some news for us this morning. Tell us, Peter, what do you got?
Savannah, learning a little more details about that first conversation between President Joe Biden and incoming President Trump as the Bidens greeted the Trumps only a short time ago outside the North Portico. Behind me, Joe Biden's message to Donald Trump was, "Welcome home." And only moments before that, before the Trumps arrived, the reporters had a chance to shout some questions, and we're just now learning some of the answers that we heard from the president. Among others, President Biden was asked if he wrote a letter to Donald Trump. He says the answer to that is yes. By tradition, that letter is often put in the top drawer of the Resolute desk. Donald Trump doing the same for Joe Biden 4 years ago. President Biden, was also asked what he said in that letter. He said, "That's between Trump and me." And then he was asked a question about what his message was on this day. He said joy, and then he said hope. There's the First Lady and the incoming First Lady, Melania Trump, who are right now entering the presidential limousine.
Yeah, so the
They exit the White House.
Peter, thank you so much. The First Ladies will ride together. The president
Melania wears a wide-brimmed
current
black hat
president will
that
ride
hides her
over together
eyes.
by tradition, as mentioned, a tradition that was not honored 4 years ago by Donald Trump, but an extraordinarily gracious welcome by President Biden and saying, "Welcome home" to President Trump. Kelly O'Donnell joins us. I want to bring you into this conversation. I mean, it's just, it's so interesting because we have these acrimonious campaigns, and certainly this one fit that bill. And yet these are the moments that I think so many Americans really treasure, this idea that on this day we can set aside for the moment that partisanship and take part in the peaceful transfer of power and those traditions and those rituals. And it's clear that President Biden is, regardless of how he may have experienced his own transition 4 years ago, he will afford those courtesies to this president.
And I think he wants the public to take a cue from that. If he can do this after all the things we heard him say publicly about the threat to democracy that he believes Donald Trump is, about the rough and tumble times of campaign life, if he can extend these courtesies, if he can say there is joy and hope in a new beginning, then the country can. And that is not just for Donald Trump. That is for world stability. That is for the importance of what these traditions mean. And so a lot of what happens today seems like it is the trappings of Washington. The underpinnings are very much the part of trying to understand what is the impact of all of this.
We just saw Susie Wiles, who is the
incoming,
chief of staff.
the first woman.
Yes, incoming chief of staff at the White House and one of the key architects of Trump's re-election victory and political comeback. And we're continuing to watch some of these images unfold.
Yeah, we are going to see again the President Biden and President Trump make their way together in that vehicle. Over history, there have been some odd moments, which Kelly could certainly talk about. But during the Carter-Reagan transition, we're told, according to Carter's chief of staff or communications director at the time, that there was kind of a awkwardness and that Jimmy Carter was consumed by the Iran hostage crisis. At the same time, Ronald Reagan reportedly was telling
The
jokes
doors
about
of the
his
White
Hollywood
House are
days.
opened by military
Here's,
personnel.
Our incoming Vice President Vance now heading into the vehicle.
With Kamala Harris, whom he defeated, of course, at the top of the ticket.
And to people watching, to Kelly's point, to what Lester is talking about here, there may be, to some, a bit of a cognitive dissonance here, because it is a hard left turn from the days of the campaign. When you look at this image of these two together, the bitterest of rivals here. And remember how Democrats framed this campaign. It was as an existential threat to the foundations of democracy. They framed this as foundational. The argument goes, and I'm paraphrasing.
Well, both sides framed it as foundational.
Exactly. And the argument goes, the other side isn't just they don't just have bad ideas. They're bad people. And now here we are at this moment where Joe Biden, the outgoing president, is, as Kelly says, looking to really make the point that the institution prevails, the institution upholds, despite what we saw 4 years ago when there were some serious questions about whether that would be the case.
And when you talk about Jimmy Carter, Lester, you do, I think, raise an important point, which is how will President Biden be remembered? And here's, of course, House Speaker Mike Johnson. We are seeing walk in.
Something about executive orders, a lot. Not breaking news there.
That was not breaking news, but interesting to hear.
It will be a lot. How many?
Day. But it is interesting to think about that transition between Carter and Reagan. You're right, that came after such a hard-fought battle, and the parallels are extraordinary. We just laid former President Jimmy Carter to rest, and one of the themes was that his presidency was remembered in a more favorable light than when he left office.
Time.
Yes, with time. And President Biden trying to write the first draft of how his presidency will be remembered, but beset by some of the same issues: high inflation, hostages being held overseas.
And when you mention hostages, Kristen, one of the key things on that inauguration day is it was an active situation.
Yes.
And Jimmy Carter was able to announce to the country at the inaugural that they had moved out of Iranian airspace. And so it was not an ordinary handing off day. He was in the middle of trying to handle a crisis. There was great friction because there was a perception that the Reagan team had had a hand in it not happening. And so what we saw unfolding with what happened with Israel and Hamas was that note of history was guiding some of the strategic and tactical decisions they made by having the two teams work together. We saw, of course, some initial hostages released. President Biden was able, in his own way, to announce that. President Trump doing his own thing, taking his own credit. So that is a guide for the kind of ways that this can happen. Also, Carter and Reagan didn't really know each other very well, but any Reagan comparison that happens today is a plus to Donald Trump. The first time that I worked with him on the road, on the trail, back in 2015, he had placards of a photo of himself with Ronald Reagan. He wanted that at the earliest moment to be a comparison for Republicans. Now, that's a decade ago and a lot of miles ago. But these comparisons today to Reagan having his ceremony inside, these two men had a lot of the showman parts of the presidency in common, although politically quite different. Ronald Reagan would not be in the MAGA camp, the Reagan we knew then. So threads of those
A limousine waits outside the White House as
This
guests
begins
continue to
this
arrive
moment
at the
here will
rotunda.
certainly emphasize the idea of unity. This is our first opportunity to see a unifying moment here during this transition today. But you have to wonder, going back to the Republican convention, remember there was talk about unity, and then before long in the Trump speech, he was beginning to fall into his rally type presentation.
All three of us have covered this incoming president and outgoing president for many, many years. And one of the themes in my time at the White House was that you'd often hear from aides and advisors that the president may strike Donald Trump being a certain tone, right? A tone that is unifying. After his assassination attempt, which remember came just days before that speech at the Republican National Convention this summer, the difference was that Donald Trump himself said publicly that he felt like he had been changed, that he wanted to deliver a speech that would bring both sides together. The speech that we saw that week was not that. So the White House says, and incoming
officers open the doors to the White House and
speech
outstep
today that is about restoring and
the
renewing
current president and the former president. Joe Biden and Donald Trump make their way down the red carpet without speaking to each other. A Secret Service officer holds the limousine door open for Biden and he climbs inside. Trump walks around to the far side of the limo.
Throw a couple questions in the direction of the incoming president and the outgoing president, but no dice, not this
My
morning.
guess is they'll have a lot to talk about. It's a short ride.
Oh, to be a fly on the wall inside that
Well,
vehicle
remember, we
right
just
now.
saw at the Carter funeral, it was President Obama, but and Trump were quite chatty. So it's not a long ride; it's a 5-6 minute ride. But it sounds like, based on Peter's reporting, that has been a warm embrace and exchange this morning in reverence of the office and tradition. And now they'll, as tradition has it, ride in this motorcade, the short drive to the Capitol, where the swearing in will start to be underway.
Joe Biden has talked about recently about whether he thinks he could have beaten Donald Trump in the election. He thinks maybe he still believes he could have. And you have to wonder what's going through his mind at this point.
But he also says in the next breath, when asked if he could have the vigor to serve for 4 more years, said he didn't know. And you get the sense
he said it more colorfully than that. He said, who the hell knows?
You get the sense watching him here, this is not, and I think we know this is not a person who wants to be leaving the White House. He wanted 4 more years. He did. And his wife, the First Lady, wanted 4 more years, as she has talked about. She believed that her husband could do it. She's been one of his staunchest defenders all along, which is why the dynamics with Joe Biden are fascinating here as well.
Kelly might get
the limousine departs from the White House.
Covered Capitol Hill and Joe Biden for the longest, and I think you would agree that he had wanted to be president for pretty much the entirety of his 50-year career in public service.
And once you attain that office, it's hard to leave it. It's hard to ever see yourself as not being capable of continuing. And I think that has influenced a lot of what we've seen publicly, that his own belief, whether polling or the views of the country support that or not. He will always be the 46th president of the United States, and so that he hangs on to. Donald
The
Trump
motorcade
is also
drives
someone who
slowly
has a
out of the
hospitality
gates of the
business,
White
so
House.
he has no trouble making small talk and no trouble going through these ceremonies. He's quite at ease.
And Joe Biden likes to tell a story as well.
Oh, indeed he does.
On the streets await a
his
fleet
decision,
of police
the timing of
officers
when
on
he decided to
motorcycles.
pass the baton to Vice President Kamala Harris will be a part of his legacy.
The motorcade
It will be
makes
a
its
part
way
of
down
how
the street.
History grapples with how Joe Biden is remembered. He promised, he campaigned on being a transitional president. And when that moment came, bolstered by big wins in the primaries, he did not pass the baton.
Well, that's one thing we haven't really focused as much on, which is what do the Democrats do now? We just saw the Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, entering in to the Capitol. But this is a moment in a time of soul searching for Democrats. At the
A
first
crowd
Trump
on the street
administration, there was a
stands
lot of
behind
talk
metal
about the
barricades
hashtag
cheering.
resistance, and you just don't
Officers
see that
flank
same
either side of the
emphasis
street where the
so
motorcade
far.
makes its way
What
down.
are you hearing, Kristen, about the strategy on the part of Democrats who were handed a resounding defeat at the polls?
It's a very different strategy, Savannah, for that reason. The signals, I interviewed House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries just this weekend. He said they are going to be looking for common ground with President-elect Donald Trump, particularly on issues that relate to the economy, to lowering prices. At the same time, he said we're not going to shy away from disagreeing when we feel it's necessary. But they are in a moment of soul searching. Remember, after former President Obama won his second term, Republicans were in the wilderness. And from that wilderness rose Donald Trump. So you are absolutely right to be focused on the Democrats right now as well, because politically speaking, what we are about to witness over these next 4 years will be some type of, and we'll have to see where it ends, a new leadership. No one can answer that
A
question.
fleet
Who's
of
the leader
black
of the Democratic
SUVs and
Let me
limousines
just point out this
follow
picture,
the
as
presidential
the
Cadillac.
outgoing and incoming presidents make their way to the Capitol. There are people along this route here. You'll see, and some of them appear to be in uniform, perhaps traffic directors, but there are people in this area that was going to be part of the parade later on. They still have the barricades up. We've seen a lot of people here in Washington, D.C., who walking around who don't appear to have appointments or things that they necessarily signed up for, but those who are lucky enough to be along this path might catch a glimpse.
It's supposed to be a parade route that's much different than what was expected, but we've got a few diehards who decided, oh, well, we'll bundle up with the hand warmers on and get a
And you
glimpse.
can hear some of the cheers as they go by.
To this point about what Democrats do next and what this looks like here in a Trump administration, where, as you have noted throughout the morning, throughout the day, Savannah, the Republicans control the levers of power in that branch. Remember that Republicans have the narrowest House majority in modern political history, right? They don't have They don't have 60 million seats to deal with here, right? And when you look at some of the numbers here, there are 3 Republicans in districts won by Democrats in the election, 4 times as many Democrats in districts won by Donald Trump, which is to say that there is in some ways for some of these Democrats an incentive to try to reach across the aisle and work with Republicans here. You're already seeing it from, for example, Pennsylvania Democrat John Fetterman, who has already said he would back at least some of the incoming president's cabinet picks, like incoming potential Secretary of State Marco Rubio. And so I think the dynamic is going to be really interesting given these close margins. Speaker Johnson doesn't have a whole lot of extra Republicans, so to speak.
American flags flank the street, and they billow in the
Democrats
breeze.
in many instances.
But it's interesting because to take a step back, I mean, it is worth noting that right now, as soon as this swearing in takes place, Donald Trump, the Republicans will have the White House, both houses of Congress, as we observed before. He also has a conservative ideological majority on the Supreme Court. So it's a Republican-controlled Washington right now. But American voters also tend to keep their elected officials on a very tight leash. And in the midterms, how many times, Kelly, as Capitol Hill correspondent, you would see that at the midterms, you see the House that controls, the party that controls the White House lose seats. So everyone knows in Washington they're on a tight leash and a short clock, and that's why you see that urgency.
The midterms always feel so close at this particular moment. You're inaugurating a president at the same time. the midterms are hovering so close.
And whatever honeymoon Donald Trump has in this moment, it is with the knowledge that the clock is ticking.
The motorcade
He only
flashes
has one
blue and
term.
red
He
behind
has
the
less than a
presidential
term
limousine.
based on what you just described. And if he is going to accomplish all the things he said, he's got to act quickly. And he's got to do it when he has the level of control and influence on
There are
on
over
other
40
Republicans,
vehicles
and to some degree on Democrats,
tailing the
because
limousine.
winning every battleground state and the popular vote does send a message.
Where will Democrats dig in?
Certainly, it will be some of the issues that relate to unwinding programs that certainly existed during the Biden time, but also challenges to their core constituencies. They would want to see things like protections for workers and the environment. Those would be key areas. Concerns about the negative effects that could come from the immigration policies of President Trump. There will be many who say securing the border is a needed priority, but what are the unforeseen problems that result from that?
Are Democrats hoping and thinking that there will be an overreach, that this notion of a mandate that perhaps Donald Trump will take too far? Is that kind of the strategy?
Absolutely, particularly on the border, I would say. That's an area where you could see some robust debate and oversight. Don't forget oversight. I think that's going to be significant as well. It's worth thinking about in this moment the agenda of President-elect Trump. He wants to do something big on the border. He wants to do something big on taxes. I won't get into the process, I promise you that. But
You've got 4 years to talk about it on Meet the Press.
The black limousine
How does
gleams
he
in the
get it done?
sunshine.
And that's when we look
On
at
its
Speaker
hood
Johnson and Senate Majority
is
Leader
an American
Johnson, who we
flag
spoke
and the
to earlier
presidential
today,
flag.
Savannah. They become so significant. How do these men work together?
Well, this is
It
an
drives
incredible
through
shot,
gates,
this
blocking
motorcade,
off the street.
and we have the advantage of a camera and a truck watching the whole thing. There's these wheels rolling, and they're just a few moments away now from the Capitol, and the swearing-in ceremony will get underway in earnest. I want to go to Craig Melvin, my colleague who's over at Emancipation Hall. This is a first for this venue for inauguration, and it's by necessity. The cold, of course, having moved everything indoors, and that makes this the overflow room. So, Craig, as we watch these images, is it still that party atmosphere that you were describing earlier?
Oh, very much so indeed, Savannah. Moments away from, again, to your point, that caravan arriving here at the Capitol. Just to give you a sense of where we are and what we can expect. We're talking about 2,600 people. That's it. That's the number of people who are going to be able to watch President Trump be sworn in here just moments from now. You're going to have roughly 800 there in the rotunda. You'll have another 1,300 underground where we are in Emancipation Hall, and then roughly 500 more next door in this theater here at the Capitol Visitor Center. Upstairs in the rotunda, think of that as sort of the adult table at Thanksgiving, where we are down below. Sort of, it's like the kids' table to a certain extent. Upstairs, you've got elected members of Congress, you've got members of the military, you've got congressional leadership. Down here, it's like a Star Wars bar to a certain extent. In the last few minutes, I've seen Jake Paul, his brother Logan Paul, pro wrestler.
The presidential motorcade
we've seen
arrives
New York
at the
City Mayor
Capitol.
Eric Adams as well. He's down here. So is Matt Schlapp, the former White House political director. The Commandant of the Marine Corps, also here as well, a man named Eric Smith. So they are still milling about here. They're about to start taking their seats. They have been watching the same images that we're seeing right now. They're watching them unfold on two giant jumbotrons here in Emancipation Hall as well.
All right, Craig, thank you. I want to go back to Ryan Nobles. He's outside the east front of the Capitol where the arrival is taking place. Ryan?
Yeah, that's right, Lester. Yep, we just saw the motorcade pull up here on the east front, and we're now watching as the two presidents start to exit the presidential vehicles, and they'll walk into the Capitol. There's an enormous security presence around them, probably about 10 or 12 vehicles accompany them up the Capitol Hill to the Capitol, where they will walk into the building now. We can see Jill Biden being escorted out from
Doug
her car.
Emhoff exits a vehicle. He embraces one of the Secret
And
Service officers.
This will begin the process in earnest. We can see Melania Trump being escorted in as well. It looks as though the two presidents, they're actually underneath the carriage entrance, which is the way that you get into the Senate side of the Capitol. It looks as though the presidential limousine, known colloquially as the Beast, is parked inside that carriage entrance. So they're not out in the opening here on the east front where I'm standing. They'll come in there through the carriage entrance into the first floor of the Capitol and then make their way up into the rotunda. So we actually can't see a glimpse of them getting out of the presidential limousine at the moment. Now, yeah, we can see them now walking into the Capitol from the carriage entrance here. Those are the two Sergeant-at-Arms, the Senate and the House Sergeant-at-Arms, who are escorting them. You see Amy Klobuchar, who is the chair of the Rules Committee of the Senate. She and her committee were in charge of all the inaugural festivities and the planning of this massive event. They were also responsible for the quick adjustment in order to do everything inside. Trailing the two presidents, you see, of course, the Vice President, Kamala Harris. Also, the Senate Minority Leader, Chuck Schumer. And they will now make their way up to the rotunda. From where they are right now on the first floor of the Capitol, they'll have to go up one flight of stairs, and then it is probably about a 3-minute walk to get into the rotunda for this event. So pretty seamless.
Elon Musk.
Yep, Elon Musk there. We saw him come in with a number of the tech executives. So they are safely inside the Capitol, Lester, preparing for the next stage.
Elon chats with Sundar Pichai.
We saw Melania Trump enter as well, so we're getting close to the moment, the inaugural. There's Doug Emhoff, the outgoing second gentleman. And we'll continue to watch these arrivals. I want to go to Garrett Haake, also on Capitol Hill for us, with some news this morning about Vivek Ramaswamy, who we just saw mentioned that he's indicated. There's J.D. Vance, our incoming vice president, and his wife, Usha Vance. But anyway, Garrett, you have some information about Vivek Ramaswamy and his plans.
Yeah, Savannah, Vivek Ramaswamy has an interesting distinction here as someone who will be departing an administration and a post that didn't actually exist yet before he departs it. We have now reporting from two sources familiar with his plans that Vivek Ramaswamy, who is set to be the co-leader of DOGE, this new Department of Government Efficiency that the Trump administration is expected to set up in the coming hours, will in fact not be really taking on that role. He's instead going to run for governor of Ohio. That had been sort of widely rumored. We now have it confirmed that he's expected to make that announcement next week, and that it was impossible for him to do both things at the same time. We just saw Elon Musk in the rotunda. Musk is, of course, the other co-leader of DOGE, who, again, is a very complex and important figure in Trump world. He has no formal role. DOGE itself is something of an outside consultancy. It's not clear how much authority they will have. But nevertheless, Musk, with all of his entanglements with the federal government, particularly in the form of SpaceX, his rocket company, which has billions of dollars in contracts with the government, will now be in charge of finding, he says, $2 trillion in cuts to the federal budget. Now, in recent weeks, he's walked that number back, suggesting that a more realistic goal might be $1 trillion. But Musk and the team that they have put in place in some of these agencies will now be moving forward without the services of fellow entrepreneur and tech executive Vivek Ramaswamy, instead setting his sights on governor of Ohio.
We understand the crowds erupted who were down at Emancipation Hall, the spillover area, if you will, when they saw the picture of the two presidents entering.
And we're seeing members of his cabinet, if they are confirmed entering. We saw Pete Hegseth walk in a few moments ago. There's Christine Noem, several members of the incoming administration who are awaiting a Senate hearing. We had Senator Thune on, who's the majority leader in the Senate, and who said he thought that all of these nominees have a path, which is Washington speak. Right? So saying something with, he's saying they have a path. It doesn't mean they have the votes.
That's exactly right.
Yes.
In that moment, I'm so glad you brought it up. I was just about to say it because it struck me watching that interview with Senator Thune, because he was asked pretty directly, can they get confirmed? And he kind of paused and then said that line. What does that mean? It means we're looking at some of the more controversial people who are yet to be confirmed. You look at somebody like Pete Hegseth, for example. He had his confirmation hearing. It seems like he is on track to get the votes, the Republican votes that he needs.
For the Defense Department.
Exactly, to serve as the head of the Pentagon. But remember what happened with Matt Gaetz, the person who Donald Trump initially selected to serve as his incoming Attorney General.
The cabinet ministers arrived through a door behind the stage.
You saw Senate Republicans flex that advise and consent muscle and make clear to Donald Trump that Matt Gaetz was not going to fly, that he would not have the backing. So as you take a look, I mean, there's Marco Rubio, selected to serve as the incoming Secretary of State.
RFK Jr.
That's going to be another very fascinating confirmation hearing. He's right there alongside, I believe that's Sundar Pichai. You see some others there as well. There's Pete Hegseth in the back, Pam Bondi, Doug Burgum. You talk about this sort of team of rivals. Several of the folks who are standing there are, in fact, Vivek Ramaswamy, former rivals in that presidential primary as well.
And one of the things we'll expect to see is when we talk about the new president signing many things today, among the things I would anticipate he would sign is the actual nomination for these cabinet members. We talk about them as nominees. They can't be nominees until he has the power of the presidency. That comes at noon. And in the flurry of those early events, I would expect he would sign those formal nominations, which then allows the Congress to move on some of those where they've completed the process. And so we could get votes as early as today.
And they appear to be leaning toward national security posts.
Absolutely. They're leaning toward,
Dana White
for
stands
example,
amongst the
Senator
cabinet
Marco
members.
Rubio, who has been picked to serve as Secretary of State. He, in his confirmation hearing, had broad bipartisan
Former Vice
support.
President Dan Quayle and his wife Marilyn entering. We're going to see all the living presidents here today.
But not everyone. We won't, all of the living presidents, we won't see former First Lady Michelle Obama. And that has certainly gotten some attention, though we will, of course, see former President Barack Obama.
She missed President Carter's funeral last week as well. So she's clearly downshifting from Washington.
And I think Dick Cheney also, for reasons of age and wellness, is opting out, in addition to the obvious political overtones that he did not support Donald Trump.
His daughter pardoned today by President Biden.
And a new statement from her, Savannah, just in literally the last 30 seconds from both her and Congressman Benny Thompson, of course, who helmed that, or were part of that bipartisan select committee on the January 6th attack, receiving those pardons from President Biden on his way out the door. And they say in this statement, we have been pardoned today, not for breaking the law, but for upholding it. Some of the first reaction that we are now getting from Liz Cheney and some of those others.
As we keep our eyes on the Capitol Rotunda, where the swearing in will take place, first of the Vice President-elect, J.D. Vance, and then of the President before noon, as tradition holds it. We want to continue to watch these pictures as they come in. There's Vice President Pence, former Vice President Pence, who, of course, served by Trump's side in the first term and did not endorse him for this next run for the presidency, and, of course, will not be joining as his vice president, but will be here at the inaugural. He walks in alone.
One of the most notable people to watch today, because under any other circumstances, he would have joined the president he served for another term.
Well, they had that moment just a few weeks ago at the Carter
Their first time seeing each
funeral,
other.
and I think we all kind of held our breath as they came in contact with each other, but they shared a handshake and apparently some polite greetings.
Polite, yes.
I think of former Vice President Mike Pence in the same light as I think of President Biden. These are institutionalists. These are people who take these traditions very seriously. They think that they are inextricable with this democracy.
Well, and it must be said that in this rotunda 4 years ago, on January 6th, this very rotunda where they are all standing now was overrun by protesters, some of them with the words "Hang Mike Pence" on their lips. And it'll be interesting to see if one of the actions we see the incoming president
Elon
take
Musk
today are
stands
pardons
chatting with
of
Mark
those who were
Bezos and
convicted in
Sundar
connection with
Pichai.
January 6th. He has said so as recently as yesterday, that he believes his supporters will be very pleased with the decisions he makes there. J.D. Vance has said those who were convicted of violence may not be pardoned. We'll see what actually happens.
And here are some of the most powerful people in the world, the tech titans, as we often refer to them. Jeff Bezos, with his back to us, I believe. He was greeting Elon Musk.
Sundar Pichai there.
Mark Zuckerberg,
Mark Zuckerberg is in there, yeah.
I do think it will be interesting to see which of the January 6th defendants are, in fact, pardoned. When I interviewed President-elect Trump, he said he wasn't ruling anyone out. But those comments by the incoming vice president, I think, are hugely significant and potentially a signal that the president-elect is shifting to looking at those who were not convicted of violent crimes, that he will draw the line there. Again, we'll have to wait and see what the action
Hundreds and hundreds of names of those who have been convicted. So there is room to do quite a bit of pardoning should he choose to do so. And also to preserve the issue of violence exercised against law enforcement. If he wants to draw that line, there's a way to do it.
At least 1,500 people were charged in the events of January 6th. About 1,200 of them were convicted or pleaded guilty. Of those, just over 600 were sentenced to some sort of incarceration, ranging from just a couple of days up to 22
Mark
years. So
Zuckerberg
there is a
chats to
question
Scott
here
Turner.
of how Donald Trump, if he does end up issuing these pardons as expected, will kind of slice that.
We are watching these images of the Capitol and some of the key bold-faced names that have been assembled there. We're not the only ones. Tom Yamas is at Capital One Arena just down the street. The president's supporters are gathering. It has become something of a watch party as well, Tom.
It has, and it's been interesting to kind of watch our coverage because they're putting up a live feed of the pictures you guys are seeing and seeing the reaction of all the Trump supporters here. The loudest boos so far have not been for President Biden or Vice President Harris. The loudest boos so far were for former Vice President Mike Pence when he walked in. For everything you guys were just mentioning there, it was somewhat surprising. I mean, you know he's not popular in MAGA world, but to hear the loudest boos for him says a lot about how the Republican Party, at least the Republican Party right now, a lot of them feel about Mike Pence. And it's interesting, when some of the other cabinet members came in, the ones that maybe are perceived as more controversial, like, the Secretary of Defense nominee, Pete Hegseth, they got the loudest cheers. Also, about maybe 30 minutes ago, inside the Capital One Arena, we saw a shot of former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani. Okay, now the boos are picking up again, as you can imagine. You have former Secretary of State
President
Clinton,
Bill Clinton
and obviously
arrives.
former President Bill Clinton as well. The crowd here is getting a little more raucous as it's filling out. About 20,000 inside of the Capital One Arena. It was pretty peaceful and friendly. It now seems to be getting a little more fired up and amped up. The boos are growing loud. I would say the booing now probably louder than it was for Vice President Mike Pence. So it's turning somewhat into I don't know if it's a sporting event here, but you're definitely getting crowd reaction in real time to the inauguration, which I will say is pretty interesting. I was making the point, Rudy Giuliani is here. As you know, he just settled a defamation suit against those two Georgia election workers to the tune of north of $100 million. They did settle for an undisclosed amount. But
George and Laura
popped up
Bush
on the screen,
arrive
everyone
and
started
stride through the
cheering.
grand corridor towards the
Cheers here.
rotunda.
Not super loud cheers, but some cheering here for former President Bush and the former First Lady Laura Bush as well as they enter. But louder cheers for the Trump family here as we see Lara Trump, the daughter-in-law, of course, and some of the Trump children as they're entering the rotunda there. So, again, pretty interesting to watch this kind of in real time and how sort of MAGA world is watching. Big boos right now, as you can imagine. I don't know if you guys can hear it from my mic, but
Boy, is that striking.
He strides the long corridor toward the
President
rotunda.
Obama, getting a resounding, as we would say in New York, a Bronx cheer here.
I have to wonder if this is setting the tone
But look, these are the loyal supporters, yeah.
the day.
Yeah, Lester, I think you're right. It is going to set the tone for the speech tonight. I truly believe that the president will give a speech there in the rotunda, and he will come here, and it'll probably be a much different speech, a much different tone.
Inside the rotunda, people continue to file to their seats
We just lost our
as the
contact
cabinet
there for a second.
members
Tim Cook, the Apple
stand
CEO
next
there,
to
but
one
we
of
were
the
just
round walls near the
remarking that,
entrance.
you have this dignity of this event and all of the traditions and the rituals, but that focus group of rally goers and MAGA faithful who are assembled over there at the Capital One Arena did not get that memo, and it's they seem to be letting their feelings be known loudly, and it's got that feeling of a rally, which is
The split screen of it all, right?
Yes, it changes the tone of the day, for better or worse. We'll let our viewers at home decide, but we will see that in its full force when, instead of a parade, Donald Trump proceeds over there and gives a speech. So, it's clear what they would like to hear, and he's talked about his inaugural address being one that's unifying. Perhaps he'll then change his tune when he's before, as we know, when he gets before his crowd at the rally, he likes to get going and throw some red meat. He certainly did last night. There's Marjorie Taylor Greene, this congresswoman.
Donald Trump has always struggled with the sort of official Washington accepting him. And what we end up with, caused by the cold, a decision he announced himself, he has created a dual stream of his inauguration. All the officialdom is there, but he also has what is now a rally-style component of his most faithful, where all of the energy can pour out in the ways that we have seen, and both happening on a parallel track. In a way, losing the giant crowd has given him a way to remake this inauguration that really reflects his own style. And he's created the most elite ticket in town by not having 250,000 ticketed guests, but just about 600 in the rotunda.
All right, it is just past the top of the hour now, 11 a.m., 11:03 actually, in here in Washington, where we're just moments away from Donald Trump becoming the 47th president of the United States.
Yeah, and that's a look inside the room where it will happen. The swearing-in ceremony about to begin. This is the Capitol Rotunda. The first time we have seen an indoor inaugural in 40 years. It was called inside because of the frigid cold weather and wind chill that was forecast.
In a few minutes, the president-elect will be formally introduced. We'll see the vice president-elect, J.D. Vance, be sworn in by Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. Then President-elect Trump will be sworn in for a second time by Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts.
And something of a Washington mixer taking place where we see cabinet nominees mingling with tech titans and everybody waiting for the moment. 11:47 a.m. exactly. The newly sworn in President Trump will deliver his second inaugural address as the 47th president of the United States. And yes, the symbolism of that was intended.
And we wonder now what kind of speech we'll see. Will it be unlike any inauguration speech we've seen? We'll find out. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Savannah Sellers now. Savannah, we're seeing all the big names in tech in that room, the camera lingering on that remarkable picture.
Lester, that's absolutely right. It's so notable, especially when you think about the history of many of these individuals with the soon-to-be president, as well as the relationships between them. I mean, seeing them all in the same room, seemingly kind of on the same side of things here, smiling, chatting, it really is something remarkable. I mean, we just had the cameras trained on Tim Cook there. That's one that actually Trump has said, he called me. He said, Tim Cook used to call me throughout my last presidency. People wonder why he got so much done. It's because he would just call me. Of course, Apple would be majorly impacted potentially if the soon-to-be president is really to take on those tariffs with China. What does that mean for Apple and their ability to source so many of the parts that they need for many of their products? That's one of the reasons that Cook has had Trump's ear. He also was on the phone with him yesterday.
Members of the Supreme Court
arrive
arrive.
At his rally yesterday.
John Roberts,
there's
Clarence
Elon Musk,
Thomas,
in this sort of
Samuel
unofficial
Alito,
role that we know, this
Anthony
Department
Kennedy.
of Government Efficiency. Obviously, a close relationship to the point where he may have some real power here in a Trump presidency, but their relationship has,
John
has
Roberts
also sort
leads
of,
the Supreme Court
it's been a roller
justices,
coaster
and they all wear
throughout,
their black
throughout
robes
time here.
as they make
He
their way through
ended
the
up being
grand
the largest
corridor
individual
toward the
donor
rotunda.
to Trump or to Trump causes in this election cycle, even setting up a war room in Pennsylvania, really helping on the ground to get Trump elected. Though this is after, of course, he criticized Trump in his first presidency over climate decisions, over that travel ban.
They walk in a silent
And then when we talk
line
about just seeing some of these together, I mean, I think one of the ways to put it best is just two words between two of these men: cage fight. Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg literally wanting to fight each other, only canceled when Musk said he had some health problems that wasn't going to make it happen. Sam Altman also in that room. That's OpenAI. Musk and Sam Altman founded that company together. Musk later left, and then he sued, saying that the company put profits before humanity. So many interpersonal relationships in this room. Jeff Bezos also in that room, of course. A big target for the then president, soon to be president, as he owns the Washington Post. He has since started to make those overtures towards the soon to be president, donating $1 million to that inaugural fund, as several of these tech CEOs have done. We've also seen them all kind of make this pilgrimage to Mar-a-Lago. Almost every single tech CEO in this room has done exactly that, gone there to meet with President Trump. Notably, someone that we also expect to be in this room today, though I'm not sure that we've seen live pictures of him yet, Shou Chew, the CEO of TikTok. We are waiting to see exactly what a soon-to-be President Trump will do today, he says, on this matter, signing an executive order to immediately intervene on this ban that is essentially in effect, but not actually being enforced. No one's coming after the companies involved here to fine them. The Biden administration had also said that they would not take that action, though they called it a stunt that TikTok did go dark for a little over 12 hours over the weekend. And notably, the push notifications that were going out to 170 million users were name-checking and saying President Trump. Of course, at the time, he's just still been the president-elect
cabinet
Trump,
members
but
and
thanking
tech CEOs
President-elect
take their
Trump,
seats
calling him President
near
Trump,
one of the curved
crediting
walls.
him for TikTok coming back online, making that something very known. Anecdotally, I have been hearing from a lot of young people saying, I guess Trump saved TikTok. I mean, clearly a conversation between these two men. We know that Shochu is one of those executives who went to Mar-a-Lago. We know he presented the soon-to-be president with charts about his popularity on the app, stats that were then actually shared right over to Truth Social, almost like a copy and paste. And we heard from Trump yesterday at his rally how much he likes TikTok and how he credits it right back for how he did with young voters in this election. Part of what he credits with getting him to this day right here, getting to the White House. So certainly something
the Trump
we're
family
expecting
make
to see
their
this
way
afternoon.
toward the
All right,
rotunda.
and we're also seeing the Trump sons now enter the rotunda. We saw the members of the Supreme Court as well, and Hallie gets me to thinking about the role the Supreme Court will continue to play in this administration.
With this 6-3 majority, remember, a third of the justices selected and ultimately confirmed under then President Trump the first time around, Justice Gorsuch, Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Barrett, Amy Coney Barrett as well. The overturning of Roe versus Wade happened under that conservative majority. Limits on affirmative action, broad immunity for presidential acts as well. It is a dynamic that was so critical on the campaign trail back in 2015. I am sure that Kelly and Kristen remember you would go to these events, and one of the things you heard over and over and over again at the time was that these conservative voters wanted to see justices put in place that would uphold conservative values. And Donald Trump made that a campaign pledge, and in his first term, he delivered that. He now has the potential benefit, and again, we don't know how these justices are going to rule just because they are ideologically predisposed, to under President Trump. President-elect Trump doesn't mean that that's how they will rule. All that said, it is obviously something that Donald Trump knows he has, and the Republican majorities in Congress know they have as well.
I think it's worth pausing on something that Hallie just said, which is that he is the first president to enter the Oval Office and to have been given immunity for all official acts. That is hugely significant. It was significant.
Immunity from criminal prosecution.
From criminal prosecution. It was significant because, of course, he was facing various indictments as a candidate. Those have all either gone away or have been shelved now. But it's significant because it raises questions about the extent of his power and how will we see him test that once he actually
He views the presidency as expansive, and so he will view his
on
official
one side
acts
of the
to be
rotunda
broad.
plays
And
the
among
United
them
States
is
Marine
the opportunity
Band.
to seat other justices of the Supreme Court by virtue of being 4 years off, and now back. He could easily have two more in the sense that Clarence Thomas is the longest serving and a conservative. And if he was going to choose to retire, he might do so with a Republican president. Sam Alito, I was there when he was chosen by George W. Bush. And so when you look at the potential for him to have maybe 5 justices on the court, that's extraordinary.
And Kristen, you've talked in your conversations with the president-elect. He talks about fairness. He's apparently going to talk about fairness in his speech today. What is his definition of fairness? I think that's a huge question as we enter the meat of the day.
I think that is going to be the question as we start to listen to his remarks, because he did say that fairness was going to be a theme, and then in the very next breath talked about the fact that at the same time we have to acknowledge everything that has been done that he finds to be unfair. So I'll be listening very closely to see how tempered his language is. At the same time, I've been talking to sources who say, look, he does want this to be a speech that's focused on unity, that's focused on strength. So expect a big focus on his agenda as well. I think we'll hear a lot about his perspective of restoring what he thinks will be strength to the nation. But I think, Lester, you do hit on the key question. What does fairness look like? And you go back, of course, to what we were talking about before, the speech that he gave at the convention, where he said that was a moment where he had felt changed in the wake of the assassination attempt
But an
against him.
unflattering
And it
article
turned into a rally speech.
But an unflattering article in his world can appear unfair.
As any mom of a toddler will tell you, fairness is in the eye of the beholder. So we will see what those themes mean to him when he takes the podium. Just to catch you up here, they're running a little bit behind schedule, but not terribly behind schedule. And we're expecting any moment now the announcement of the president-elect and President Biden coming in for the swearing-in ceremony to begin. The call to order will be from Senator Amy Klobuchar, a Democrat of Minnesota, who happens to be chairwoman of the Presidential Inaugural Committee. Let's listen.
Vice President presidents, the Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence.
Mike Pence stepped first into the doorway, then he stepped aside to allow Dan Quayle and his wife through. Next enters Pence. The guests gathered in the rotunda get to their feet to applaud the former vice presidents. Mike Pence shakes hands with Susie Wiles, then makes his way along a row of seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton.
The Clintons enter the rotunda. They step to the left. Smile at Dana White. Then Hillary shakes several men's hands. She shakes hands with Susie Wiles. And Bill does as well. A blue curtain hangs over the doorway that's flanked by two marble statues.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush.
George W. and Laura enter holding hands. They're greeted with smiles by the Clintons, and they step past them and take their seats. Laura, who wears a brown dress with a string of pearls, waves to the people in front of her.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama.
Barack enters. A man in uniform shows him to a seat. He smiles and nods at the Clintons and the Bushes. Then he takes his place next to Laura Bush. He says hello to George Bush, then smiles. He shakes hands with a man at the end of the row. Someone in the audience holds up a phone and takes the picture.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States.
The justices of the Supreme Court enter wearing their long black robes. Clarence Thomas, Samuel A. Alito, Anthony M. Kennedy, Ketanji Brown Jackson, Sonia Sotomayor, Amy Coney Barrett, Elena Kagan, Neil M. Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, David H. Souter, and Stephen G. Gray. They take their positions in front of the cabinet members. Hang on the walls either side of the grand entrance door. The blue curtain opens. Two people walk to the podium. They stand either side of it and turn towards the blue curtain at the back that is now closed and hangs in the doorway. Meanwhile, outside, through the grand corridor,
We saw a moment ago, Dr. Biden and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff enter, and all of these entrances will continue. We've got quite a few dignitaries to go. Barron Trump, Tiffany Trump. I've seen some of the family members who are there. We've remarked on the cabinet nominees who are there, members of Congress. These are the ones who have the golden ticket today for this ceremony, traditionally held outside, that's been moved indoors today. And it's running a bit behind schedule, and the plan had been for the oath of office to take place before noon, which I believe it has to by the Constitution, and also for the speech to take place at 11:47 exactly, an homage to the fact that President Trump will be the 47th president. So we'll see whether they squish together the program a little bit in order to meet their timeline.
It's also worth talking about, and we haven't mentioned him much this morning, but the incoming vice president, J.D. Vance, and his wife Lucia, who are here. And he is somebody who, based on our reporting, is going to be, at least the Trump orbit hopes, the eyes and ears for the White House in the Senate, the place that he comes from, of course, leading the charge on issues like the border and immigration. These are huge, huge priorities for the incoming administration.
Barron Trump stands closest to the podium.
Vance has obviously a very personal connection.
He smiles, nods, and waves.
This will be, he has talked a lot about his roots in Appalachia. He, of course, is the author of that bestseller, Hillbilly Elegy, as I think a lot of folks knew him from prior to his entry into politics. And so for him, for his family, a critical moment as well here. You look at Donald Trump Jr., who is up there assembled with other family members, somebody who was a driving force, based on our reporting and the folks that we've talked to, in setting up J.D. Vance to be in conversations with his father, to be the vice presidential pick. And he is going to be another person who is he's not in the toolbox, if you will, but certainly has political apparatus to try to turn some of these levers the Trump administration hopes.
Well, it's just interesting. J.D. Vance is 40 years old. He's been a United States Senator 2 years, and in a few minutes from now, he'll be literally a heartbeat away from the presidency.
It's extraordinary. And remember the reaction when he was picked. Some within the Republican Party were very nervous. They thought that then candidate Trump was doubling down on MAGA and the MAGA brand, and they were worried that that would alienate the types of voters that they would need to win. Ultimately, it did wind up helping them in all of the critical battleground states. And the thinking, is he in fact the future of the MAGA party, of the MAGA brand? We'll have to see how it unfolds. It's also striking to see his family there waiting for these proceedings to begin, because again, he will be entering the White House without them in the West Wing with him. Very different than his first term when Ivanka Trump, when Jared Kushner were there with him.
And they were so influential in selecting Mike Pence, which is interesting. So it's still part of the family business to advise on the running.
To advise, consent, and interview candidates. Well, it's interesting, too, because you mentioned J.D. Vance, and does he have a political future? Of course, he would say yes. I believe he's already visited New Hampshire, but it also brings up the point that because of this situation, Donald Trump is a one-term president. He's twice a one-term president. He doesn't have those 8 years. So those who have political ambitions have a presidential election just a mere 4 years away.
I believe they just announced Dr. Biden.
The House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher.
These are folks who have done yeoman's work in scrambling to move this inauguration and these proceedings indoors. You got to think their weekend was pretty frantic,
well,
for sure.
Think about this a moment in contrast to what you're looking at right now. Back at the White House, there's this massive moving day underway.
There's Dr. Biden and Doug Emhoff.
Dr. Biden strolls in smiling.
Of the first, second gentleman. He took great pride in carving new territory for that role. Will he go back to practicing law? Will the vice president
They greet the Clintons.
stay in politics? One of the big questions is
And
her
the Bushes.
future. We know that the outgoing president has the elder statesman status, but the outgoing vice president does not get an official office as guaranteed by the taxpayers. She will certainly have a political arm and will have many decisions to make about how she goes forward.
Will she run for governor of California? Will she run for president again? We know that she's going to start by writing a book.
Right.
And so she will go back to California and begin that endeavor, we are told.
And it's hard to imagine the fire's devastation would not be an issue that would draw her into a potentially visible role if she chooses to.
Absolutely. And President-elect Trump saying that he's going to visit California a little bit later on this week, and that will really be one of his first trips, if not his first trip as president.
For all of these individuals, there is a theme when you look at some of these pairings, whether it's J.D. Vance and Donald Trump, whether it's Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, whether it's some of the younger senators that we're seeing alongside some of the senators who are older in age. There is this theme in Washington over the next few years that will be generational change. The Democrats are grappling with this now. The Republicans may ultimately end up grappling with this and I don't want to bring up 2028 because I know we're not even there yet, but come
you owe me a Coke every time you bring up 2028.
Just the one, I promise, Savannah. But you look at what will happen in the next 4 years here. This is something, when you talk about passing the torch, who will be the successor?
In the rotunda, the crowd remains on their feet.
Hakeem Jeffries, of course, coming in with outgoing speaker.
At the same time, you will have Donald Trump, if he serves the complete term, will be the oldest serving president ever, even older than Biden leaving today.
And will he give room for J.D. Vance to emerge? Often presidents do not want politically ambitious vice presidents. And yet these circumstances allow for a very young man. This is the first time that a president or vice president is younger than me, so I'm having a little hard time with that today. But will he give him room to run, to set up a potential?
A lot of people have asked that about his relationship with Elon Musk. And
yes, because he's been more prominent during this period.
So far, they appear to be working together.
Donald Trump Jr. as well, I think, has alluded
Large
to his own
paintings hang all around the curved walls of the sandstone room.
I think it's interesting in terms
They're framed
of
with
the future
thick
of all
gilt
these folks we're
gold.
discussing, but it's also really significant in terms of the Trump agenda. He has effectively 2 years.
Doug Emhoff
to
whispers
get
to Bill
everything on
Clinton.
his very long list accomplished. And if you talk to some Republican lawmakers, they say it's even shorter than that. So the urgency is going to be there from the moment
We're going to
that
be
he
doing
takes
those
this
first 100-day stories, well, 100 days from now.
I've already started thinking about that.
As I said it, I realized, that's yes.
Dr. Jill
Speaking of type
Biden
A
presses her lips
personalities,
together tightly and
This
waves.
is the moment, actually, right now, that the oath of office was to be administered to J.D. Vance by Justice Brett Kavanaugh. But as you can see, we are running a bit behind schedule.
And we don't know if those are planned holds in the program to affect the overall timing or not. But these are the people who are going to witness this swearing in with their own eyes, while not far in the hall below. A few thousand other people are watching as well. And then, of course, at the Capitol Arena, where we already got inklings that this may be more of a rally based on some of the reactions in the crowd to various people as they were introduced.
It's striking to see Barron Trump, just how tall he is, the fact that he is off to college, a reminder of the passage of time, how much has passed since he was last
Kristen,
in the
you
White
and I
House.
saw him as a 10-year-old little boy
Yes.
playing on North Lawn
Yes.
on that first day of Trump won, and here he is, a young man.
It is remarkable.
It plays into his mother as well, of course, the
Yes.
incoming second-time First Lady Melania Trump, because remember, she spent a good amount of time when Barron was
Yes.
younger,
Yes.
caring for him and being involved in his life. She has now said she will be at the White House, of course, full-time. She'll make trips to Palm Beach, to New York when warranted. She intends, she says, to expand her Be Best initiative, which people may remember from that first term related to children's mental health, bullying, etc. She has also said that she feels more prepared this time around. In a recent interview, she alluded to what she described as not being prepared by the last administration for what she needed, the things that she needed to be able to enter the White House. But she says that she is ready to be there. We know that, listen, and you remember this too, I think, Kelly and Kristen, in that first Trump term, there was some discussion in the beginning of whether Melania Trump was an influence on her husband, whether she would have these conversations with him. We know the answer to that now. We know that she is right there with him on his policies, on his positions, and she wants to be holding that MAGA mantle as well.
Well, as we hold here, waiting for the next introductions to take place, let's go to Craig Melvin, my colleague. He's in Emancipation Hall, which is actually the overflow room for those who didn't score a ticket to the main event, but are able to watch from there in the Capitol. Craig, so what are you seeing and hearing? Are they able to see these images?
They are. They are watching all of this play out just above us here. Of course, we're downstairs. Upstairs is the rotunda. They've all taken their seats. They're watching the events unfold rather on two jumbotrons. It's gotten actually pretty quiet in here. It had been a little rowdy for a while. Not quite as rowdy as it was over the arena, but it has been interesting though, watching some of the interactions down here before the ceremony started. As you mentioned, Savannah, this is the overflow area, but I can tell you there are probably, I'd say, maybe a few dozen seats that are still empty. 1,300 is the capacity here. There are a few folks, I guess, who didn't show up. But it's also been interesting to watch and hear the reactions to some of the introductions. President Bush was warmly welcomed here. The crowd also chuckled a little as the former president made some faces, as he has been known to do at events like this. The crowd really enjoyed that. The crowd also applauded here at Emancipation Hall when Barack Obama was announced as well. So it has been very interesting to see which reactions some of these folks got. Also interesting, some of the folks who are here. I mentioned earlier, New York City Mayor Eric Adams. We know that the mayor of New York City has had some legal issues. He was at Mar-a-Lago a short time ago. We know he met with President Trump. There's been some reporting that the mayor got an invitation yesterday and actually drove himself here. Also here, Conor McGregor, the boxer, a number of internet sensations
entering the
as
crypt,
well, some pro boxers,
Usha Vance, on the arm of an officer,
quite the gathering here.
followed by Melania Trump,
as we watch,
also on the arm of an officer.
Melania Trump, and as you can hear, again, quite the applause here for the soon-to-be First Lady once again. And there's Usha Vance, of course, J.D. Vance's wife, walking in front of her. But to your point, guys, at this point, we are at least 15, 20 minutes behind schedule here.
Melania wears a long black dress that fits like a suit. She also wears a wide-brimmed black hat with a white ribbon that covers her eyes.
Waiting, and as Craig noted, not entirely on schedule. There will be a lot of places in the day to shrink or expand the schedule. This one, however,
in the rotunda, the guests stand waiting.
Before noon here on the East Coast. This is the crowd actually beneath the rotunda. And then, of course, there are scattered crowds from the people at the Capitol Arena to the people in the hall below.
And Lester, we're told
statues stand at the edges of the rotunda.
Designated survivor. People may be familiar with that when it comes to a State of the Union address, where one member of the cabinet, so someone who has sworn the oath in office, stays out in case of an extraordinary
an aerial view shows the rotunda from the top of the domed ceiling.
The only people who have that oath are outgoing Biden administration officials. And we're told that there is no designated survivor today. Why? I'm not sure.
And America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio.
Well, while we've been chatting here, I've just been looking up the 20th Amendment to make sure it does say the terms of the President and the Vice President shall end at noon on the 20th day of January. So I don't see any wiggle room there. So
Christopher D. Macchio enters in a velvet blue suit jacket.
Line of succession.
He carries a microphone.
No reason why there's no one been chosen?
Well, this is an active reporting target for us, as we like to say in the White House unit, and to see why that would happen, I don't know. But there is no member of a Trump cabinet at this point, and so it could then revert to the Speaker of the House, of course, and he's also present, and so forth.
Well, let's listen to some of the music as the ceremony gets underway.
I will be. Oh, America, no weeping, let keep you in my keeping till there'll be understood.
President Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are led through the crypt. Officers in dress uniform flank either side of where they walk. They hold bayonets in front of them with white gloves. Biden and Kamala whisper to each other as they stride through the crypt.
From your prairies to the sea, from your mountains grand, and all through this land, you are beautiful to me. Oh, America, you're calling. Oh, I can hear you calling me. You're calling.
Now in the crypt, J.D. Vance.
To pay to thee, to thee, oh, I will be. And we will be as
One of the paintings on the wall shows America's forefathers signing the Constitution. The conductor waves his baton.
Chris Machio there, a New York native. He's been singing for President-elect Trump for years. He sang at the 2020 RNC, in 2024, that Madison Square Garden rally. He calls himself Trump's favorite singer, and he delivered today.
And we saw President Biden and Vice President Harris enter a few moments ago. Also, Vice President-elect Vance.
And have members of Congress, congressional leaders Mike Johnson, Amy Klobuchar,
the
Senator
clerk
Schumer,
of the House of Representatives,
Scalise.
the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber.
It's worth
Mr.
noting
John Bessler,
when President-elect
Mrs.
Trump
Kelly
is sworn
Johnson,
into office, he will
Mrs.
place
Iris
his hand on
Weintraub-Schumer,
two Bibles,
and
one
Mrs.
given to
Jennifer
him
Scalise.
by his mother and the iconic Lincoln Bible, which is, of course, the Bible that former President Obama used when he was sworn into
And these are the
office.
Bibles he was sworn in on
Here's
8
Donald.
years ago as well.
And here is Donald Trump.
He enters the crypt. He strides past the military men standing either side of him. He wears a navy blue suit and a purple tie. Meanwhile, in the rotunda, Melania Trump enters on the arm of a serviceman.
And soon to be
She
First Lady
smiles.
Melania Trump.
But her eyes remain shaded by the brim of her hat. She's shown to her seat in the front row. She greets Barron, and he puts his arm around her. He stands a foot taller than Melania, possibly even more than a foot. Barron looks back toward the door behind him. Then he glances up at the ceiling. Just behind him on his right stands Elon Musk. Elon's
Ladies and
white
gentlemen,
with a square jaw
escorting
in his
the President of the
mid-40s.
United States and the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris.
They stride through the rich blue curtains and make their way to the front row of seats. Joseph Biden smiles out to the crowd and nods as Kamala waves.
Perhaps the final time he hears "Hail to the Chief."
As president,
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating.
Michael, Jason, and Sean enter through the door. Michael hands something to Melania.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance enters smiling. He wears a red tie and a blue suit. He shakes hands with Joseph Biden, then makes his way to the front row across the aisle from him. His wife, Usha, stands behind him applauding. J.D. Vance wears an American flag pin on his lapel. He has a short brown beard with a touch of gray and brown hair. He's in his mid-40s and white. He gazes out at the crowd gathered before him and faintly smiles. Then he points to someone and shows his teeth as he smiles.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump.
Trump purses his lips together as he enters. He takes Melania's hand and tries to kiss her on her cheek, but the brim of her hat stops her. He places his hand on Biden's shoulder. Then he greets J.D. Vance. Melania stands behind him, holding a Bible. He mouths thank you to the crowd and tightens his lips together in a smile. In the overflow room, a crowd watches Trump on a monitor. They stand applauding.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Trump takes his seat beside J.D. Vance and they whisper to one another. They sit in plush leather chairs.
Please welcome the chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Amy steps up to the podium.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the inaugural ceremony committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders, elevated by the will of the people, promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day. A further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position."
We're going to break into this for a moment because we have some breaking news we want to share related to all this. President Biden pardoning his family members minutes before President-elect Trump is sworn in. I want to go to our senior legal correspondent, Laura Jarrett. Laura, walk us through it.
Yeah, Lester, a rare and sweeping pardon here from the president in just his final moments while he still occupies that office, pardoning all of his living siblings and their spouses, including James Biden, Sarah Biden, Valerie Owens Biden, his sister, her husband, John T. Owens, and his brother, Francis Biden. Now, Lester, none of these people have been charged with crimes, but he says he's doing this because there is partisan politics here, obviously referring to the president-elect who is set to take office just minutes from now, Lester. Again, he's saying he's doing this as a preemptive pardon, something we have seen, something sweeping but very rare, Lester.
And, Laura, none of this is reversible. The next president, Trump, can't reverse this.
No, he can't, Lester. These are binding. They have the force of law. Courts recognize them. But we should note it doesn't stop Congress from investigating, and they have pledged specifically to come after James Biden, Lester.
All right, Laura Jarrett, thanks very much. We'll talk more on that, but let's rejoin now at the Capitol, where we're just moments away from President Trump, President-elect Trump, taking the oath of office.
Has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Amy steps down from the central podium that's adorned with the seal of the president. On the right sits Biden, on the left sits Trump.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
That was Senator Deb Fischer of Nebraska.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Timothy Cardinal Dolan gathers up his speech and steps down from the podium. He shakes Trump's hand.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory.
Reverend Franklin Graham, Samaritan's Purse. He grins out at the audience.
Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So, Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Three uniformed officers enter with the Vance children. J.D. Vance kisses his young children. Usha joins as well. As they gather around the podium, she takes her youngest daughter and lifts her into her arms. The three children are under the age of 7.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
J.D. Vance shakes Brett's hand, and then he kisses his wife. They smile down at their young children. Usha shakes Brett Kavanaugh's hand as well.
Taking the oath of office just a minute before noon here on the East Coast, becoming the 50th Vice President of the United States, the third youngest.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the Presidential Oath of Office.
Trump whispers to Usha as she returns to her seat with her children. Correction, the children exit out the back door, wearing their blue suits.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Trump shakes hands with former President Biden. Outside, there's a gun salute.
And in D.C., the boom of
Smoke
cannons
billows as
resonating
cannons
across
fly.
Washington, D.C. right now as Donald Trump becomes the 47th president of the United States. The swearing-in occurring just about a minute after 12 o'clock here in the East.
Trump shakes hands with his sons. And he shakes hands once again with J.D. Vance. They mingle around the podium. Melania, carrying the Bibles, speaks briefly to Biden as Barron Trump shakes Biden's hand and Kamala Harris's hand.
Kristen, describe the era that we're about to launch.
The Trump family returns to their seats.
Well, this is yet another unprecedented moment. We are watching the greatest political comeback in modern American political history, someone who's very familiar with what it means to be the president of the United States, what it takes to pass legislation, and yet he returns to the Oval Office in a very different backdrop. He has control, Republicans have control of the House.
The guests in the
Senate.
rotunda stand.
The Supreme Court has a conservative majority. And President Trump now has had 4 years to reflect on this job. That
A uniformed choir strides up the aisles, two by two.
20th Amendment alert.
They bump shoulders with
That
some of the
term,
guests.
The previous term expires at noon. Whether or not you were sworn in, that term expires and President Trump becomes president. But they made it pretty close to the wire.
It was a nail biter.
I think J.D. Vance was sworn in just before noon, and President Trump a couple minutes after. So pretty close. They definitely squished the schedule.
Yeah, dialing up my favorite constitutional lawyer up at Yale just to check on that. You know, one of the things we're going to see in this inaugural address now from President Trump, there's a question mark. His aides have suggested it's going to be about renewing confidence and restoring hope. I think back to this moment when we were all in very different seats, a little chillier back in 2017, when he delivered a speech that is widely known now as the American Carnage speech, where he talked about the idea that there has been American carnage in this country.
The Armed Forces Chorus and the United States Naval Academy Glee
then I
Club
think there is a question as
stand
to the tone
in the
and tenor
rotunda.
of these remarks now. President Trump's first remarks to the nation in his second historic term in office.
I'm really struck by the fact that moving it indoors did not seem to take away any of the spectacle, the regal quality of that, the majesty of the office. I don't like to use terms that suggest monarchy, but the language kind of leads me that way. So this space in the rotunda really is a cathedral of democracy, and this ceremony moved from what would have been a sweeping and beautiful West Front is quite stunning in how it's playing out. He is the 47th president, but there are 45 who have held the office because of the double term.
And the battle hymn of the Republic. Let's listen.
In the overflow room, the crowd stands on their feet, viewing the screen where Trump appears.
Christ was born across the sea, with our glory in his bosom that transfigured.
Trump nods his head to the music. He applauds. Trump raises his eyebrows. Unsmiling, he continues applauding. An aerial view shows the crowd from above.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Senator Deb Fischer turns and extends a hand to Trump. She shakes his hand and he whispers something into her ear. They speak briefly, and then she returns to her seat. Donald Trump applauds briefly before slowly stepping to the podium. He mouths, "Thank you."
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provide sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again.
Behind Trump and the audience in front of Trump all got to their feet.
Thank you very much.
The crowd in the overflow room applauds as well. Trump looks back at his wife.
That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true.
Once again, the audience gets to their feet to applaud Trump.
Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country, we will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First,
behind Trump, Biden
I will
smiles.
declare a national emergency at our southern border.
Everyone in the rotunda gets to their feet to applaud Trump. Biden and Kamala remain in their seats, however.
All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
Once again, the audience gets to their feet. In the overflow room, they remain seated.
And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities.
Trump licks his lips.
As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill.
The Bidens and Kamala seated behind him do not applaud or stand.
America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America.
Once again, the crowd gets to their feet. Biden and Kamala remain seated. Several people near the front row also remain seated.
Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. Something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Once again, everyone in the rotunda gets to their feet, including Barron Trump.
This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into.
Trump tightens his lips as he grins out at the crowd.
My will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families.
Biden and Kamala stand and applaud.
Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars.
Elon Musk makes a thumbs-up gesture and grins. He's seated behind Barron.
Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation. And right now, our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken.
Trump grins and raises his eyebrows.
I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We're going to win like never before.
Trump purses his lips. He mouths, "Thank you."
Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
President Trump with a lower key tone, but a speech that echoed and mirrored many of the statements of his last inaugural speech 4 years ago. Declaring the age of America begins right now. He says he will carefully put America first. Safety will be restored. He said America's decline is over.
It was a unsparing critique of the president who sat behind him, Joe Biden, and he talked about the American decline ending now, and he said that this would be known henceforth as Liberation Day, and said our golden age has just begun. And referring to his own political comeback, he said, "Here I am, the people have spoken," Kristen.
And saying that
Carrie
he was
Underwood
saved
is
by
escorted
God
in
after that
by an officer.
assassination attempt to bring this country back. I was struck by that moment when he said, from this moment on, America's decline is over. It sounded a lot like his inaugural address in 2017 when he said, this American carnage ends right here and right now. So there were some parallels, despite the fact that he had teased that this would be a unifying address. What we heard today was, in fact, a searing criticism of the Biden administration without mentioning President Biden by name, but saying, my recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal. And all of these many betrayals that have taken place, undoubtedly the investigations, the indictments.
And we're about to hear from Carrie Underwood.
She stands at the front holding a microphone. She gazes up at the ceiling. Carrie's long blonde hair hangs loose about her shoulders. Trump gazes out at the crowd from his seat, where he stands just in front of it.
Waiting for her performance to begin. There's the new president of the United States taking in the crowd that gathered in the rotunda, this unusual setting for a presidential inauguration, one dictated by the weather.
Underwood, one of the many celebrities who is performing over this inaugural weekend here, the 8-time Grammy Award winner, who said in a recent statement that she is humbled to answer the call to come together in the spirit of unity, which is part of why she is performing here today.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, God shed his grace on
Trump mouths, wow. Then Kerry shakes Biden's hand.
Singing America the Beautiful for President Trump as the former President Biden looks on, and the political comeback is complete. He is now president. We await a few more of the ceremonial tidbits as this Inauguration Day wears on.
Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Melania steps away from her row to make room for the 3 religious leaders. Ari takes the podium first. He wears a yarmulke.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last. Free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Senior Pastor Lorenzo Sewell of the 180 Church Detroit brings his arms together. He gestures with his hands. Then he turns to Trump and embraces him. He also embraces J.D. Vance. Reverend Frank Mann.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Reverend Frank Mann removes his glasses and
Ladies
pockets
gentlemen,
them.
please remain standing for our national anthem.
Opera singer Christopher Macchio returns.
Can you say, by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars o'er the perilous fight are the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets and gay ribbons bursting in earth gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does it first take us
He shakes hands with Trump, and then they embrace.
And as we're getting into the winding down moments of this inauguration ceremony, we return to our
Ladies
table
and
to
gentlemen,
talk
please
about some of
remain
what
at
we've
your
just
seats
seen.
while the president and official party depart the platform.
So as they make their departure, we just have to mention an unplanned part of this ceremony that took place a few moments ago. There was a pause right before Carrie Underwood was to sing. It seems there was some kind of problem with the accompaniment, the band that was supposed to play along with her. And so, yes, spontaneously, she sang a cappella with a few scattered voices. She said, "You're going to have to help me out," to the crowd there. And people did sing along with her, but pretty incredible that she was able.
We should also point out that during the singing of the national anthem, we saw the American flag flying at full staff here in Washington, D.C. That's been a bit of a controversy because with the death of President Carter, flags were ordered to be waved at half-staff.
And they will return to half-staff tomorrow, but Speaker Johnson said that they should be at full staff today for the inauguration.
Because some state houses, some governors had already made that decision on their own.
It's 30 days in honor of a president who passes away, and it has not yet been 30 days. And because the Speaker has control over the grounds of the House, he was able to elevate the flags. And they, as I understand it, will go back down to half-staff tomorrow.
So I guess the next big moment is going to be the departure of President and First Lady Biden.
As we're taking a look at this, you heard the cheers and the applause in the room, and you see, I think that was, there he is, President Biden, former President Biden now, of course, making his way out of the Capitol and leaving Washington. We've talked about this legacy moment for him. He has reflected on that, about this,
the rotunda with his
leaving
wife.
of the place that he so sought for so many years. And he has said in recent interviews that he hopes that his legacy will be one that is remembered as somebody who was able to be a leader on the world stage, somebody who was able to bring people together.
He's leaving Washington, and he's been in Washington for 50-plus years, an entire life devoted to public service. He will exit and be out on the east front of the Capitol, where Marine One will be waiting for him to take him to Joint Base Andrews, where he will fly on what looks like Air Force One, but won't be called Air Force One, Special Air Mission, and will take the former first couple away.
And did he, I mean, you have to wonder, did he ever imagine his political career would end the way it has ended? Removed by his own party from the ticket, even the final acts today, pardoning members of his own family.
I don't think anyone,
The dignitaries
Lester, could
file
have
out of the
imagined that his
rotunda.
political career would end this way, because he is such a creature of Washington, and to have some of his closest allies for decades come to him and say, sir, you cannot win, and if you continue to stay in this race, you will drag down the rest of the party, had to be painful, had to be very difficult. He has acknowledged as much now publicly, and that decision, the timing of it, will be debated for years to come. I think it's notable. I'm thinking about his farewell address that he delivered earlier this week from the Oval Office, and a lot of people were expecting him to tick through those 50-plus years that he has served in Washington. Instead, yes, he did talk about his legacy. He also warned that he believes an oligarchy is taking root in this country. So those were some of his parting words as we now wait to hear what he says publicly when he addresses his staff.
As we watch these departures, we want to check in with Craig Melvin, who was in Emancipation Hall for the ceremony. That was the overflow room for this inauguration ceremony. Who were some of the attendees that you saw, Craig, and how was it received?
Trump
You know,
and Melania hold
Savannah, as we
hands
watch these
as they
images,
leave
we
the
can tell you
rotunda.
that President Trump and the First Lady, they are actually on their way here. They'll come down to Emancipation Hall. The President and Vice President Vance, they will be addressing the crowd that's assembled here. Again, we're talking about roughly 1,000 or so folks. That should happen here, we're told, roughly in the next 10, 15 minutes or so. But there was lots of applause down here. There were lots of cheers during the president's address. They started applauding and cheering when the president declared that the golden age of America starts today, and he vowed to put America first. They applauded wildly. Even standing applause when President Trump said that I was saved by God to make America great again. That was the line that got the most sustained applause. So here's the thing. Over the next 3 hours or so here in the Capitol, there are going to be a number of different events. Again, as I mentioned, he'll come down, he'll address the crowd. And then after that, there will be that congressional luncheon that's always, it's become a part of the inaugural ceremony. And then there'll be some gift giving, we're told. There'll be some gifts given by congressional leadership, some flags that have been flown at the Capitol, some swearing in photos. And at some point, we're told, and this is actually going to be pretty interesting to see, because where we're standing right now, they're going to have to get everyone out of this room. And at about an hour or so later, the president is going to do this first honors. Again, it's akin to a reviewing of the troops, but we're not calling it that because there's apparently some military distinction. But this first honors is going to look and feel like that. You'll have each member of the branches of the military will be represented: the Army, the Air Force, the Navy, the Coast Guard, the Marines, and of course the Space Guard as well. We're told about 150 members of the military or so from those branches. It's going to take about 15 minutes, and at that point, the president will then leave the Capitol. But we're buckled up here and ready to go for at least another 2.5 hours at the Capitol.
Okay, stand by there, Craig. We'll be back with you as we watch these departures just past the top of the hour now, 1 o'clock Eastern in Washington. President Trump just sworn in as the 47th President of the United States.
We heard a performance a moment ago for the national anthem as the inauguration ceremony inside the Capitol Rotunda appears to be winding down. People are now exiting, but the president still has a very packed day ahead, as Craig noted.
Yeah, he just laid out President Trump will head toward the Capital One Arena in Washington after this business here at the Capitol. It has turned into a viewing site and an overflow room of sort for his supporters after today's ceremony had to be moved indoors due to the frigid weather here in Washington. Before that, he's also expected to sign a bunch of executive orders. There will be a signing ceremony at the Capitol, but also further signings at the Capital One Arena in front of that rally crowd.
Let's bring in NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss. Michael, thank you for being with us. I want to get your first impressions of what the president laid out as to the state of America now and where he wants to take
The Clintons
the
also shake hands with Donald
Well, I
Trump
think
Jr.
the way to look
and
at this,
Ivanka Trump.
Lester and Savannah, is to compare it to recent inaugurals and recent inaugural addresses in modern times. And you have to say that the sweep of his ambitions, you heard it stated today, perhaps more than ever before, in foreign policy, to change America's role, change the way we experience elements of America, and also change American culture and society.
Hey, Michael,
The Clintons shake
unfortunately, your
hands
audio
with other
is
dignitaries as they
breaking
leave
up,
the
so I think we're going
rotunda.
to take a moment and
They're
let
followed
they
up
get sorted
by
out
George
and
Bush
work here in the
and
room
Barack
here.
Obama.
The former presidents are
who also
exiting, and I
shake
thought it was very
hands.
notable that when the Clintons were about to step out, the adult children, well, they're all adults now, of President Trump, Don Jr. and Ivanka appeared to extend a hand to Hillary Clinton and maybe President Clinton as well. That's an unusual moment as the Trump family was exiting before the former presidents. And this, of course, is where the farewell happens. We did not see this 4 years ago because Donald Trump left from Joint Base Andrews earlier in the day when he was still in office.
He did not attend the inauguration.
And let's just note, while there is a stately pace for these traditional events here, the incoming Trump administration, the new Trump administration, they are off and running. The socials are now flipped over to the 47th president. Their social media sites, whitehouse.gov. They are already having staff at work in place
Several
to initiate
attendees
all of the
filed
things
out
that
of
you
the
heard
Capitol.
the president lay out in that speech. You've got a number of changeovers already. The TSA administrator, according to our reporting here at NBC News, has now stepped aside or been fired. You have also a new, the acting FBI director as well has stepped down. The work is already being done. And by the way, the legal challenges already filed now, several against that new Department of Governmental Efficiency, which the president has talked about that Elon Musk will lead.
I'm guessing that coat check is closed here because the folks are going out sans coats on a pretty chilly day here in Washington.
Well, to the point that Hallie makes, first of all, what we heard from President Trump was a list of the robust agenda that he wants to start working on today, so much so that I had some Republicans texting me saying, this has the markings to some extent of a State of the Union address. And look at the optics inside the room. The Republicans standing to cheer, the Democrats seated in some moments, former President Biden now, former Vice President Kamala Harris with stern expressions as he was quite critical of their record on various issues.
President Trump making his own news, saying the Gulf of Mexico will now be referred to as the Gulf of America, saying he's renaming, taking Mount McKinley back. It was Denali. You could have an argument about starting at Denali, becoming Mount McKinley, back to Denali. Well, he wants it to be called Mount McKinley once again as members of the Supreme Court depart. And we're starting to see now what we will, it's a departure of President Biden and
followed by Biden
President
and
Trump
Jill
and
Biden.
Melania Trump there to usher them off to their departure by helicopter and then off to Andrews Air Force Base, where by tradition there's a ceremony and sometimes staffers gather there, Biden staffers. We've got Ryan in the East Front. So, Ryan, I don't know if you've got a vantage point here. Ryan Nobles, our Capitol Hill correspondent.
Yeah, that's right, Savannah. And we can see the current president, the newly inaugurated President Donald Trump, escorting the former President Joe Biden out here onto the East Front, where Joe Biden will ultimately get on the Marine One helicopter and depart to Joint Base Andrews. Now, this was a tradition that was started back in 1977 when Gerald Ford left Washington for the final time aboard Marine One. Traditionally, outgoing presidents would leave the Capitol by train. In fact, they would sometimes just walk from the East Front over to Union Station and get on aboard a train to travel home. That's how many presidents did before Ford. But once this new tradition was instituted, this became the regular.
They wait for that by the helicopter.
Of course, this did not happen 4 years ago because Donald Trump chose not to participate in the inauguration activities. Instead, Vice President Pence came all by himself and was walked out by then the newly inaugurated Vice President Kamala Harris. They were in masks at the time, if you remember, because that was the height of COVID. And then Mike Pence left in a car. So this is an opportunity here to demonstrate the peaceful transfer of power.
Donald and Melania
as you
Trump
see
turned to speak with the Bidens.
the new president speaking to the former
And
president
Kamala
and
Harris
speaking
and
to
her husband,
Vice
Doug
President
Emhoff.
Harris as well. It is bitterly cold out here right now. The east front of the Capitol often becomes a wind tunnel.
The Vances join in.
Just by the way that it is configured up here on Capitol Hill. And the wind is whipping through
Joe Biden
this part
embraces
of Washington
Kamala
right
Harris.
now. That wind will kick up even more once the rotors of Marine One start rotating in order to lift Marine One off
Biden also
of the east front of the
embraces Doug
Capitol
Emhoff.
and then take the Bidens over to
Ryan,
Joint Base Andrews.
Former
Here's
Vice
the first
President Kamala
departure. We
Harris
just saw
strides
the
off with her
goodbyes
husband.
there with Kamala Harris.
That's right.
And her husband, Doug Emhoff, being
Followed by the
greeted by
Vances.
President Trump, who, of course, prevailed in the election. And then a big warm hug from the Bidens and Dr. Biden. And so the next departure will be of the Bidens themselves.
And we should point out when the former president gets on that aircraft, it will no longer be Marine One for this mission. It'll have a different call sign.
Nighthawk 46.
Oh, there we go, Nighthawk 46.
And much has been made of the relationship
President
between
Trump
Harris and
banters
Emhoff
with the
and the
Bidens.
Bidens, and we really saw a demonstration, a very physical one there with that warm embrace of the closeness. Their political lives were intertwined by the decision Joe Biden made to name her as his running mate and then to serve with her as vice president. And now that relationship takes a new turn. We don't know what Kamala Harris and her future will look like. We know that the former president, now Joe Biden, and Dr. Jill Biden will be traveling to Santa Barbara County and spending some time in Santa Ynez at a private home there to have a little rest and vacation.
It's the same area, I believe, that they spent time after the Democratic convention back in the summer. Another difficult moment, presumably, of course, for President Biden and former President Biden. And the former First Lady there has had and expressed publicly great frustration with the way that she felt her husband was treated over the summer by the Democratic Party.
Head toward the helicopter.
Talking about, for example, former House Speaker Nancy
holding her
Pelosi
hat
saying
with her
we were
hand.
friends for 50 years. Pelosi seen in many ways as one of the architects ultimately forcing out Joe Biden to get Kamala Harris into that race.
And leaving the cold of Washington is probably, there are many metaphors to that.
Yes, but I think that it does speak to, first of all, how powerful these images are. Images that I think the country is to some extent hungry for. These images of bipartisanship, the peaceful transfer of power.
They stopped to face each other.
Very different
Dr.
images
Jill
than the
Biden
ones
shaking
we
President
saw
Trump's
4 years
hand.
ago.
Then
And again,
embracing
the
Melania.
question, what will become of the Democratic Party now?
I mean, it's just, the word is class. It's a classy thing to do.
Yes.
It's classy to come to your former rival's inauguration. It's classy
Bidens
to
shake
see
the
them
hands
off.
of dignitaries
It's classy
waiting by
to
the
have,
helicopter before
you know,
boarding.
a Marine One with a
It's the kind of
special
thing we've always
designation. It's what we expect and hope and aspire to in this country, which
President
actually
Trump and
brings
Melania
us
Trump
directly to
turn
John
and walk
Meacham,
away from the
presidential
helicopter.
historian who has done some work for President Biden and writing speeches and so forth. But what are your thoughts, John, as we see these images, but also looking back at the inaugural address we just heard?
Well, let's start with President Biden for a moment. This is 53 years of federal service that is coming to an end. This would be as if someone who had been elected to the United States Senate when Harding won the presidency had left when Joe Biden was a freshman senator. President Biden's
Trump and
life
Melania
has
stand
been
beside
marked
J.D.
by
Vance and his
extraordinary tragedy and extraordinary twists of fate. It brought him to the pinnacle of power at a late season in his life. He believes deeply in the American experiment for all of its imperfections. Many of the imperfections
Trump,
he
Melania,
embodies
and the
because
Vances
he,
wave
like
at the
all of us, is
helicopter.
a fallen, frail, and fallible person. But through
Then they
war
turn
and
and
peace
walk
and
away.
prosperity and hard
Both couples
times
holding hands.
and the ups and downs, not just of politics, but of life, losing so many members of his wife and his daughter in 1972, losing
President
his
Trump
son,
stopping to banter with
Beau,
his
some years
children.
ago, and yet enduring.
And continuing
enduring and believing in public service. Believe that public service, as President Kennedy said, could be a noble profession. And so the country takes its leave of President Biden as we begin this interrupted era. It's not a new era, really, is it? It's just it's Act Two. I will say, Savannah, as
They
you said,
re-entered
I'm a
the
friend of
Capitol
President
building.
Biden's. I've helped him when I could. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I believe very much in the constitutional order and in the norms that we've seen try to be reestablished today. I will say that was the single most partisan inaugural, I think, that I know of in American history. Even the invocations tended to be partisan. I am a person of faith, as are many of you. I'm an Episcopalian. I am a Christian. I'm an observant Christian. But I will say this. When religion is used to divide and to exalt one side over the other, we are in a place where we need to take care. We should be praying together for our nation.
The
We
Marine
should be
One
praying
helicopter
together
prepares
for
to take
our
off
fellow
with the
countrymen.
Bidens on board.
We should not be praying for certain electoral college outcomes or certain policy shifts and certain personalities to prevail.
John, when
and
you
so I think, yeah.
Yeah, when you say all that and characterize it as a highly partisan speech, do you see anything in Donald Trump that signals that this time will be different, that, lessons learned? I mean, we all, experiences teach us all lessons. Do you see that here?
I hope. I live in hope, like all of us. I think it was a speech of Trumpian superlatives. And look, 49.9% of the country that decided to vote chose this path. And I'm not being sentimental or mawkish when I say I genuinely pray for his success, because that is the country's success, which is a phrase of George Herbert Walker Bush's when he handed power to Bill Clinton. In many ways, President Trump is the fullest manifestation of forces that can do great good, but they can also divide us. And so we are now in a position as a country, and this is not a partisan observation, we're in a position in the country where, Lester, as your question implies, in many ways, the course of the country, always intimately entwined with those who are in power, is particularly so in the next 4 years. No one has ever had the impact. I mean, as President Biden leaves, this is the age of Trump politically. That's not to lionize him, but as a practical matter, he has defined our politics for more than a decade. He will continue to define our politics. He has defined the Supreme Court. He has defined, in many ways, cultural shifts. And as a country, we will be either embracing or pulling back from the personality we saw very much on display today.
Nighthawk 46, the Marine aircraft used for the part of the presidential fleet, now airborne. The Bidens getting their last look at Washington, D.C. as first couple.
Can you imagine the conversation that might be taking place? It's a moment where the images match the reality. He's leaving physically and leaving, of course, politically, Washington as well. And then there are those waiting in Emancipation Hall at this hour for a visit from President Trump and perhaps Melania Trump as well. These were people who were able to attend inside, but not in the rotunda itself. So this was the overflow room. And they will get a visit from President Trump in just a moment. There's talk of perhaps some signing of executive orders and actions right there. And as is tradition, there's a luncheon that the Presidential Inauguration Committee puts on every year. Didn't do it in 2021 because of the COVID pandemic, but it's back on for this year. And then later, we'll get over to Capital One Arena instead of a parade because of the cold weather. The president's supporters have gathered there. We've got Tom Yamas there. I think we can also check in with Tom. We do expect executive orders to be signed there as well. The president in his inauguration address mentioned some of them. So he's already broken his own news in terms of some of these big changes he intends to make as soon as today.
That is correct, Savannah. There's a desk, as we pointed out earlier in our coverage here of the inauguration. Just over my right shoulder, there's a desk where we expect President Trump to sign some of those executive orders right here at the Capital One Arena. He had a rally here last night. Again, he's doing a twofer, if you will, for his supporters. The atmosphere in here is the complete opposite, if you will, to sort of the take that we just heard from John Meacham. The people in here were completely enthralled, as you can imagine, with that inauguration speech that they heard there. Some of the loudest applause lines came when they said they were going to declare cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, that there was going to be a national energy emergency, drill baby drill. And the loudest applause, I will say, came when he said there are only two genders, male and female. This place erupted in a standing ovation. I also want to point out the temperature here. When the Bidens were leaving that helicopter, the crowd here started to chant that song, na 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 na, hey, 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 goodbye. So there's a little quote-unquote dunking, if you will, on the Bidens over here. That's the atmosphere, because remember, these are all like the diehard Trump supporters that are out here that waited in the cold and are now filling up the Capital One Arena. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Yeah, sorry, I want to leave you there. We'll be back later where the president will be. But right now, he's about to enter Emancipation Hall, where people have been waiting all morning for their moment with President Trump, and they're about to get it.
If you're one of the 3 million people who visit the Capitol every year, chances are pretty high that you've passed through this area. It's the lower level of the Capitol Visitor Center, which was, of course, constructed in 2008. So a number of people waiting to see if they will hear another version, if you will, of the president's speech during the inaugural.
Craig Melvin is inside the room. Craig, what are you seeing and hearing?
Just moments ago, we saw a number of folks take to the stage. Speaker Mike Johnson there about to speak. We're told that the remarks from the president will be roughly 10 minutes in length. There are no teleprompters there. We're told that the remarks are also going to be unscripted. So this will be the newly elected president of the United States speaking off the cuff. So we're told 10 minutes.
At a podium.
But you all, we've all been doing this long enough to know that probably means a little bit longer than 10 minutes. These are folks who have been here all morning, but we also, over the last 2 minutes or so, a number of other folks who were previously in the rotunda have made their way down, but we're told President Trump is literally making the walk down the stairs right now. He'll be joined by the vice president as well.
And every opportunity will be looking to see if he'll be signing executive orders or clarifying some of them that he mentioned in his address today.
And as we wait for him to start signing these executive orders, we're reminded of the fact that this is a former reality TV star who understands the power of optics. And that's why it is quite possible we will see a number of different venues for him to sign these executive orders. And Hallie and Kelly and I remember having covered his first administration. Every time he signed anything,
Guests in Emancipation
it was a
Hall
big
rise to their
production.
feet, applauding.
And so I would anticipate the same type of pomp and pageantry here.
And the pen is often a gift.
Yes.
Right? So he made the Sharpie kind of bigger than life. And often it's a gift to pass the pens. For all the things he previewed, they need a lot of pens for today.
President Donald Trump.
He said he planned to sign so many executive orders
descend
that
the stairs
his arms would be
towards
sore.
Emancipation Hall.
So we shall see.
He descended the escalator all those years ago. Now he's walking down the stairs.
This crowd's seeing him in person for the first time during today's festivities.
President Trump and Melania holding hands, as
Of course,
are the
by the numbers, if the president signs more than 22 executive actions today or orders, he will hold the record. Nobody signed that many in a week, as we have seen here. at this moment, you talk about the tone that the president has struck as he enters office here. And if last inaugural, it was American carnage, here it is American decline, as he talked about. It is not a reinvention. It is a remix. He is doing all of the things, if he goes through with these executive actions, that he said he would do on the campaign trail.
Melania and President
those who voted
Trump
for him want to see it, those who did not don't. But he is set to make good on many of those campaign pledges.
Well, when he talks about a mandate, he feels that he was very clear about what he wanted to do, and that he received the popular vote. He received an overwhelming electoral victory, and that it was as clear as day what people were voting for. And so that is what, for him, the mandate means. And he's making good on it starting today.
And if you look
President
at the
Trump
polls,
gestures J.D. Vance to the
Thank you
microphone.
so much for being here.
Let's listen to Vice President Vance.
That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years, but I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Vice President Vance and President Trump shake hands. President Trump stands at the podium.
Oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record, because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great, and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple, and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said, to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got one negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least, you know? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop, but he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, you know, I was with him.
He nods and gestures to President Trump.
You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch.
Steve's
she can't
arm.
get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman
Steve
was a
laughs
mess.
along.
She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while, too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine.
Steve smiles
Right?
and pumps
With
a fist.
family, because of a family.
He nods and points at President Trump.
And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, you know, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, oh, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir. Calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, you know, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, you know, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, I mean, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. You know, this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs.
In split screen, the Bidens
They pardoned
disembarked.
a lot of people.
The
They pardoned,
helicopter.
before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. he spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. They say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. It's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago, he was actually on my side. And then one day, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So
in split screen, a ceremonial band
so I wanted to talk about that.
Music
but
for the Bidens.
all of that stuff got deleted, and the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, "Did Trump really do that to you?" But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol, but I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need, but you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. went to the helicopter out of respect to something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? That's going to be a very
Mike Johnson nods.
beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one, all these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we were winning. We won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing
President
I said.
Trump steps away from the
He's
microphone.
not here, but the governor of
back.
Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you.
He smiles broadly at President Trump.
Supposing I said, J.D., the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only did you have a partner.
Nods, right.
He had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, you know, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch. The Border Patrol gave a display. We had actually 2 sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away,
In split
right?
screen,
But it's true, the
former
anti-climb
President
panel, they
Biden
couldn't get
embraces
around
members
it.
of his staff
Just couldn't. When
at a
you didn't have
ceremony.
it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency, and we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor. Had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, and we've got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, you know, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have to wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we could just hook it up.
In split
we don't have
screen,
to
former
have
President
wires on
Biden
the
and
outside,
Dr.
which
Joe
wouldn't do
Biden
too
walk
well,
with
right?
officials
So
at
anyway,
Joint
so
Base Andrews,
we
holding
built
hands.
an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought, and they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world
In split
virtually
screen,
being
former
deposited
President
into
Biden
the United States.
and
And
Dr.
that man had to
Biden
suffer with it.
board
And he did
Air
an
Force
unbelievable
One.
job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but
They
now he's
turned
like
to wave
an
before
unbeatable
stepping on
governor
board the
because of your
aircraft.
border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott is he's a great man, great leader. And but it did make him very more. Did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation. That's right. But yeah, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it, and other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less, and they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that?
you'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it would be, they'd have it down that in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, let's stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done, and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in that truck.
Nods along.
I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the #1 issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have. The bad thing about it is some bad things happened, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So, you know, that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to #1 and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person. But we took on Hillary, and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got
in split
millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time.
Air Force One prepares to
No
take
president
off.
has ever gotten that many more
down the
votes.
runway.
I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten. And they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't.
Melania grins.
That's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02 they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said,
You know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than, we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe, the one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 80, 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. This has been, now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him. He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6.
Governor Abbott nods and smiles.
You call me, and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which is, it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this.
Waves and smiles.
I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are
Air Force One taxis down the runway with the Bidens on board.
Let me just see how far it is.
Preparing to take off.
Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to go. Right? Right?
President Trump and Melania share a look. She smiles and shakes her head.
And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom. And the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost our... She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it, because she's been a great First Lady. A beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady.
She nods and mouths, thank you.
You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, we love, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
So they just got the A+ treatment.
He shakes Mike Johnson's
that was
hand.
President Trump's remarks
and
to the
his wife,
overflow
Kelly.
room, and I believe longer than his inaugural address, and definitely had that rally feel. It was riffing and feeling the moment as he went through some of the greatest hits that he tends to hit in a rally speech.
Absolutely. It's the difference between scripted President Trump and unscripted President Trump, and we're quite familiar with him. He ticked through some of his biggest applause lines from his rally speeches. He was speaking to a very different audience. He's speaking to some of his most fervent supporters there. He made that very clear. He did say some things, again, falsely claimed the 2020 election was stolen, but talked about the mandate that we have been talking here about, the fact that he won the popular vote and the Electoral College, won all of the swing states, and clearly that's a theme that he'll be leaning into.
Let me bring in someone who was at the swearing-in ceremony today, former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Mr. Speaker, thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
The president has laid out a lot of ideas, some executive orders, some big sweeping policy ideas. How many of those, I mean, realistically, listening to them, how many of them are more aspirational than doable?
What he listed now, I think, are most of all doable and achievable. And remember, this is the difference. He's already done the job before. He's been out of office, focusing greater. Now he's coming back. He's not going to wait for some staffer to tell him how to do it. He also feels as though he allowed people to slow them down. Certain things he wanted to do first, they said, no, do that later, and he didn't get around to it. So he's not going to waste any time. Think about how quick he put his cabinet together, faster than before. He's got some confirmed today. He's got a majority on both sides that he knows in 2 years from now it's hard to keep the House. You usually have a 9-month honeymoon. You've got a reconciliation. It's tough. They decide 1 or 2 bills. That really only matters how big do they make these. So when he talks about the border being a disaster, that's a way that he can take care of the border without maybe doing a bill. So that makes it easier that you don't have to do the 2 bills. But he will push this Congress more than this Congress knows they'll want to be.
Well, I was going to say some things he can do by executive order, but to really make an impact, you do have to pass legislation. And here in the House, and you know, nobody could probably count heads better than you sitting at this table. I mean, he's got a 1-seat majority in the House.
It gets worse, right? Because, okay, now it's going to drop by 2 seats because you're going to have Elise and Mike Waltz go in. Those Florida seats won't get filled till April 1st. The New York seat won't get filled till later. So it's going to be very difficult. And this is the first time in modern history the majority in the Senate is larger than in the House. That's a big deal.
What happens when, the next time there's a challenge for the leadership, the Speaker leadership? What happens?
Nothing. Gates is gone. It was all about an ethics report he didn't want to come out.
Matt Gaetz.
Yeah, Matt Gaetz. Don't sleep with 17-year-olds and then we'll be okay.
Oh, gosh. Well, we know that Kevin McCarthy and Matt Gaetz, there's no love lost there.
Well, no, there's nothing about it. If you read the ethics report, that's exactly what transpired. He put the motion to vacate in the same day on October 2nd that he put it in. He came to me to try to make me influence it, and I wouldn't influence it. That's all there is.
Can you speak to the urgency? Because he has 4 years in office. What does that really mean in real terms in terms of how much time he has to get his agenda passed?
Well, the difficulty here on any presidency, when it gets towards the end, you're less powerful or less able to get through. He has a House and a Senate with a small majority. You've got a tax bill out there. You've got reconciliation, so you can deal with that. You've got executive powers, but they don't last forever. This is a man that wants to leave a legacy. This is a man who knows the job. This is a man that doesn't get a lot of sleep, and he will push people to make things happen. So I think he's going to be rather productive these first 9 months.
One of the things he just mentioned, and he's alluded to it 1,000 times, and it seems intent to do it, which is pardoning some of those who have been convicted in connection with January 6th. You were there on January 6th. You were quite disappointed in the president's actions that day. What do you think if he pardons some of these people?
The president has the power to do that. This is the difference.
No question about it. But
okay,
what do you think?
But this president told the American public why he was campaigning for office. If I am elected president, I will pardon these people.
Now, what do you think?
But compare this to Joe Biden, who said he would never pardon his son, who now, on the very last day, in the last 30 minutes, pardons his entire family.
What do you make of that decision for him to make those pardons and to do it now?
Terrible. Terrible. Think about what everybody else had gone through. Why pardon your family? It makes no sense to me. Why pardon January 6th from the idea of the elected officials? All it does is put a cloud over that you did something wrong. These people didn't ask for it, but you must know something that other people do not. And why do you wait to 30 minutes before? Why did you tell the American public you would never pardon your son, and you do it? Now, the difference here is whether you agree or disagree about what President Trump's going to do. He told the American public ahead of time they put that into consideration whether they vote for him for president. So he's just keeping a campaign promise.
There's no question. I mean, he was as clear as day about what he was going to do, and now he's going to do it. I just wondered for you, as somebody who was there, how does this sit with you?
He's not going to do from what I know of it, it doesn't seem like it's going to be a blanket pardon. There's some people that have been sitting in there that I don't believe have been given their justice. They've just been sitting in there. I don't think that's right.
Is retribution still on the table for this new president?
See, this is the thing that bothers me the most. For the people who are opposed to President Trump, all they talk about is retribution. I have not seen him put retribution into anybody when he has had the power.
But he's talked about it.
But he's talked about it, but I've only seen the other side do retribution to him and everybody else. I will tell you this. 4 years ago, when President Trump left office, everybody who worked for him got blackballed, that nobody could be hired, that nobody could work any place. And then everybody had to go through attorneys. Everybody was getting prosecuted. Everybody was being looked at. President Trump had to go through. And to what the Democrats did to President Trump, they helped elect him by prosecuting him, because what they misread with the American public, when they would prosecute him for something they would never anybody else in America, that's when you literally felt across America, this is wrong.
And yet, Mr. Speaker, the president has put in place, or hopes to put in place, somebody like Kash Patel to lead the FBI, somebody who has made a list of people he decries as deep state individuals. Critics call it this enemies list. You heard Pam Bondi, who he wants to be his next attorney general, get questioned about this. How do you square that, what you're talking about here with the actions that the president's taking?
But what I listen to, too, is that they would follow the rule of law, that they wouldn't put...
Do you believe Kash Patel would do so if he was...
I do believe so, because I know Kash Patel. And, you know, it's an interesting thing. I've watched people sit back and say, I want to go after you because you say you might do something in the future. We live in America, right? You're innocent, proven guilty, but now they're going after this. They will uphold the rule of law. But they saw the other side of this, that people using a prosecution against them that wasn't right. I think they'll be more apt not to use it.
I mean, we don't have time to get into all of it. I mean, we talk about upholding the rule of law. I mean, there was a prosecution, for example, in Florida for mishandling classified documents. It seemed to be as clear as day. I mean, pursuing a prosecution under those circumstances is not an abuse of the rule of law. It's a pursuant of a vindication of the rule of law.
Okay, but this is all fair, too. Okay, that was on President Trump. But at the very same moment you're saying that, you had a President Joe Biden that had the documents inside his garage. But this is something that was different than the two. He had a document when he was a senator. I've been part of the Gang of Eight. At no time, at no place, a House or senator could ever take a classified document. Done deal. But he had one. Did he get prosecuted? No. What did they say? He's too old. But he's sitting as the president of the United States. So this is what we talk about fair treatment. So when people on the other side of the aisle say, oh, my God, President Trump may do something in the future, he hasn't. Give us the time and place. Let him govern. If he does something wrong, that's appropriate time to make an argument. But right now, I just watched a nation have an opportunity to heal. I watched world leaders come to this inaugural. I've watched people who spent millions of dollars against him sit right behind him and are excited.
What do you think
I watched titans in business say they're changing their process of how they run their social media companies to be fair.
What do you think, though, about someone, yes, there were world leaders here, but someone who is calling for, you know, Greenland to be taken, the Panama Canal to be taken, sovereign...
Well, look, knowing President Trump for a long time, he's always a business person, right? So it's always kind of a negotiation. And what he's trying to do is put America in a better place for that negotiation. Now, he has a legitimate argument about the Panama Canal. If China controls both entrances of the canal, that puts the future of America in jeopardy, especially from a military point of view, or if we need to run commerce around. So if he talks tough, is this a Teddy Roosevelt?
Waiters or servers.
Maybe that's a good moment. Maybe it's a shock moment to China, and maybe it's a moment to Panama. Don't let China control this canal.
Can I just say that as we're having this robust discussion, we're looking inside the Capitol. There's a luncheon taking place right now.
This is a great luncheon.
Per tradition. Kevin McCarthy, the food's good.
No, it's a small luncheon. It's a nice luncheon where you get together. The former presidents will be there. It was one of my favorite things, the Statuary Hall.
Yeah.
Actually, I think this time around the former presidents are not.
They're not this year. And 4 years ago, it was canceled because of the pandemic.
We walked around.
But we'll see. But this is one of the nice traditions where people do mix and mingle. And one of those rituals that people, I think, like to see, that our country, even if just for a day, even if just for a moment, that there's collegiality.
And a chance to mix with those titans that you were just talking about. And do you see any risk, sir, for overreach in his goals?
I mean, that's Justice Kavanaugh talking to Mark Zuckerberg.
That's a moment. That's a moment. If he wants to accomplish things with mass deportations, that there wouldn't be sufficient funding to actually make that happen, or there wouldn't be the political will when it reaches into farm communities. You're from Bakersfield, California, where undocumented workers keep the economy going. Is there a risk that what he has promised could come up against political problems for him?
Well, this is where you got to understand what is he said, even in today. He's not referring to those people. He's referring to those more than 1.3 million who are sitting in jail. He's referring to someone who came here illegally and have created a felony, who killed somebody, who's raped somebody. He says, let's remove them. If he gets to a different level, that'll be a different discussion. But he has not said that yet. So I think from a standpoint for America, we should pause and let's get this, because I've watched cities across America, New York or everywhere else. Massachusetts, it's the greatest threat, the state emergency, is the southern border.
Mr. Speaker, when I interviewed him, he was very clear. He wants to remove everyone who's here illegally. You're right, he wants to start with the criminals. Absolutely, that's his focus right now. Is that something that you think is feasible? Would you support that?
Removing the criminals? Yes.
Well, everyone. In addition to the
look,
criminals.
To be fair, if somebody comes here illegally, you're breaking the law. So let's create a country that maintains its law. But I don't think, if you look at America, 85% of America agrees. If you have come here illegally and you have committed a felony, you need to leave. And I think that's where we're starting. That's where we're going.
Don't go anywhere. Don't run to the luncheon for the.
I didn't get invited this year.
For the good grub. I want to go to Garrett Haake, our senior White House correspondent, who's got some information on the subject. We were just talking about these January 6th pardons. What do you know, Garrett?
Well, not as much as I'd like, Savannah. We're still waiting to see exactly what is going to come down from the president and his team today. But we know that there is a list prepared by President Trump's team for those pardons, and it is expected to come down today. Now, the president has a menu of options at his disposal here. If he wants to pardon folks who have perhaps already completed their sentences, he could pardon as many as 700 people with little practical effect. These are people who've gone in and out of the justice system already. If he wants to pardon folks who are convicted of or pled guilty to nonviolent offenses, which is what J.D. Vance has suggested that he might do, the numbers could be even greater. I think what Donald Trump has described and what his team has described as a gray area is where this gets a little bit sticky here. Maybe someone who was charged with a violent crime who pleaded down to something less. It is, I think, the big question is are those folks who assaulted the Capitol police officers, convicted of assaulting the Capitol police officers, the same folks who protected Speaker McCarthy and all these other lawmakers and we reporters up here on that day, among those who are on that menu of options that the president will choose from. Nevertheless, we do have reporting now confirmed that that list does exist. It's a matter of time before the president signs off on it and we see who's on it. I will tell you at that rally last night, just down the street at Capital One Arena, he said that his supporters would be very, very pleased with what he ultimately decided to do about those January 6th hostages, as he calls them. Savannah?
All right, Garrett, thank you.
All right, let's bring in our senior business correspondent, Christine Romans, now for more on President Trump's actions on energy and the economy.
Yeah, well, what we're hearing from the White House and the second administration White House officials is that they're going to try to make America affordable again. We expect the president's going to start signing these memorandum of understanding and these EOs soon. But the point here is they want to unleash America's energy resources, reliable and consistent energy resources. I think you're going to hear about Alaska. We heard from incoming White House officials earlier today that they really want to be able to unlock natural resources, mining minerals and and also energy in Alaska. And that, of course, has been something that the Biden administration has tried to limit the amount of leasing oil and energy on those lands. I think you'll also hear about what the new White House calls the EV mandate. They want to make it so that American citizens don't have to think about their shower heads, their light bulbs, some of these things that you've heard Trump on the campaign trail many times say that Americans are being pushed into energy efficiency unfairly. So you'll probably hear more about that. And we're expecting a memorandum of understanding on prices and getting prices down. So not necessarily an EO, an executive order on prices, but you'll hear the White House talk about the ways that every single agency can try to lower prices for American citizens. And again, when you talk about energy and what the president wants to do with energy, he's hoping to lower energy prices, and that, Lester, will lower prices for everything else. So that's how they're sort of looking at the inflation part of the story. And then, of course, he will declare a state of emergency in energy and also at the border. And, of course, mass deportations and border actions, of course, could also affect the economy in the days and weeks ahead. So waiting to see exactly what of these 5 binders of executive orders and memoranda the president is going to sign in the coming minutes and hours.
Luncheon,
Christine, thanks very much. While we have the speaker here, I wanted to get your thoughts on the pardoning. We learned a little bit more information on the pardoning of J6. Those who are convicted. What do you think?
Well, I mean, if he's going back, this is something he said during the campaign, so he's following through on his promise. If he's pardoning people who have already served their time, I don't think he'd think of people big argument. I think the only place people have a big agreement on, and it doesn't look like he's giving a blanket one. For those who are doing any damage to the Capitol Police officers, I think there would be a difference.
So there's a line he probably won't want to cross.
Yeah.
It is worth noting that as the president is delivering these remarks, as he's talking about the potential for these pardons, he's doing so in the place where we saw what went down on that day, on that attack on the Capitol. And it is only the 3rd time that President Trump is back at the Capitol since January 6th. And here he is, and we heard him in those remarks continuing to push those election fraud claims, those election fraud lies that he pushed after the 2020 election, which obviously were not the case at the site where his supporters sought to overturn the legitimate results of that 2020 election. And so it is I think it is a moment where we're talking about these images of unity, these images that, as you say, Mr. Speaker, the president is looking to extend an olive branch, but there's also a gravitas to this moment as well, I think, for a lot of people in that building.
But there's something here, underreporting here, okay? This is the first time in more than 30 years a Republican president
in split screen
won the popular vote.
President Trump enters the
You
signing
sat at this
room.
table for hours wondering whether this election would be close or not. He won every single swing state. The country has made a decisive decision. They have all the information about January 6th. They have everything else. The only thing new they have today is that the past president, Joe Biden, just pardoned his entire family. His entire family just got his brother, who said he wasn't involved with his son getting money from China, that we found out that became true. A laptop that they told the American public before the last election, and they used 51 people. Former CIA director said this was false when they knew that it wasn't. I mean, to go back and pardon things and lie about it is a real difficult.
Just want to point out this is a signing ceremony right now. You're understanding these are not executive orders. This is
not. These are things. This is on the Senate side. It's right after you become president. You go in there. It's the different papers of becoming president that he has to sign. He has a number of pens. And if you'll notice, let's look at that pen, because before all presidents had these little ink pens. He likes the big felt ones. Changed it. And when he did it, it saves money. But he loves them, right? And he'll go through a number of these.
We were talking about how he likes the optics and the pomp and pageantry of these moments. And you've been there for many of them.
I've been there for many of them, but it's also... He has a role as a president, explaining it to the American public, but also putting it out to the nation and to the world, and he's good at that.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder how you reflect on, I mean, when we're talking about January 6th, I mean, there was a moment, as I said, you made no secret of your disdain. You said you felt he was partly responsible for the events that transpired. And then you made this consequential visit to Mar-a-Lago. And many people feel that at the moment he was at his greatest political peril, that you had gone down there and your critics would say rehabilitated him. And I wonder whether you give yourself that much credit.
I don't,
and whether
but if
you ever
that much credit, I should be in the room.
I mean, I don't know if he does, but I guess what is your take on that? the fact that when you went down there, I mean, how do you reflect on it? Do you think that you had an impact on his comeback that started right then and there?
Nobody can take credit for his comeback but himself, because no one has this much grit to live through that much. If I think there is an attribute of an outside that actually boosted him, it was the Democrats when they prosecuted him for something that wasn't needed.
Okay, but this was years ago, though. I mean, this was even prior to that. If he was kind of left...
When I went down there, it was, what, January 28th, 4 years ago? I went to see my friend who had left office,
to the gathered
who
dignitaries standing
hadn't
around
been,
the
go check on him,
oval-shaped
see how you're doing, just like I do any other time.
It was interpreted as a
my friend.
lifeline.
It was
Interpreted by many as a lifeline to him politically.
I got a phone call and said, "You want to get lunch?" I said, "Yeah, I'll come have lunch." And so, however the press wants to do it, he's my friend and somebody I'm going to look after.
How much are you still advising and counseling him on some of the issues that are coming up? You talked about, for example, the threat from China. We're looking ahead to the potential for this TikTok ban to be put on pause in another 90 days.
I worry a great deal, not just about China, but the axis of evil. I mean, one of the things I created coming speaker was the Select Committee on China that's been one of the most successful bipartisan committees that they've had in Congress. And I think it's important because we become too dependent. And remember, for those who love to study history, 16 times in the world history, the number 2 has surpassed the number 1. Only 4 times have they not gone to war. And so America has a deal responsibility here. When you have these axis of evil trying against us, we got a large debt. We've got to be smarter about, instead of worrying about how we're going to fund government for the next 30 days, are we looking for the next 50 years? And something the president's doing today is important. Whoever captures AI and quantum has an advantage. But you will never get AI without energy. And what the president's doing when he's unleashing energy, he is bringing down inflation, but he's weakening Russia, because they need that price to be higher to sustain their economy. This is a smart move that he's resetting the table around the world. It weakens Iran, so it weakens his axis of evil. It also supplies more American jobs. We help our allies by supplying liquid natural gas so that they don't rely upon Russia. And it's a resettling that the world is going to become safer, but America will be stronger.
What do you make of the fact that he says he's going to revive TikTok and potentially give them this 90-day extension, which
I was with the president the last time he was concerned about TikTok. But remember what he was concerned about TikTok? It was the data. So he can revive TikTok. He would have revived TikTok when he was getting rid of it last time.
It's not just the data. The data is one issue, okay? Essentially, the Chinese Communist Party potentially has access to the data.
For the ownership of who has it and the protection.
That's thing one. The other, though, is the influence, the misinformation, the potential that the Chinese Communist Party controls an algorithm that millions of Americans see, are heavily influenced by. We can look no further than Middle East politics.
But what the president's saying, in this bill, he's given 90 days, okay? Yeah. So what he's saying, I'll revive it right now, and in 90 days, I have to make a deal with it.
Yeah, but he's saying maybe 50-50 ownership. How does that address the national security concern?
Well, I think within there, he'd be able to do it, just like any other company, is what China and others do. Who has 51, who has 49? And I think in there, he'd be concerned about the algorithm, he'd be concerned about the data, he'd be concerned about the influence. But that wouldn't be the only place.
Mr. Speaker, you've been generous with your time. Thank you for coming by.
Hey, always.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Good to see you, sir.
I want to bring in our senior White House correspondent, Gabe Gutierrez, now for a closer look at President Trump's actions on immigration. Gabe?
Sure. Well, yes, as you have been reporting, the president signed and is about to sign several executive orders, 10 executive orders related to immigration, and included among those is issuing a national emergency at the U.S. southern border. Now, that will allow the Department of Defense to send troops to the U.S. southern border, although the incoming administration isn't saying exactly how many troops will be sent. But one of the other topics that will be part of these executive orders is reinstating the Remain in Mexico policy. Now, Lester, you'll remember that during the first Trump administration, that policy was in place. It was done away with by the Biden administration, and it requires asylum seekers to wait outside of the U.S. while their cases are processed. Again, that's being put back in place. Now, also, President Trump is designating criminal cartels as foreign terrorist associations. So certainly, this is part of his executive orders with immigration, part of an unprecedented show of executive force just shortly after taking the oath of office. Now, there are a lot of questions about how this will actually play out. Of course, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, we know, is facing a $230 million budget shortfall. So there are a lot of questions about how some of this will be enforced, although NBC News has learned that over the past couple of weeks, officials with ICE have been planning targeted enforcement operations. That's according to a document reviewed by NBC News and also a person briefed on the process. And possible targets, as officials have been saying, they're looking at several cities, including Philadelphia, the D.C. metro area, Denver, Los Angeles, and of course Chicago, where incoming border czar Tom Homan said will be ground zero for mass deportations. But Lester, I will point out that this is already having an impact on the U.S. southern border. Just a short time ago, we learned that Customs and Border Protection has actually shut down what's called the CBP One app. Now, that was instituted during the Biden administration, and what it did was that it allowed asylum seekers to make appointments for initial asylum screenings using an app on their phone. Well, just within the past few hours, that has been shut down. And I was speaking with a migrant down in Tijuana, Mexico, that says that his future is now in limbo. All these asylum appointments that had been given over the last several months, potentially thousands of appointments, now have essentially gone away. So a lot of questions about how this will play out in the coming weeks. But the president has made good on many of the promises that he gave during his campaign, cracking down on immigration just a few hours into his presidency, Lester.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thanks. I want to bring back Kristen and Hallie right now and Kelly O'Donnell. Let's talk about immigration for a moment. The president is talking very clearly about criminals, those with felonies. Yeah. Has he narrowed that a little bit? Wasn't it a bit wider, the conversation prior to this?
It's been a moving target throughout the course of the campaign. But the one thing that the president has been clear about, and I think back to those moments when I think all of us were sitting together at the Republican National Convention with signs about deportation, mass deportation. The president has been clear. This is one of the key platforms that he ran on. He has talked for months, if not longer, about this being a day one initiative here. In addition to things like Remain in Mexico, in addition to things like the other immigration actions he's talking about here that you heard Gabe run through, the bottom line is this. He consistently pulled very well on this issue, which Americans said mattered a great deal to them. And we always saw, whether it was against then President Biden or then Vice President Harris, we always saw President Trump doing better in the eyes of the American people. And that is part of, not all of, a part of what propelled him into office this time.
And you know that because the Democrats started to talk a little bit tougher on immigration. I mean, not far enough, obviously, for the American people. But Kamala Harris ran tougher on immigration than Biden ever did. But even Biden, toward the end, trying to get this bipartisan border security bill across the finish line, which Trump then tanked because he felt he'd rather have the political issue. By the way, it was a winning political issue.
Absolutely. And President Biden signed an executive action to crack down on illegal border crossings.
Sit back down.
And those who are seeking asylum. He got some backlash from those within his own party for doing it, but border crossings and illegal border crossings did decrease significantly after he did that. I think it's worth noting President Trump's going to sign a number of executive actions today related to the border. The action really then moves to the Congress. I talked to the president about this. How much is it going to cost? He said, there's no price tag on this. Doesn't matter what the cost is. Well, there actually is a price tag. It's about $88 billion per year just to remove 1 million people. I asked Speaker Johnson this weekend, are you willing to pay for that, no matter what the cost? And he basically signaled, yes, we're going to find a way to do this. But saying it and doing it are two very different things because that could potentially add a lot to the debt.
Well, yeah, and plus to say nothing of Trump tax cuts, which will also be expensive in terms of revenue going down. But of course, the age-old argument is, well, if you juice the economy, then we'll get more tax revenue, which is a boring policy topic for another day. But here we are in the luncheon room where they're all sitting down about to have a lunch of beef and crab cakes, among other things, and some wine. Some day drinking will be taking place in this room. And President Trump is expected at any moment. But if you're just joining us, he is the President of the United States. He was inaugurated just about noon, as the Constitution dictates. And a little bit later on, in lieu of this parade route that we normally would see because of the cold weather. It's all been moved indoors, and he will go to the Capital One Arena, where there's a crowd waiting for him that has been there all morning, that's been able to watch all of this unfold on live TV, but they will get an audience with the president as well.
And Statuary Hall gets its name because there's a statue representing each of the states. And so those tall beings you see around the perimeter there are a part of really the grand spectacle of what that place is. It has been the scene over time of some of the great deal making, which certainly President Trump would enjoy in politics. And so when you have these potential cabinet nominees, there we go. That's Pete Hegseth speaking there with, I don't see who he's speaking with, but he earlier was talking to Roger Wicker, who leads the committee that he just appeared before. So it's those kinds of, that is Justice Clarence Thomas and Ginny Thomas. Is that possible? Someone will check me on that.
It's possible,
You're
but we
backing your
can't
head,
see.
yes.
Yes. It gives you an opportunity to have interactions between people who will have extraordinary access to the president. And that makes for an interesting lunch.
For those wondering what the president was signing in that room, we can
Guests
share
at
that
the
it was a
luncheon
number of
stand.
cabinet and cabinet-level appointments, sub-cabinet appointments, as well as a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, flags should be flown at full staff, which is something we talked about earlier.
They're making the introductions now in the luncheon. Speaker of the House Johnson is
Honorable Charles Schumer, accompanied by
being
Mrs.
introduced,
Weintraub
and along with the
Schumer.
rest.
House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, accompanied by Mrs. Scalise. And House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
They walk down the center aisle as guests at the luncheon stand. They make their way to the head table.
Please remain standing for the honors and the invocation. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer and Mr. Fischer.
Deb Fischer and her husband Bruce stride down the center aisle.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance, accompanied by Mrs. Vance.
Vice President Vance and his wife walk down the center aisle. They stop to greet guests. A woman kisses J.D. Vance on the cheek. Another man shakes his hand. Then another. They smile and greet the attendees at the luncheon as they make their way toward the front. Vice President Vance embraces a woman, as does his wife.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States, the Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar and Mr. Bessler. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump and Mrs. Trump.
Amy Klobuchar and her husband, just ahead of President Trump and his wife, Melania Trump. Guests hold up their phones, capturing photographs of the smiling couple with both hands. They greet guests as they head to the head table in the front of the room. President Trump following his wife to the head table. They stand facing the guests. President Trump smiles. Amy Klobuchar appears to say something, and then everyone sits. She stands behind a decorative podium that is gold.
I have a feeling people are very hungry, so I'm going to get this started. Mr. President and Madam First Lady, Mr. Vice President and Madam Second Lady, my colleague Senator Fisher, distinguished guests including the Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and Senate Leaders Thune and Schumer, on behalf of the United States Congress, welcome to the 60th inaugural lunch. Big surprise, we are featuring Nebraska beef and Minnesota apples for dessert. We are here in Statuary Hall, where these luncheons have taken place since President Reagan's first inauguration in 1981, and where the House of Representatives once met over 150 years ago. That would be before you were born, Mr. Speaker. In 1864, after the new House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every state. Walking into the hall, we all passed under the arch, holding the marble Car of History clock. The statue shows Cleo, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is on us to write that history right now. Speaking of art, the painting right here before you, I chose this painting for this lunch this summer, and it's titled American Horizon. It's by Jane Wilson, who grew up on her family farm in Seymour, Iowa. Coming from the middle of our country, Senator Fisher and I both liked the painting because the artist is from America's heartland, but the horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President. I will also note that this is the first time in history we are featuring the work of a woman artist at this lunch, and we thank the Art Institute of Chicago for their assistance. Looking at the vast open landscape of this painting, we're drawn to the bottom of the frame where the land or the water, depending on where you're from, meets the sky, and the horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark our enduring democracy as we approach its 250th anniversary. It's a reminder that what's over the horizon is our next chapter, and it is my prayer that the people in this room can write that chapter together. I'd now like to ask U.S. Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black, and we thank God he is back with us and in good health, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Thank you.
Dr. Barry Black stands at the podium.
Let us pray. King of kings and Lord of lords, whose kingdom is above all earthly kingdoms, and who judges all lesser sovereignties, look with favor upon President Donald John Trump and Vice President James David Vance. Empower them with the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Protect them from the vicissitudes and challenges that obstruct the making of a world of justice, peace, and righteousness. Lord, give them a deep desire to do their best for our country and world, and a determination to act in ways pleasing to you. Preserve their families in health and strength by your grace and power. Bless now this luncheon as each of us finds your grace sufficient for every need. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
he steps away from the podium. Servers wearing white jackets and black ties with black slacks begin to serve wine and other beverages to the head table. The head table is draped by flowers and shades of
And again, this luncheon
white.
is now underway, and soon we will not have a camera feed from this particular location while they dine. There was obviously some signings that preceded this traditional luncheon, and we will join just as soon as we can there. In the meantime, I think we're going to take a break. We'll have more live coverage of the second inauguration of Donald Trump right after this. Good day from Washington, and welcome back to our special coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump as the 47th President of the United States. Savannah's getting a much-deserved break after anchoring the Today Show up until now. Frankly, I thought she could have gone another hour. But in the meantime, in Washington here, President Trump is meeting with officials at the inaugural luncheon. He will soon be set to appear at the Capital One Arena, a short distance away, where his supporters viewed his swearing-in after the ceremony was moved indoors. That is where we expect him to sign some of the first executive orders as president, a few he has already mentioned, including in that address. Let's bring in Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube right now. Courtney, the president is making some changes at the military. Outline what we know.
Yeah, there's a couple, Lester, that we know about already. So one we heard a little bit about from Gabe Gutierrez earlier, and that is his decision to use U.S. military troops for border security. Now, there already actually are U.S. military assigned to the border mission, both active duty and Guard and Reserve. It's about 7,000 total. Roughly 2,500 or so are on Title 10 status. That basically means that they're federally activated for active duty, 4,500 or so on National Guard. And that's this important distinction there, Lester, is that National Guard troops have a little bit more authority for what they can do as far as domestic law enforcement here in the United States. If you are an active duty troop on federal duty, you cannot engage in law enforcement here in the United States. It's a violation of the Posse Comitatus Act. We also heard a little bit earlier as well from Gabe about the decision to designate some cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and then potentially even use the Alien Enemies Act to remove some of those cartels. One reason that that is so critical is that that could include then charging or prosecuting individuals here in the United States who support those cartels and saying that they provide material support to terrorists. Also, what we're trying to figure out here, Lester, is could that then mean that the U.S. military, again, could be used to go after those cartels, even when they're not here in the United States? Those are some of the questions that we're asking. And then finally, there's one that I was really struck by that we heard about in the actual speech today from now President Donald Trump, his inauguration speech. We were expecting that there would be some movement on the U.S. military troops who were separated from the military because they refused to take the COVID vaccine. Of course, you'll recall in 2020, the Pentagon said that all U.S. military forces had to get the vaccine. Well, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 8,000, a little bit more than that, U.S. troops were actually separated from the military for refusing to get that vaccine. More than that actually asked not to, but some were provided with a religious exemption and several other exemptions. But in 2023, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin actually rescinded that. It was no longer mandatory for the military to get vaccines, but only a few dozen U.S. troops decided to rejoin the military after that. Why this is so interesting to me, though, Lester, is President Trump today said that those service members who were removed or separated from the military can come back with full back pay. So now we're looking at the possibility of about 4 years of back pay for upwards of 8,000 U.S. military forces if they want to come back in the military. That's a tremendous amount of money. It's not clear where that money will come from, but that's one of the other things that we're asking questions about here today. It's very significant. We're talking about the potential for 8,000 more men and women who could come back in the military and then receive 4 potentially plus years of back pay that they missed out on after they were separated from the military for refusing the COVID vaccine.
Hey, Courtney, can I ask you quickly about the status with Ukraine and funding for Ukraine? We've been waiting really to hear the president really outline what the further commitment to Ukraine might look like. Do we know if the level of aid is continuing at the past set of pace?
As of now, it is not, but that's another one of the questions we're asking. But remember, in the final 2 or 3 weeks, maybe a month or so of the Biden administration, they sent announced billions and billions of dollars of additional military aid that would be designated for Ukraine. And not all of that would be delivered right away. In fact, it was logistically impossible for them to deliver all of that aid before today. Some of the equipment that's a little bit more sophisticated or more difficult to attain for them, in fact, can take months, if not years. So for now, the U.S. will continue to provide Ukraine with weapons and equipment for months, if not even years from now. But what's unclear is if there will be new announcements of presidential drawdown authority. Frankly, it's up to President Trump. It's one of the questions we've been asking. It's just not really clear where that's going to go right now, Lester.
All right, Courtney, thanks very much. For more on these executive actions, let's bring in Hogan Gidley. He's a former White House deputy press secretary during the first Trump administration. Hogan, always good to have you on. Thanks for joining us.
Thank y'all for having me.
I asked this question to the former speaker a little while ago when he was here. Are these executive orders aspirational, or do some of them really have teeth and will start change very soon?
I think they have a lot of teeth. Obviously, the difference now is the first time around he went in, I don't think signed but one executive order in the course of several days, where Biden signed 19. Trump wanted to hit the ground running. He understands the tight time window he has to actually effectuate some of the changes he wants. And with that, executive orders are going to be a huge part. Stories started coming out about how he had hundreds of these things ready to go. And it's my understanding there could be several versions of each executive order, too, in case one gets enjoined. They just drop another one and say, well, we're just going to keep that going so it stays active. And interestingly enough, in Donald Trump fashion, going over to this arena, he's going to sign some of them in the arena. I mean,
that doesn't surprise you.
It doesn't surprise me, but it's really smart. I thought this is amazing because those people obviously wanted to come out here and listen to him, and they couldn't do it. Now they're in the arena. And just a little note, I was outside around that arena last night at 7 o'clock going out to some of the festivities. There were already tents in line at the arena in the temperatures that we had last night ready to go for today. So, I mean, people are still fired up and ready and excited. You see the video and the adulation during the speech. It's going to be something.
I wonder your thoughts about, I call it the after speech. He had the more informal speech down, and it was very reminiscent of the rallies we've heard many times.
Sure.
A lot of the same grievances we've heard many times as well. Does he risk overstepping what he claims already as a mandate?
I don't think so.
Or not widening the tent?
I think he's going to do a really good job widening the tent because I do believe a lot of the successes he wants to usher in really do affect all Americans, regardless of race, religion, color, or creed. But look, he ran on those issues. He's talking about those issues. He did so in the first speech, obviously the longer one, the 2.0 speech. But I expect him to be so focused on getting to work. The conversations I've had with him, it's just so interesting because, like with anything, you do it a second time around, you know a lot more. Now he understands the town. No one has to tell him where the bathroom is anymore. He gets the mechanism of the White House and working with the House and the Senate, having someone like the Speaker who says, you call the plays, I'll run them. Thune saying, we'll work together, no problem. It's a completely different set of issues for Donald Trump.
It's a narrow window, though.
He never had that before. I know.
It's a narrow window. I mean,
Very.
He's a lame duck almost automatically.
Very.
And, there'll be another Congress.
Hogan, going back to the border, one of the big pieces of legislation certainly they're going to tackle first is going to be about this mass deportation plan. The president himself has said it's complicated, it's really expensive. And as you just said, the margin in the House is very narrow. How do you think the president how quickly will he be able to get this passed?
Well, as you guys have reported, there are two versions here. We're either going to do a two-bill strategy or a one-bill strategy. Right now, Donald Trump likes the one big, beautiful bill, as we know. But the House side...
I think he'd take either if it gets it done.
I think he probably would, too. But also, the political reality that exists at the House is if you have warring factions, especially on taxes with the Freedom Caucus and the SALT Caucus at Main Street, et cetera, you have to have something to bring them to the table. So Donald Trump understands if I put something like the border bill in there, a package to secure our border, it will bring factions that typically wouldn't talk on those issues to the table. And that's the theory, that they can get it through a lot quicker when you have a bill that's that big and there's something to like, there's something to like for everybody in there. But not necessarily liking everything in it, if that makes sense.
Let me step back and ask you sort of a big picture question here, because you talk, and we heard it from the former speaker here, about President Trump acting as, in many ways, a unifier. You talked about it just now, bringing together various people. There's a big difference between this Trump term and the last Trump term, which is we have 4 years of history of him in office to look back to that is setting some historical precedent here. We live in a country that, as you know, is divided with that 1.5% difference in the popular vote in November here. Do you think Donald Trump has changed?
I think he obviously is a lot more aware of the gravity of this moment. What we just went through, I was election night, someone came up to me and said, this is like 2016 vibes for you. And I was like, are you kidding? The guy was almost shot twice. They raided his home. I kind of went through the litany of things that he had faced. They tried to take him off the ballot. They went after his friends, his family, his coworkers, colleagues. It's way different. I think he is different as well. And I do think the 2 assassination attempts are part of that, the reality of what he has to try to accomplish, and the conversations he's had with Americans who are so frustrated over the last 4 years. He knows he wants to build that legacy. He wants to accomplish things to make their lives better. So, yes.
I asked because that second Inauguration Day speech, which I think you called the 2.0 speech on Trump term 2.0, sounded a lot like rallies that any one of us could have been listening to back in 2016.
I thought the first speech was very rally-ish, but it was, more calm and presidential than a rally speech would be. So still, the issues that he ran on and won on are the ones the American people want addressed, and so he's going to continue to talk.
There's a whole category of oratory that we could study related to Trump. You advised him a lot on communication issues, and one of the questions I have is, by doing so many of his pivotal issues right away, that each one won't get the attention it might otherwise have if he rolled them out over the course of the week, for example. Do you think he is just trying to claim quick wins, or do you think that he might lose something by congregating so much in one sort of early blast?
As a comms person, a press person, I would love to have big win, big win, big win, and draw it out. But I don't think he likes that strategy this time, obviously, because he does see the time crunch, Lester, that you pointed out.
In split
he wants to
screen,
get this
President
done
Trump
quickly, but he likes
addresses
big
guests
things, too.
in
So he likes the
Emancipation
big,
Hall
beautiful bill because it will have all of the
from
elements
earlier
in
in
it.
the day.
And if he can get that accomplished, he knows the midterms are right around the corner. He knows they're going to have to kind of back up and decide
Is he in a
to run
hurry?
again. I'm sorry?
Is he in a hurry?
Absolutely, but in fairness, he's always in a hurry. We've been kind of sitting around for 4 years.
Now,
It's been kind of slow in D.C., I'll be honest.
President
Get ready,
Trump
because he's
addresses the
back, and
guests
he's
in
going to
the
move
rotunda.
very quickly with intentionality.
Former President Biden pardoned, as you know, much of his family today.
Yes.
In anticipation that Donald Trump meant it when he talked about retribution. Was it a legitimate fear, you think?
Well, first of all, I don't know if that's the reason Joe Biden pardoned his family, but it is an interesting move for him because, as you know, pardons typically come for some people who have done something wrong. So it's an interesting opportunity for people on the right to point out, wait a minute, see, we told you this guy was corrupt, and he knows it. That's why he's got to pardon his family on the front end. But Donald Trump wants to focus on winning for the American people. He said also that retribution would be winning. And so I think that's what his sole goal is going to be.
There was so much focus when he picked J.D. Vance about whether he would be able to energize the right group of voters to get President Trump over the finish line. And now here they are. And at the time, the thinking was he may be the future of the MAGA movement. What are you, Hogan, going to be watching for in Vice President J.D. Vance? And is that the buzz, that he's the future, that the president, I know it's a little early to be talking about, but that the president's going to, I think I owe Savannah a Coke, but that he will ultimately pass the baton to his vice president?
Well, when people were jockeying for that position, which is interesting because, as Mike Huckabee used to always say, that it's a job no one wants, but the job no one would turn down. And he ended up going with J.D. Vance. A lot of people had some questions about that for many different reasons. And I think he was painted as a caricature for a long time of being this crazy weirdo person, and then that first debate rolled around and you realize, wait a minute, he's talking about his Meemaw and drug addiction and Appalachia, and you're like, wait a minute, he's an all right guy. I think it gave a lot of people permission to kind of revisit Trump even too. So I think he helped so much. I do think vice presidents typically don't do all that much in this particular instance, though, because he basically is given the inside track now to run in this next cycle. toward the end of this term, you may see JD doing a lot more things.
Bringing it to the sort of here and now, and let me just also note, I pulled up that press release, the statement from President Biden saying on the pardon issue, just to put a pin on that, saying even when individuals have done nothing wrong and will ultimately be exonerated, the mere fact of being investigated or prosecuted can irreparably damage their reputations and finances. Just to answer that question for folks about the rationale from former President Biden here. When you work across now all the branches, the executive branch, the legislative branch, in various capacities. Can you talk a bit, and I don't want to get into the weeds here, but about the relationship between Donald Trump and Speaker Johnson and Senator Thune? Because these are different. Again, Lester has talked about the comparisons to 8 years ago that naturally come up in a moment like this. This is not 8 years ago. John Thune is not Mitch McConnell, right? Talk through that and how you see that developing based on, I know, some of the inside track that you have in those conversations.
And Mike Johnson's not Paul Ryan either. So this is going to be a very interesting move. Being in meetings with the two gentlemen as well, they are really focused on doing what the president wants them to do. That was not the case in the first term. In fact, we got a lot of pushback on building the wall, for example, and border security from our own members of the House. From our own party, absolutely. And so I think Donald Trump was taken aback by that at the time. I know his staff, we didn't quite get that. Now they understand, too, the time crunch. All these factors are coming together, and what you have in two men that are leading two separate bodies with different challenges they face politically, they know one thing, and Donald Trump is the president of the United States, and he makes the calls. The difference is when the Speaker of the House had the House, but they didn't have the Senate, it was in Democrat hands, or the White House, they get to wag the dog. Whatever they come out of the gate with early in the morning, that's the news of the day. But when Trump is in the White House, he makes the play call.
I want to break away in a second. Elon Musk is speaking right now. Let's listen for a few.
You know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, important, some are not. But this one this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Tesla CEO Elon Musk. He makes a salute when he touches his heart.
My heart goes out to you.
Waves his hand forward.
It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're going to have safe cities, finally, safe cities. Secure borders, sensible spending, basic stuff. And we're going to take Doge to Mars. I mean, can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time?
He gestures with his hands as if he is planting flags, then pumps his fists.
How inspiring would that be? You know, there's always problems in life. You know, there's this problem, solve that problem. But you know, there need to be things that inspire you. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning and say, I'm looking forward to the future. Yeah.
Tesla CEO Elon Musk nods. Attendees in the audience capture video and photos with their phones. He pumps his right fist as supporters pump their arms.
And let me tell you, I'm going to work my ass off for you guys. I really will. So, and yeah, but I'm super fired up for the future. It's going to be very exciting. As the president said, we're going to have a golden age. It's going to be fantastic. And one of the fundamental things, one of the most American values that I love is optimism, and this feeling like we're gonna make the future good. We're gonna make it good. So, man, I can't wait. This is gonna be fantastic.
He beams at the audience in Capital One Arena.
And yeah, I'm just so excited about the future. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
He salutes to the crowd, salutes behind him. as he leaves the stage, pumping his arms in the air.
Elon Musk, one of the more curious figures of this past presidential campaign, and certainly emerging as a continued influence on Donald Trump, talking about the future of going to Mars and planting the U.S. flag, something the president noted today in his inaugural speech. I'm joined again by Hogan Gidley. Hogan, talk about that relationship, if you can, for a second.
It's obviously a real strong relationship, and as much as the media at this point have tried to kind of poke the bear a little bit and say, you know, is Elon the real president? Look, Elon's a big personality, obviously. Trump is the president of the United States, and so I think moving and working together, especially with Doge and other things, you're going to hear a lot from Elon Musk.
To be clear, so there's no, because we know that President Trump likes to be the one who's, let's say, on the cover of the magazine, right, and not be off to the side there.
Sure.
He's okay? He's totally cool with all the attention Musk has been getting in this new role?
Listen, I've been down at Mar-a-Lago and seen them together. He seems to love it.
It's striking that the world's richest man, and I'm struck seeing Musk again, and I have been when he's been on stage, he is devoting what may be one of his other most valuable resources, which is time, to this campaign and to this administration.
Before you answer, I'm sorry to interrupt. Kash Patel is speaking. I think what we're watching is the warm-up for the parade and rally that will follow here. Here's Kash Patel.
Kash Patel stands at the podium in Capital One Arena.
And we did that because the American dream is alive and well, because you chose that our dream can be the dream for our children and the dream for our world. And we are at a crossroads here in America, but our future is bright because you had the courage to stand for your convictions. So I'm humbled here to talk to you about why I love the American dream. My story's pretty simple, it's unique, and some of you share in it. My parents were born and raised in East Africa. My father in the 1970s fled a genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where he saw 300,000 of his countrymen murdered, where he saw what lawlessness would do if it was allowed to break through the system of constitutional justice. He fled, like so many others. He married my mother. They moved here. They waited in line. They stood in line because the American dream was worth standing in line for. That dream is woven into the fabric of this nation, and our immigration policy is the greatest policy in the world. And now that we have Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, it will become the greatest policy in the world again. But dreams and hopes aren't enough, my friends. We got to get to work. And we got to accept the realities that too many of you know from your communities. President Trump launched in his first term priorities of national security, law enforcement, economy, and global diplomacy. But now we have to retread some of that. And I'd just like to go over a few of the things that our community has been living under these last few years. In the last calendar year alone, we had 100,000 drug overdoses. In the last calendar year alone, we had over 100,000 rapes. In the last calendar year alone, we had 17,000 homicides. That is unacceptable in 2025 in the United States of America. That is why we need constitutional law and order. When I read the statistic that for the age group of 18 to 45, the #1 cause of death is CCP fentanyl. We are not prioritized to go after the threats that face this country and most of all, that face our future generations. But thank God we will be starting right now.
Kash Patel is Trump's pick for FBI director.
President Trump and J.D. Vance's leadership and administration will usher in the priorities that I cherished during my 16 years in government service. That we will always, always honor the men and women who wear the cloth of our nation and stand on that wall and tell you nothing's getting by them tonight. And so to them, thank you. To our teachers and our frontline workers and our first responders, y'all choose to show up every single day for our children, for our communities, and we will now show up for you. Thank you for keeping us safe. to the men and women in law enforcement, and maybe I'm biased on this one. Our police officers, our sheriffs, our federal agents are some of the greatest warriors that God has ever created. And we will put them first because they have our backs, and now we will have your backs.
Some guests in the audience wear MAGA or Make America
I am
Great
standing
Again
here
hats
because of
or
the
shirts.
American dream. I am not standing here
Listening to
because
Kash
of the color of my
Patel
skin.
at the Capital One Arena, where we will see the president in not too long a time. He is, of course, the president's pick to run the FBI. Still awaiting Senate confirmation, however.
With every fiber of my being.
We want to kind of set where we are right now as we just passed the 3 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. We want to go back to Tom Yamas inside the arena. Tom, what's happening down there?
Well, you guys were just listening to Kash Patel. He's still speaking right now, and he just followed Elon Musk, who, as you saw, was sort of a living, breathing, happy face emoji when he took the stage here. The place has gone wild for Elon Musk and for Kash Patel as well. Every time Kash Patel would come on screen during the swearing-in ceremony, people would applaud him. As you know, as you mentioned, he's the nominee to lead the FBI, and Elon Musk, of course, heading up DOGE, which is going to be the Department of Government Efficiency. It's kind of interesting, though, because Elon Musk and President Trump, I should say now, have had somewhat of an ironic sort of relationship. At first, they didn't really take off. In fact, Elon Musk, in his biography that Walter Isaacson wrote, said that he thought he was somewhat of a con man, but that relationship evolved over time, and now Elon Musk is one of his biggest supporters. I would argue he gets cheers as loud as Donald Trump when he comes out on stage here, and they're setting the bar pretty high for this second Trump administration. You know, President Trump mentioned going to Mars and planting an American flag there. That's going to be incredibly difficult, but Elon Musk was elated with that. He was overjoyed with that. He mentioned that here in the speech as well. Right now, we're having a slate of speakers that some are members of the incoming cabinet. Others are people who are the biggest supporters of President Trump. And then later, sometime around 5 o'clock, we believe we will see President Trump walk in here and take the stage and sign some of those executive orders. Lester?
All right, Tom Yamas, we'll be checking back with you. Thanks. I want to bring back NBC's Kristen Welker, Hallie Jackson, Kelly O'Donnell, and former Trump Deputy White House Press Secretary Hogan Gidley. Kristen, let me start with you as we continue. Now we're into a new hour. We expect to see the president in a fairly short distance. Give me your take on what appears more to be a rally than anything else. We were told it was a parade. What exactly is it?
It certainly does feel like a rally. You're absolutely right. And the crowd will go wild, undoubtedly, when they do get to hear from now the newly sworn in President Trump. And we just heard from Kash Patel. And I think it's worth pausing there for a moment. This is the president's pick for the FBI. He hasn't had his confirmation hearings yet. He's a somewhat more controversial figure because he has this book, which includes this list of 60 people, what he calls are part of the deep state, which has raised a lot of concerns. Does he plan to go after these people? When I interviewed President Trump back in December, I asked him, are you going to direct your FBI director, your attorney general, to go after your political enemies? He said no. He said they're going to have to do this work on their own and look into whoever they think may have crossed legal lines. So that's what he has said. But again, I do think that's part of the backdrop against which Kash Patel will have a confirmation hearing. We've talked about the fact that Matt Gaetz, Trump's initial pick for attorney general, ultimately wound up dropping out. There was just too much controversy surrounding him. So now I think there's less of an appetite to block President Trump. And Hogan, I don't know what you make of that, but it seems like Kash Patel will have a tough confirmation hearing, but doesn't necessarily mean he won't get through.
I think a lot of the things you're talking about, the issues, will obviously be adjudicated in a confirmation hearing. And having sat through a couple of these things now and helping some of the cabinet secretaries, conversations over on that side of the building seem to indicate Kash is going to be just fine. I don't know that they're going to have another issue where they're going to have to pull a nominee at this point. Most folks are saying Donald Trump gets to make his selections. He's the president of the United States, and a lot of the Republicans who cross the aisle, like the Lindsey Grahams of the world, who vote for a lot of the Democrat nominees, says, listen, I do this for you guys. And he's talking to Democrats and say, we need a few of you to come to our side here and at least vote for some of these folks. So we'll see what happens.
Do longtime federal employees who work at the Bureau or work at other agencies that are in the law enforcement space, do they have a reason to be nervous about the kind of scrutiny they're going to get? Are they going to be able to do their jobs as civil servants without a sense that they're somehow going to be called out in a way?
I don't think they're going to be called out unless they're doing something improper, unless they're doing something illegal. We have a whole host of issues we've seen crop up during the Trump administration the first time, and I famously think of Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, who had this big plan to hurt and curtail Donald Trump in some form or fashion, and then they ended up getting paid millions of dollars for their work. It was a weird deal. So I think a lot of that kind of stuff is going to be, at the fore if they can find people working against President Trump in some form or fashion, but I don't know how that's going to look.
There is a through line here when it comes to this idea. If you're having an umbrella, pardon the analogy, but the umbrella would be this idea of political retribution. This is the concern that critics of Kash Patel have
And
when
loyalty.
it comes to his confirmation and loyalty and what that means. Because one of the things that critics are concerned about is this idea of an enemies list, is this idea of political revenge. And while it may be, as you say, questionable whether President Trump will direct his Department of Justice to go after his political enemies, I think there are those of his opponents who would say that he doesn't have to, even just by talking about it, even just by some of the conversations and the things he said, it is out there for people like Kash Patel to pursue. As you say, that will be adjudicated in these confirmation hearings. But there is a through line today when you look at those preemptive pardons that I think we've seen Republicans be extremely concerned about. This idea that now former President Biden preemptively pardoned members of his family, preemptively pardoned members of the January 6th Select Committee, others tied to the January 6th attacks. We're getting some new reaction, and now from one Democrat, Senator Peter Welch, who said that Joe Biden was in a damned if you do, damned if you don't position. He says it's distressing how the pardon system has gotten out of hand, but says given the threats made by President Trump, the pardons here are sadly understandable.
Okay, but let's understand, Donald Trump was the actual target of Joe Biden, his administration, in so many ways. And so Donald Trump has also been clear that he's not going to get into this retribution situation at all. He wants to focus on winning for the American people, but he also is a victim, I think, of a weaponized federal government. He talked about it in his speech today, and it was an issue that I think he ran on and it helped him win as well, because people don't like that. It's so odd. Government, as you know, is massive. The federal government has millions of employees across this country. Any coach that comes into a football team gets to hire the other assistant coaches and bring in the players they want. It's like only in the federal government do you get there, and then millions of people that don't like you or just going to wait it out are allowed to keep their jobs. I understand there are protections for some of those, but the fact of the matter is, if you're doing your job and you're performing in a way that's commiserate with the duties that you're supposed to actually accomplish, you're fine. If you're doing something illegal, if you're doing something wrong, obviously that needs to be rooted out, and I think the American people stand by that too.
All right, Hogan, good to have you on. Thanks for spending so much time with us.
Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, we want to go to bring in Florida Republican Congressman Byron McDonald. He joins us now from President Trump's Inauguration Day rally at Capital One Arena. Thank you so much for being with us. Give us your thoughts about what we may see and what it'll tell us about the next 4 years.
Well, look, I think what you're going to see, and it's going to start on this stage behind me, the president's going to start some of the executive orders that he promised the American people he was going to sign. It's going to be first focused on getting our border under control, starting to deport people who are in our country illegally, who've committed heinous crimes, something the American people largely support. Massive bipartisan support. Then it's going to move into making sure that the federal agencies are following the new directives coming from President Trump, while myself and my colleagues on Capitol Hill get to work on delivering his legislative agenda through both the House and the Senate. I mean, it's going to be several months of work, but President Trump is committed, his cabinet is committed, and so are the members of Congress.
It's such a narrow majority for Republicans here. I mean, realistically, how much do you think you can get done in that first 100 days?
Realistically, I think we can get a lot done. And the reason why is that our numbers in the House might be small in terms of margin, but the vision that we have seen talking to voters all across the country, their desire for secure borders, the desire to continue the Trump tax cuts, which is the best tax policy our nation's ever had, the desire to become energy dominant. It doesn't matter if you're in a marginal district or a super red district. It is the thing that unites all Republicans on Capitol Hill. So no matter the number of the margin, we are committed to the same agenda. Very different from whether you were going to go through repeal and replace of Obamacare. This is the Donald Trump agenda that the American people want, and members of Congress are going to deliver.
Congressman Don Donalds, we've asked this question to several people today, but I'm curious, do you think that Donald Trump has changed in any way from the person we knew 4 years ago as president?
I think, you know, anytime you've had time to step away from something and then you come back, of course you reflect. I will tell you, having been on the campaign trail with Donald Trump, he has been laser focused on making sure that the American people are able to keep more of their money, have price stability, have great and safe communities that are stable, have a federal government that is out of their way, not on their back, and that from a foreign policy perspective, we're not putting ourselves in foreign conflicts that make no sense. That is his vision. That is the only thing he's focused on, and that's what we're going to focus on to get his agenda done.
All right, Congressman Donalds, thank you for taking time and being with us. We appreciate
Behind
it.
Byron, someone
We
speaks
will
on
take a break
stage
here.
at
Still
Capitol
ahead,
One
we'll talk to
Arena.
Jen Psaki about what she's hearing from former President Biden's inner circle after he left office, plus the latest from Washington as President Trump prepares to sign his first executive orders. Our special coverage on NBC continues after this.
Coverage.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the second inauguration of Donald Trump as the nation's 47th president. Right now, President Trump is at the inaugural luncheon before he appears with supporters to sign his first executive orders at the Capital One Arena. Meanwhile, President Biden has officially left Washington after his term of president ended today. For more, let's bring in Biden White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki. Jen, good to see you.
Good to see you too, Lester.
Before we talk the politics of the day, get personal here for a moment and your thoughts of watching the political career of Joe Biden end after more than 50 years.
Well, as you just mentioned, Lester, today wasn't the end of just a 4-year presidency. It was a 50-year commitment to public service, and one that began, as I think we all know well, the story of his first wife and his daughter losing their lives in a car accident, his 2 sons being in the hospital, and him becoming the youngest senator at the time. So he has been through tragedy, he's been through heartache, and through all of it, I think we saw this when he spoke at Andrews Air Force Base today, he has this commitment to public service and a belief that government can do good and can do good for the people. But I'm sure this is a strange moment for him, for his wife, Dr. Biden, who's been by his side, as he's really exiting a career that has been the majority of his lifetime.
We, those of us sitting here at this table, were watching intently during President Trump's speech, during his address, watching the cutaway shots of the Bidens, how they were taking in some of the very bold criticisms of the new president about the state of the country. What were you thinking as you heard that?
Well, Lester, I don't know how many inaugural addresses you have covered, many of them. I have read and been a part of many of them as well, and typically they're a moment when politics is suspended. It's not typically a moment, even though there are major differences, especially when there's a transfer of party leadership in the White House, that there's criticism of the past president. It usually is a moment of reflection on where the country is, where there's opportunity and where there are challenges. And I was thinking about the speech that Barack Obama gave. I was working for him at the time during the financial crisis in 2009. He obviously took over for George W. Bush. They had many disagreements. He won the primary, Barack Obama did, in part because he ran against Bush's involvement in the Iraq War. But they worked hand in hand during the financial crisis. Joe Biden's speech 4 years ago was about COVID, which was impacting the country, no matter your political affiliation. So I was watching them. I was watching Vice President Harris. It was quite a political speech. It was also, in my view, a self-indulgent speech, and just there was a lot of self-references to Trump himself. I know from watching him that he felt it was very important to also return some of the traditions, riding in the car with President Trump on the way to the speech, having the tea that they had this morning. But there also was a backdrop behind the scenes, Lester, and all of you who are watching this. I mean, there was Joe Biden pardoned not only members of his own family, also members of the January 6th committee and others this morning, or preemptively pardoned, I should say. And we'll see. But the day could end with the incoming president, the new president, pardoning people who participated in the insurrection. So returning to traditions, I was watching that, Joe Biden trying to keep that look on his face, but also acknowledge that these are not normal times. And the bookends of January 6th and the attacks on our democracy, I'm sure, were on his mind as well.
Jen, it's Hallie. And I just wanted to ask, too, one of the things that we were struck by at the table here was the goodbye with President Biden, former President Biden, and now former First Lady Jill Biden before they got onto, as Kelly has informed us, Nighthawk 46, not Marine 1.
Kelly would know. She knows
would.
all.
Exactly. And that warm hug between Jill Biden, you're seeing them here, and former Vice President Kamala Harris. After so much, we know that Jill Biden has been a fierce defender of her husband's, even at a time when a lot of the Democratic Party, as you well know, thought that he should be stepping out of the race, which of course he ultimately did. So where does the Democratic Party go from here? How do they try to come together? What do they do, 3.5 years from now, if we're looking ahead to 2028 already?
Hallie, it's such a good question, and I think it's going to be one of the most interesting things to follow and watch and cover. I mean, first of all, the Democrats control nothing. They don't have the White House, they don't have the House, they don't have the Senate, and they don't have the Supreme Court, which I know is different, but I think that's an accurate statement. And that's a moment of reflection. What just happened, what went wrong, and where do we go from here? Now, an absence of leadership, there's no clear leader of the Democratic Party right now, means someone will emerge, and we will see. There are a number of governors who have been on the sidelines more. Maybe one of them will emerge, maybe somebody we've never heard of. So there's that in terms of political leadership and who will be seen in that way. I would also say, and Kristen, who I know is sitting at your table, had Leader Jeffries on yesterday on Meet the Press, and I've been struck by how disciplined, I'm sure to the frustration of Kristen and others who are excellent interviewers, when they talk to him, he has been. And here's why, I think. His view and the view of a number of Democrats in Congress is that they have to pick their battles. They cannot take every bait, every piece that they disagree with or they feel outraged by that Trump or any of the Republicans may be doing. And that means being consistent about talking about their impact on working people. That's something that clearly, whether it wasn't the policy issues in their view, but it was certainly a messaging issue in the lead up to the election. And you see that discipline from him. So now the question is, what are those battles? Which battles are you going to pick? It won't be every one. And I don't know that we know the answer to that quite yet, but we may know in the coming days, because as you all know, we've been talking about what's going to happen in the Trump administration. Now he is president. So we will see over the coming hours and days what it looks like.
All right, Jen Psaki, good to see you. Thanks so much.
Good to see you, too.
NBC News White House correspondent Yamiche Alcindor joins us now. She's been covering President Trump's planned executive orders, including actions rolling back DEI policies. Yamiche, tell us about it.
Well, good afternoon, Lester. I've been talking to a number of legal experts related to the executive orders on DEI, which of course is diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as gender identity. The Trump administration and the President Trump are planning to sign an executive order where they would be saying that there are two biological sexes, male and female, and to that end, they would be rolling back any sort of gender issues or any sort of gender things that are talking about anything that's non-binary or anything that is not specifically male or female. And to that part, I've been talking to a legal expert who say there could be immediate impacts on that executive order, including in prisons, migrant shelters, as well as in spaces like rape shelters. That could mean that people that are transgender could be moved out of those spaces that they say align with their gender identity and instead moved into spaces that deal with their biological sex in the way that the Trump administration is seeing this. So we could see immediate impact on that. We also are hearing that the Trump administration is going to be changing the way that passports and federal documents are going to be used and utilized, and taking away those gender identity terms. In that regard, a legal expert told me that if you're someone who's transgender, who has a passport that maybe has gender X on it, they would caution you not to leave the country because you could literally be detained by border agents because you couldn't have your gender entered into the system if the Trump administration is no longer identifying it. So that means if you're someone who leaves the country, you could literally not be let back in until the State Department issued you a passport that said you were either male or female. So really need to look out for those immediate consequences. I've also been talking to people about these DEI programs, and one expert at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund told me that it's a big question what exact programs are going to be targeted, but they said to me that if it prohibits anything that deals with discrimination on race or gender, while they might see real legal challenges there, those could also be immediately implemented. And they expect, though, to have a lot of lawsuits related to that, but that even with the Trump administration, presidents have the ability to do what they want when it comes to dealing with the federal government's issuance of these programs. So definitely a big fight ahead, and also, though, immediate impacts that we expect, Lester.
All right, Yamiche, thanks very much. Again, we're waiting for the president to appear at the Capital One Arena for, I guess this was the overflow. People who came to watch his swearing in earlier today. They have filled the arena. This will be a virtual, or not even a virtual, a parade, an indoor parade. And we expect to see some more signings of executive orders there. Which brings me to our senior legal correspondent, Laura Jarrett. Laura, what kind of legal challenges could we see in response to some of the things like what Yamiche just described?
No question, Lester. It's going to be a flurry. They're going to come fast and furious. Most of these groups largely just waiting, as we are, to see the actual text of the executive orders, because the devil's going to be in the details. Typically, when it comes to these types of suits, and we saw a lot of them in the last Trump administration, is they either have to do with how the executive orders are sort of functioning and how they actually get taken up on the ground, how they went about getting effectuated, if you will. And then sometimes it's purely on the substance as it relates to now defining the sexes as to biological sex at birth. That's going to immediately likely trigger an equal protection challenge, because there is existing federal law on the books right now that the Supreme Court has said is valid, and you cannot discriminate against people based on their gender identity. Then there's going to be challenges as it relates to things like birthright citizenship. That's another one we expect him to take up as it relates to his efforts to control immigration. Birthright citizenship, something we are guaranteed in the Constitution. It dates back to slavery and making sure that African Americans were treated equally in this country. And so if he tries to do a perspective gutting of something like that, again, expect to see immediate challenges on substantive grounds. But again, we have to see the actual text of these orders to really dissect what's going to be most vulnerable to a legal challenge. And of course, you have to find a plaintiff. You have to find someone who has a legal stake, someone who is standing. And so when you think about the last Trump administration and the travel ban that was really like taken up so quickly within hours after that thing came down, you saw people run into court and get injunctions. That's because people were stuck in other countries. And so it was very easy to find ways to block that quickly. Whereas with some of these other ones that might seem like they're coming out of left field, it might take a while for the groups to find the right type of plaintiff. But some of these, Lester, they were ready to hit the ground running, especially as it relates to immigrations, as he's telegraphed for so long that that was going to be a priority, Lester.
Yeah, this might be a difficult question, but to what extent is the record of the court, the ideological makeup of the Supreme Court, how might that affect how quickly some of these things are adjudicated?
Well, it depends, I think, on the issue. As it relates to immigration, the president has broad discretion. We have seen the Supreme Court's treatment of President Trump's executive actions when it comes to immigration. They ended up upholding his revised travel ban way back when we were under the first Trump administration. And there's a long line of history, case law, when it comes to immigration that defers to the president. But again, when it comes to some other things like that, sort of defining the sexes based off of biological sex, that's a whole different matter. And the Supreme Court, it's unclear how they would treat that. But there's no question he has a conservative supermajority now because of his appointments last time around, getting 3 picks here, and many, of course, hoping that he'll get more picks this time around.
All right, Laura Jarrett, thanks very much. We will take a quick break. Coming up, what to expect from President Trump's agenda as he prepares to hit the ground running on his first day back at the White House. Our coverage continues after this.
Caption: coverage will return in a moment.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the second inauguration of Donald Trump. Soon, the president will leave today's inaugural luncheon and meet his supporters at the Capital One Arena. We already saw Elon Musk speak there earlier, just one of the many tech titans we saw today. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Savannah Sellers to talk about all this. Savannah, good day.
Hey, Lester. Yeah, so just really notable seeing so many of these tech titans right there behind or among members of the Trump family. Clearly, the camera trained on many of them for much of the ceremony that we saw unfold today. As you mentioned, we did just recently hear from Musk. He was there in Capital One Arena. Of course, he's about to be a major player in the Trump administration, running this Department of Government Efficiency, looking to cut, he says, up to $2 trillion. It's notable so many of these executives executives have had this real about face in their relationship with Trump and in their public messaging about how they feel about the now president. Even Musk, I mean, one of the things that we have heard is a day one action for the new Trump administration is once again pulling out of the Paris Climate Agreement. Back when Trump did that during his first administration, that was something that actually made Elon Musk resign from advisory councils that he had been on for President Trump during his first term, and also tweet that that's not good for America or for the rest of the world. Same situation when you talk about a Zuckerberg, who, of course, now is rolling back diversity initiatives within his company, also stopping fact-checking, something that he says he was sort of censored, pushed by the Biden administration to do. That got a call out today, actually, from the president in his speech, his first speech in the Rotunda, where he said he's going to stop all government censorship, seemingly a nod to exactly what Zuckerberg has done here. We obviously saw Musk extremely animated about the idea of Mars, of colonizing Mars. It was actually, has long been a dream of his to do exactly that, and part of why he started SpaceX. So interesting to see some of these tech titans and their relationships with each other. You have SpaceX right in the room. You also have Jeff Bezos and Blue Origin. There's been this kind of bromance going on between the two of them on X. They've kind of previously had a little bit of this rivalry going. Now, you know, using memes from Step Brothers saying, did we just become best friends on the same day that both of these men launched rockets, and congratulating each other. Also with Musk, Bezos, and Zuckerberg in the room, you have the three richest men there on the stage, again, right among family members. Also on stage, notably, Shou Chew, the CEO of TikTok. We are waiting to see if President Trump is going to sign an executive order, concerning TikTok. He has said that could happen as soon as today. That will be quite interesting to see what the details of it are. I know just a little bit ago with you all were speaking with Kevin McCarthy, and it was asked, what will 50% American ownership do for the security concerns? And he pointed out maybe it'll be something like 51% American ownership, 49% staying with that Chinese-owned parent company called ByteDance. That's just simply, though, not what the president has said in writing, in something he posted on Truth Social, or last night during his rally when he said, I want 50-50 ownership here, American and ByteDance. If it is 51-49, you know, that's obviously notable to have that controlling interest in what that's ultimately going to do. Also notable that it's one of the first sort of dealings with China of his administration will be the TikTok deal. Lester?
All right, Savannah, thanks very much. I want to bring in Walter Isaacson. He is a history professor at Tulane University who has written a biography about Elon Musk. Walter, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Boy, the lead-ins from Musk's speech to Savannah's talking, it's amazing what's happened.
It's amazing. And I want to start by asking you, should we be at all concerned when we see all these tech titans standing there, part of this inauguration today, but clearly drawing closer to our new president?
You have to remember the last speech that Biden gave, his farewell, which is about the tech oligarchy that might be taking over. I think Trump is making it very clear that Elon Musk and others, but mainly Musk, is going to help drive the second term, unlike the way he did it in the first term. And, you know, in my book, chapter after chapter, I show what Musk does when he goes into SpaceX, when he goes into Tesla, when he takes over Twitter and turns it into X and breaks everything down. So, yes, there's going to be a lot of rubble left in the wake, but this is going to be the most transformative thing happening, is watching Musk take on government.
Well, is that because of the unique technology that we've reached now in terms of AI and space technology? Is there something unique about this period in time that makes this more alarming or more concerning?
Well, I think if you're looking at AI, you have a question of what the Biden administration would have done, and they did some executive orders saying this could be really unsafe, just like social media, they felt had spread misinformation. So you had that administration cracking down on social media, some would say cracking down on free speech, likewise trying to put guardrails around artificial intelligence. What you're going to see with Musk and people who work with him like David Sachs is we're going to go all in on artificial intelligence. And, you know, I think there will be some consequences to that.
Mr. Isaacson, it's Hallie Jackson here. I wonder how you see and reflect on the potential for conflicts of interest with Musk, with some of these other tech titans, as they have been dubbed here, considering that their businesses, their companies, in some cases have business with the U.S. government. Regulatory policies that the Trump administration may put in place could affect their businesses as well.
Absolutely. And this is something that's going to happen in the Trump administration, whether it's Trump launching a meme coin or his family buying a hotel in Washington or looking at these tech bros going into government, there will be conflicts of interest. And I do think that we've had a whole lot of guardrails and regulations on that. Probably some of them in ways that were just clogged up government too much. You're now going to see it go the other way. I happen to think that Musk is not going into government so he can get more, say, EV subsidies for Tesla, because as you saw, Trump doesn't even want electric vehicle subsidies. But he's doing it because he's, you know, at the very beginning of the book, we talk about him in a superhero cape, having read the comic books as a lonely kid in the bookstore. He now wants to put on his superhero cape and try to, as Trump was saying, change the trajectory of this country.
And Mr. Isaacson, it's Kristen Welker. There's been so much discussion about the relationship between President Trump and Elon Musk, and he's even been referred to as the second president. How do you see their relationship playing out?
It's been pretty amazing. You know, you certainly remember that Steve Bannon a few weeks ago, who's part of the other wing of the MAGA populace, the one that's sort of against the tech oligarchy, saying that by Inauguration Day, he was going to make sure that Elon Musk wasn't involved. And you have this split in the populist world. Certainly, you didn't see Steve Bannon today, but you saw Elon Musk sitting there in front of the Secretary of Commerce, in front of the, you know, the cabinet. And so I think for the next year, they both need each other. They're both on each other's wavelength. And I think you need to look at the playbook that Musk has done for the past 20 years because he's really hell-bent on implementing it now in government.
All right. Walter Isaacson, thanks so much for your time. It's good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you again, Lester.
And as we wait for President Trump, let's go back to Tom Yamas at Capital One Arena. That's where the president's supporters are gathering before he appears there a bit later on.
Hey, Lester, a little bit of a lull right now. We've had speaker after speaker for the last 2 hours, and it's been sort of a hold right now. You wonder about all the supporters that came out here. They waited in the freezing temperatures for hours. They're probably waiting 10 hours inside to hear President Trump speak. But then I was thinking about, and a lot of these people have been waiting 4 years for this moment to happen again, so a few more hours is not too bad for them. We are waiting on two of maybe the most important speakers of the night because they may give us the most news. One of them, border czar Tom Homan, who possibly may speak, and then also the Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, as well. They initially were on the dais, if you will, to speak, but we have not heard from them yet. Witkoff obviously would be very interesting because of what just happened in Israel. He was a key negotiator, even Biden administration officials giving him some credit for getting the hostage ceasefire deal done. It'd be interesting to see what he has to say and what his vision is for the future, right? Because there's still so many more hostages still being held right now, and the ceasefire really has to hold for several weeks, if not months. And then, of course, anything on the border, and we expect President Trump to sign some of those executive orders here behind us at some point. On the border, what's going to happen, the declaration of a national emergency at the border, and President Trump essentially trying to shut down the border when it comes to asylum claims and also illegal immigration. So we're waiting on all of that. The lights just came down a little bit. Oh, actually, no. There's the wave going on right now. I don't know if you guys have a crowd camera, but the people are growing a little restless or having a little fun, depending on how you want to look at it. But the wave is now happening inside the Capital One Arena. So that's where we are as we await President Trump and the vice president to show up here. We think within an hour or less, maybe. Guys, back to you.
Tom, thanks very much. A big crowd there, as he said, waiting into the cold to be there today. We saw, even where we are here in Washington, D.C., saw people on the streets here around the time the president was being sworn in to just feel to be part of something. All the outdoor activities had been canceled or moved indoors, but still a lot of people coming to feel the moment and to celebrate the election and the swearing in of of Donald Trump. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll go back inside Capital One Arena, where the president will be arriving shortly as he prepares to sign some of the first actions of his term back in the White House. Our special coverage continues after this.
The inauguration of Donald J. Trump. Coverage will return in a moment.
We are back with our special coverage of President Trump's second inauguration, and today's celebrations are fully underway. The president has been at the inaugural luncheon. This followed the swearing in for a second term. He's about to take some of the first steps that he's outlined to enact his agenda a bit later this afternoon. We'll be following that, of course. Let's bring back Kelly O'Donnell, Kristen Welker, and Hallie Jackson. Kelly, walk us through what we're about to see.
It's such a day of the formal ceremony mixed in with the political realities of now the Trump administration. So we will be seeing this luncheon, which is part of the nicety, the chance to have the relationships. They're in the statuary hall. There will be a presentation of some gifts. And when you see a couple of senators who are prominent there, including Amy Klobuchar of Michigan at the lectern, and then in green at the dais is Deb Fischer. They have the leadership of a committee that on most days doesn't sound all that exciting, the Rules Committee. But the best benefit is that they get to run all the ceremonies of the inauguration, and she's describing the gifts that they're presenting right now.
And one of the things that strikes me is just how many images of bipartisanship we've seen throughout the day. We really can't take that for granted. We rarely get to see those moments on display. But again, this goes to what we've been talking about throughout this entire day, which is this is the traditional and peaceful transfer of power that the country didn't necessarily get to witness in this way 4 years ago.
Kristen, I just heard her saying these gifts represent our equal branches of government. And I suspect President Trump is thinking, I think the executive is dominant in his mind. So I think she's trying to assert how Congress really does have a huge role.
Kind of a nudge, a reminder.
A little nudge.
And because I know we all love inaugural trivia, I will just say that since 1989, it's been Lennox that has provided the crystal that has become a tradition at these. Last time around, it was Donald Trump and Mike Pence that got Lennox bowls. It looks like those are the vases. Hurricane lamps have also been given away as well. And actually, the first time around, the glass was sourced from Slovenia, which is, of course, the home of now First Lady, again, Melania Trump. So this is part of the, as you've been talking about, Kelly, the tradition, the process, the ritual that is so imbued inside these.
So you know what I'm hung up on is the moving in, the process of once they left the White House today for their day, this incredible staff comes in and transforms.
90-plus people who have about 5 hours to get this done. And we're not talking like you or I would move, Lester or Kelly. The boxes are unpacked. The clothes are hung. The shampoo is in the shower. The toothbrushes
They're probably watching on the TV. We got to get it done. They're almost done.
And in fact, this delay today is actually, I've been thinking about those teams because it's buying them some time. Some of the moving out had been starting in recent days. We could see evidence of that around the White House. But the moving in is the harder part. They have it all established and set with a very specific order of what's moving in. And when they go into their closet tonight, it's all there.
I think it's worth noting it's more than a logistical feat. It's an emotional one as well, because basically when a first family moves into the White House, they become a part of the family, of the staff there. And quite often, when there is a goodbye, it's a teary one on both sides. And so you have these staffers who are working through those emotions to welcome in the new first family. In this case, they're quite familiar with this first family because, of course, so many of the people there will be quite familiar and will have worked with the Trumps before.
And you talk about goodbyes, Kristen. You also heard former President Biden say welcome home to Donald Trump as he walked up to those stairs. And that's what this is for the Trumps coming in to what will be their home for the next 4 years.
It's just like any other 55,000 square foot house.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
6 stories.
There's some great stories that come out of this here. Like back in 1989, the story goes that the grandchildren of former President Bush showed up early. They were sort of out there. They were not really interested in being out in the cold any longer. They came in early. The move was not prepared, so the chief usher took them down to the florist office, for example. And they built bouquets. Jenna Bush later had that florist at her wedding. So you build these relationships.
Well, let's listen into this ceremony.
In the state of South Dakota, Senate Majority Leader John Thune to give the toast for the president.
He steps away from the lectern, which is just behind the head table.
Well, Mr. President, Madam First Lady, congratulations. It is an honor for all of us to be able to be here today with you on this historic day as we celebrate your inauguration. Mr. President, one of the most important influences in my life when I was getting started in politics was Ronald Reagan. His philosophy of limited government, his belief in peace through strength, the strength of his convictions, were all things that appealed to me. But I was also drawn by his optimism and by his belief in America. And Mr.
Senate
President,
Majority
those are
Leader
qualities that I see in
Thune
you.
delivers the toast.
One of the things that resonated throughout your campaign was the unshakable belief in our country and in her citizens. You remind us of everything that's possible in America. I'm looking forward to working with you over the next 4 years to build up our great country. It says in the scriptures that if you ask for wisdom, it will be given to you and given to you generously. And so I pray, and our prayer is, that God will richly bless you in the years ahead and grant you not only strength, but wisdom. And ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to join me in raising a glass to the President of the United States, President Donald Trump. Hear, hear.
Raises a glass, as did the other attendees at the luncheon. Most appear to have glasses of champagne, but President Trump appears to have a glass of what looks like might be iced tea or some other kind of soda.
So, this has been a long day with many other things ahead for so many of you. But I want to thank you for attending the 60th inaugural ceremonies. And as we close, we ask that you pick up a gift. All of our guests are going to get a set of commemorative glasses in embossed leather featuring the Great Seal of the United States, which Senator Fisher and I selected together, and maybe Senator McConnell added some bourbon from Kentucky. Just saying. It is now my privilege to conclude this luncheon by asking Margaret Kibben, the chaplain for the House of Representatives, to deliver the benediction. Thank you.
Members of the
And we know we love this eagle podium. It's pretty good,
Mr.
Mr. President.
To the guests at the luncheon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the benediction.
Attendees at the luncheon stand from their seats.
Would you pray with me? Holy and merciful God, having witnessed another successful moment in the experiment that you have entrusted into the hands of the American people, we pray your blessing on our 47th President of these United States, Donald J. Trump, and Vice President James D. Vance. Ensure that this mantle of singular responsibility that you have laid upon our President's shoulders remains secure in your will and safeguarded in your keeping. Uphold him as he preserves, protects, and defends the Constitution to the best of his abilities, relying on your divine help. God of power and might, grace and mercy, grant that your spirit of counsel has access to the President's heart to search it, to his mind to examine it, to his will to test it, that his faithfulness would bear witness to your truth. Surround him with angels and advisors who will serve as your agents to guide and guard him, caution and encourage him to remain upright and blameless in your sight. Buckle the belt of truth around his waist. Place the breastplate of righteousness over his heart. Fit his feet with readiness, that your gospel of wisdom and justice will shine forth throughout President Trump's administration. We offer this prayer to the one whose voice we follow to guide all that we do and all that we hope for. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please remain at your seats as President Trump, Vice President Vance, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, and the official party depart National Statuary Hall.
President Trump and Vice President Vance stand from their seats, as do their wives. Amy Klobuchar hands out gift bags to the members of the table.
exchange of gifts concludes. The President and First Lady greeting some of the folks in the room. A moment of certainly unity and a part of the tradition of this day. Our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, joins us now. And Peter, you've got some new reporting on changes at the White House that we were talking about here a few moments ago.
Yeah, Lester, that's exactly right. I was just inside the West Wing only a matter of hours ago after Joe Biden departed the West Wing for the final time. Those photographs that are framed throughout the West Wing with images of some of his events and activities over the course of the last 4 years had been removed. The frame sat empty, and now, just moments ago, I was there again. You can see the photos have now been switched out with the new photos of the incoming president, both the 45th and 47th. I'll throw that up one more time as you see Donald Trump departing the stage. Look in the top left, perhaps you can see that photo from just a couple of days ago at the president's Virginia Golf Club. It shows how quickly they work to provide some of the most up-to-date photos as he prepares to arrive at the White House for the first time. A little bit of other color from behind closed doors as you see the president and First Lady, Speaker Mike Johnson, behind them, greeting some of the other dignitaries who have assembled today. Throughout the course of this day is the famed turnover, including the turnover of the Oval Office. Out go the trappings of the Biden presidency, the MLK bust, the RFK bust, many of the portraits that he had framed on the wall, and in come Donald Trump's selected items for his Oval Office. That includes, I am told, a rug, a sunburst image that was on the circular rug that Donald Trump had on his first term, first designed by Nancy Reagan for her husband, President Reagan, back in the day. That rug that Trump had during his first term has returned again. The rug that Joe Biden has used for 4 years has now been removed. Lester?
All right, Peter Alexander, thanks for that update. Let's go back to Craig Melvin now. He's at Emancipation Hall. The swearing-in ceremony is over, of course, but there are celebrations still happening behind you, Craig.
Lester, indeed they are. In fact, you probably, if you've been with us for a few hours, you probably don't recognize the room behind me. This is exactly where, right after the inauguration, President Trump came downstairs. He left the rotunda, came down here, and made those remarks to about 1,000 or so folks who've been gathered here. About 90 minutes. It took roughly 90 minutes for them to get all of those chairs out of this room and to convert it into what is going to be called a first honors review. It's very similar to a past review. Keep in mind, so much has changed today because all of the festivities have been moved inside. This is one of those things that typically happens on the eastern steps of the Capitol, where you would have a fairly grand spectacle, but all of that is happening here. So as you might imagine, it is going to be considerably smaller than what we have seen in years past. Every branch of the military will be represented, and you can't really see behind me, but I'll try to do my best to describe it for you. The Army Band is here. There are roughly 50 members or so of the Army Band. They will play at one point. You also see the Army represented, the Marine Corps, the Coast Guard, the Navy, the Air Force, the Space Guard, also Space Force, also represented here as well. And again, you can't see them right now, but the Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps, technically part of the Army Band, they will actually be the only group that moves during this procession. They will pass by President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump. We're told that is set to happen after the president leaves this luncheon. The live pictures that you're seeing now, President Trump, First Lady will leave this luncheon. We're told they'll take some official photos, and then they'll come here. The entire ceremony here will take roughly 15 minutes. After that 15 minutes, they'll load back in to the motorcade, and they'll head over to Capital One Arena. But as you can see right now, President Trump making his way from that luncheon. We can tell you, based on the TikTok we've been given so far, the ceremonies are running at least 30, 45 minutes behind. And it doesn't look like at this point they're eager to make up a whole lot of that time. But again, this will be his next stop once he leaves that luncheon, Lester.
Well, it's good to be the president. You can add on a few
Guests at the luncheon as they
but he
make
is certainly
their way
taking his time and being gracious with folks as he leaves that room. One of the many places we've been watching today. And we should point out, I know you all know this by now, but of course, a lot of this was planned to be outdoors today. Things move very quickly. Was that Thursday? I'm trying to remember. Thursday we found out it was...
Thursday or Friday morning. Time is a flat circle, but right around there.
Yeah, and how quickly they have moved and to create something, not a knockoff of the outdoor facility, celebration, but something that honors the tradition.
It's actually pretty incredible how quickly they moved all of these proceedings indoors, how challenging it was. There were lawmakers who were scrambling to make sure they could be inside the Capitol Rotunda to actually be able to witness this historic event.
And by the way, Matt Carlucci, our producer, in my ear, Friday, because he's the guy that's been dealing with it in a big way.
I spoke to then President-elect, now President Trump, on Saturday and asked him about this decision. And I asked him how challenging it was to make this decision, because he is someone who loves big spectacles. And he said it was a very hard decision to make. He very much wanted this to be outdoors, but he also pointed to the fact that these temperatures were frigid. There was a lot of concern about it potentially being dangerous. And so ultimately, he thought that this was the right move. And of course, inside the Capitol, there is a lot of pomp and pageantry that unfolds.
And let's just note that as we see President Trump there begin to depart the Capitol here, those senators don't yet get to go out to get ready for the balls later on tonight, the ones who will be attending. They have some business to take care of. And specifically, they are looking to vote several of the president's cabinet picks out of committee, notably among them Marco Rubio, selected for Secretary of State, John Ratcliffe, up for CIA Director, Kristi Noem, Homeland Security Secretary, and Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense. Now, just to say, voted out of committee. That is the first step in a process. It is not the last step. However, if the senators all decide today unanimously that they want to vote on one of the nominees, like, for example, perhaps Senator Marco Rubio, then they could do so. Every president since Bill Clinton has had at least one cabinet member who has been confirmed on Inauguration Day, every new president. So we are looking ahead to see about that.
In the national security space. And so the names that you provided tell us that's where they want to start.
We're going to take a short break and have more live coverage of President Trump's second inauguration right after this.
Caption coverage will return.
We're back now with our special coverage of a historic day in American politics. President Donald Trump returning to power for his second term. Soon he'll head to Capital One Arena here in Washington to address his supporters. For now, let's bring in Alabama Republican Senator Katie Britt. Senator, thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. Certainly an exciting day, and as always, great to be with you.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly an exciting day. We've heard the president speak twice now in the formal address and then later downstairs. And as he was speaking, I found myself wondering, how is this playing with a non-Trump crowd? People who might have voted for him in this case, but they haven't locked on to him in the way many other supporters have.
Look, I didn't have an opportunity to hear the second speech. My husband was there, and so I look forward to getting a play-by-play from him. But I will tell you, in the rotunda, there was a feeling of energy. There was a feeling of hope. I have heard from Alabamians who are sitting all across the city, some of which came to my office to watch it, and they said they finally feel like we are taking our country back. And so I think when people look at this, they see that we're going to regain strength, that peace through strength. We're going to actually achieve prosperity for all Americans. And obviously having a secure border, the safety and security of each and every American citizen from coast to coast was clearly front and center in these remarks and in the executive orders today. And so I think people are hopeful again that our country will actually allow people to thrive and achieve their American dream.
You know, as I was listening, I was wondering the message that's being sent about the state of the country. It's a very dark picture that he painted in the initial speech, in his address about this country. Do you see the country as negatively as he does?
So, Lester, I think you have to think about this last 4 years. Obviously, we have litigated time and time again the issues on the border. I think Americans, every single time they go to the grocery store, the gas pump, they feel that their dollar doesn't go as far. People rewind 4 years ago to where we are now. You look at the chaos in the Middle East, and you contrast that with what happened under President Trump before, with the Abraham Accords, and actually having a platform for sustainable peace that can be built off of. You look at what's happening with Russia and Ukraine. You look at China China
including
being
Mark
on the
Zuckerberg
march.
and his wife.
Americans are ready to return to peace through strength. They're ready to make sure that their dollar goes further. They want their children to be safe and secure, and they want them to have opportunity. And obviously, that is how America feels. They spoke loud and clear on November 5th. So President Trump spoke directly to the issues that matter to these Americans, and he is committed to making sure that we come together and move forward as one country that creates opportunity for each and every American. He said it today, regardless of race, regardless of religion, regardless of creed, we want you to be successful. And so I think there is a hopefulness now, but I do think people are very clear about the direction this nation has gone over the last 4 years, but are excited about the turn of events today, that's for sure.
All right. Well, Senator Britt, thank you so much for talking with us.
Hey, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
You got it. Let's go back to Craig Melvin now. He's at Emancipation Hall. Craig?
Lester, as you can see right now here at Emancipation Hall, this first honors review is set to begin any moment now. We're told that President Trump is en route. If you look closely, you see one chair on that stage behind me. First Lady Melania Trump will be joining him as well. Again, keep in mind, this is usually held outside. This is the pass and review where you would see a slew of bands and the armed services that are represented here, far fewer of them inside because of the space restriction than what we would see outside. We can also tell you that other military members participating in this formation include senior service representatives as well. Behind those senior service representatives, that's the 9-person Joint Color Honor Guard, one member from each service carrying their service flag. And then you've got a soldier carrying the national colors as well. The U.S. Army Band will play a number of ruffles and flourishes. They'll also play Hail to the Chief as well. And then you'll see, you just saw the red coats to the far left. That's the Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps, part of the Army Band. They will be the only group that actually passes in front of President Donald Trump during the service that we're told is going to take roughly 10 minutes or so. But again, right now, everyone in here waiting for President Trump to arrive, we're told he should be coming down those stairs momentarily.
Yeah, Craig, and we're watching along with you. And while we wait, let me bring in Kristen Walker. When you talk about foreign policy and the use of American troops, or at least the use of American military might, I mean, one of the things during the campaign, of course, was the relationship with NATO. What do we know about how this president, views some of the foreign policy challenges we face?
Yeah, it's a great question, Lester. We know, first of all, that he
members of the military
thinks that
stand
NATO
at attention,
members need
some
to be
holding
paying
bayonets,
more.
others
He's been quite
flags,
vocal about
all
that. He
wearing
hasn't taken it off
traditional
the table
regalia
that
and uniforms.
on his watch the United States could potentially pull out of NATO. That's a huge difference, not only with his predecessor, President Biden, but it's one of the biggest things, I think, that divides the Republican Party, both in terms of the view of NATO and also the view of the path forward for Ukraine. You have a group of Republicans who think that the United States should continue to fund Ukraine's attempts to push Russia out of their territory. Of course, Russia illegally invaded Ukraine under President Biden's watch. And so there's a big debate right now. Should that continue? To what extent? Some Republicans say we shouldn't just continue to write a blank check. And that's the category that President Trump falls into. He's promised to end the war in Ukraine, at least in the first 6 months that he's in office. It's a huge challenge, and it's something that will loom very large over his presidency.
All right, we're watching the waiting for the start of the first honors ceremony, as it is known. Let me bring in Courtney Kuby, our Pentagon correspondent. Courtney, is there daylight in the view of the average troop versus the generals?
Yeah, Lester, I'm always reticent to look at the military as this monolithic organization, because it's definitely not. But I will say, in the 2 months or so since we first heard that Pete Hegseth was going to be the Secretary of Defense, or at least the selection for now President Donald Trump to be Secretary of Defense, one thing that I have found to be pretty consistent is how different people view him as the potential nominee. And more senior people in the military have expressed some concern, particularly about some of his policy remarks and comments in the past. Whereas what I have seen, and this is everywhere from social media to just talking to people, among sort of the younger enlisted is there's a lot of excitement about having someone who, as he said in his confirmation, has a lot of dirt on his boots. He's deployed. He knows how much an artillery shell weighs. He talks about doing push-ups. He likes to work out. So there is some excitement about sort of having one of their own leading the Pentagon. As far as today, how today goes, I mean, there is... Again, I don't like to look at the military as any kind of a monolith, but there is a real recognition just for the ceremony that we're witnessing here today and how the military really plays such an important role in that, Lester. That being said, there has been such an emphasis in recent years about the critical need to make sure that the U.S. military state remains apolitical. And that is something that we've heard concern about how President Donald Trump and many of the people around him, they talk about the military as if it's almost a political arm. And there's a lot of concern about how that will play out over the next 4 years. As we were talking about earlier, these executive actions that we're expecting that President Trump is going to start implementing literally within a matter of hours, some of those do involve the U.S. military, particularly along the border mission, and concerns that the military could be put in a position where they look like a political force. We talked earlier about how the active duty military is not allowed to engage in law enforcement activities here in the United States. It really stands to be seen exactly how they will be used along the border. If it will be any different than the lawful way they've been used in the past, or whether the new president is going to try to push their orders there, Lester.
Yeah, President Trump spoke in his inaugural address today about avoiding foreign wars. That's been a big theme with him. I returned a week ago from Iran, where I interviewed the country's president. And one of the things we talked about was the threat of war, either supported by the U.S. or directly by the U.S. against nuclear weapons research facilities in Iran. And obviously, they're very concerned about what the U.S. may do and the uncertainty of a new administration, clearly trying to impress on me that they have a reformist look at the world. But it's a complicated world. His relationship with the President Trump's relationship with Netanyahu will certainly come into strong focus. So it's a complicated and dangerous world right now that our military is facing.
You talk about that region, Lester, with much of the world holding its breath to see how this ceasefire that is currently in place after we saw the release of those 3 female hostages just less than 24 hours ago, how that will play out, whether that pause in fighting will actually hold. You look at this moment, it's a very visual reminder that Donald Trump is stepping into the role yet again, not just president, of course, but commander-in-chief, with all of the gravity that goes along with that kind of position. I remember being reporting live in a special report with you, Lester, back in 2017, I think it was April, in the first strike of his first term that was against Syria at the time. And so there are moments where the president steps into that role, especially when you have these 2 huge conflicts happening in the world, in the Middle East, and then, of course, with that Russian invasion of Ukraine. I will say, Kristen made this point that President Trump said he would have that war settled even before he takes office. But you have heard some of his advisors now, including his potential next Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, try to urge some realism here, suggesting that everyone's got to be realistic, that there will have to be concessions made by the Russians, but also by the Ukrainians as well.
In this very long day, this is the one part of the pageantry and the ceremony that is about being commander-in-chief. And when you see the stillness of this moment, it is so striking. We have not seen this before indoors like this. And we know the bravado that Donald Trump brings to the role of world leader. He is not afraid to say provocative, even sometimes bellicose things on the world stage, in part to use that as a wedge and a tool in his negotiations. He's made it clear and pointed out very often that there was no active war when he was in office. He, of course, wanted to get out of Afghanistan, so that took place. There were military strikes, like he talks about the use of force against Soleimani, who was in charge of the Iranian Republican Guard in Iran. So he is engaged on these issues, and he does it in his own way. We've seen that before. Maybe there will be sort of a part 2 on Donald Trump on the world stage.
We're also, of course, following the deal in Gaza with Hamas and where that may lead. I'd have to go back and look at the president's remarks today, but he clearly took some credit for
Very definitely,
involvement in the deal, but I don't know that he did it in a way that is excluding the hand of the Biden administration.
Absolutely, and I think that it was extraordinary because you had the outgoing Biden administration, the incoming Trump administration,
conductor
working
leads the
together
military band.
to secure this deal. Now, in the initial hours after it was struck, then President-elect Trump did say this wouldn't have happened if I wasn't elected in November. When I spoke to him on Saturday, I said, what is your message to Prime Minister Netanyahu? And he effectively said, do what you have to do to bring this war to an end. He is clearly very focused on trying to make that happen. I said, do you think the ceasefire is going to hold? He said it better hold. But as you know, Lester, from covering these sorts of things, ceasefires are incredibly fragile. And so there is a lot of concern, particularly because we await the American hostages who've not yet been released as a part of that ceasefire
And so
agreement.
many American presidencies are altered and directed off course of their own set agenda by world events, things they cannot control, and they have to respond to, and they have to try to. And certainly in Biden's case, he talked about trying to hold the world together when it came to Ukraine. President Trump has a different approach, and he will certainly want to show the strength of his personality as a tool for foreign policy.
We now see the President and First Lady entering Emancipation Hall, where this first honors ceremony will begin. It's been referred to as a review of the troops, which is, we're told, not the proper term for it, but certainly a demonstration of military precision.
And remember, recently, President-elect Trump refused to rule out using military force to take control of Greenland, to take control of the Panama Canal. Those are the types of comments that, as Kelly says, world leaders are watching very closely. Is he being serious or is it bravado?
President Trump and Melania wait with a sergeant. He appears to direct them on what to do, and they await his command to move. He nods at them. Now he smiles and leads them towards the stage. The president holds the hand of First Lady Melania Trump. Members of the military stand at attention with their hands at their temples. Caption: the first honors ceremony is underway in the inauguration of Donald J. Trump. The president and First Lady descend the stairs toward the stage, holding hands. Other dignitaries wait on the stage, standing. The sergeant leads them to the stage. They mount a few steps. Stage facing the troops. Members of the color guard raise their flags. Other members of the military also shift positions. Some hold rifles or bayonets at their sides, others grip swords. A commander approaches the stage. President Trump descends the stage, and a soldier directs him. He faces the color guard. President Trump salutes the commander and walks astride the man in uniform. They step toward the U.S. Army band. President Trump walks in front of the band. turns back to face the stage. Now, the members of the Fife and Drum Corps begin to march across the length of the room, wearing white slacks, white buttoned vests, and red jackets. And black and white caps. Melania Trump stands and puts a hand over her heart. President Trump salutes as they pass in front of the stage. Now, the Fife and Drum Corps have crossed the entire length of the room, and they turn around, marching in place. They begin to march slowly back across the length of the room. They pass the stage where President Trump stands seriously, watching them. The Fife and Drum Corps return to the far side of the room where they began their march. Now, they march forward again. Correction, they march in place. They stop and continue to play their instruments, not moving. They lower their hands to their sides. The members of the Color Guard hold their flags out in front of them. Melania Trump puts her hand over her heart, as do other dignitaries. President Trump raises his hand in a salute as he faces the troops. The conductor conducts the U.S. Army Band. Members of the Color Party raise their flags straight up. Members of the U.S. Army Band hold their instruments to their mouths.
Sir, this includes first honor.
All of the members of the military stand at attention, facing the president and his dignitaries on stage. He stares back, a serious look on his face. Gestures to President Trump and Melania, then leads them off the stage. of stairs.
President Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, departing the first honors there, taking place in Emancipation Hall on the lower level of the Capitol Visitor Center, as the president prepares to head over to Capital One Arena, where the reconfigured parade will take place. Of course, it is so cold that what you just witnessed would typically happen on the east front of the Capitol outside, but obviously we are now just about 72 hours in to the shifting of the inaugural activities because of the cold weather here in Washington, D.C. President Trump with that solemn commander-in-chief moment, as we're joined here by Kristen Walker and Kelly O'Donnell.
I am struck by something we saw in the pageantry of that review, and you'll remember this, both of you, Kristen and Hallie. President Trump in his first term had in the Oval Office those vertical flags representing the different branches as part of the decor of the Oval Office. It makes me think, because we know that work is underway right now, if he requested that again in the new configuration of his Oval Office, it's one of those signs that he really wanted to attach himself as commander-in-chief to representing each of the branches. And of course, Space Force came into being when he was in office the first time.
And of course, there's so much focus right now on the military as we wait to see whether Pete Hegseth, his pick to lead the Department of Defense, will in fact be confirmed. He's had a very contentious confirmation hearing, but there is a robust push to try to get him across the finish line. And as we've said, one of Mr. Trump's picks has already not made it over the finish line. There's not a real appetite amongst Republicans to try to pull another nominee down, so we'll have to see how that unfolds.
Our Craig Melvin is there at Emancipation Hall. We'll go to you now, Craig. Give us a sense of what it's been like in the room for these moments.
As we listen to Stars and Stripes Forever here, Hallie, and I think you guys alluded to it earlier, it really has been nothing short of remarkable what the inaugural committee has been able to pull off in the span of, I'd say, 72 hours, moving all of the events inside. Again, this is a past review typically is one of the largest parts of the inauguration, and instead of it happening on the eastern steps there, they've moved it all inside. We just saw President Trump walk by each of the service branches. The ceremony now is wrapping up, essentially. The President and the First Lady will make their way from here over to Capital One Arena. There'll be a rally there, and then, of course, tonight you've got 3 balls. So it's going to be a long first night for President Trump and the First Lady as well. But it really is awesome to see all of the members of the military here. And as you mentioned there, Kelly O, Space Force, not part of this the last time around. But the old guard fife and drum corps, the red coats there, that actually may be my favorite part of the whole ceremony.
Mine too, Craig.
Yeah. There's just something about them. We actually got to see them rehearse a bit before the president came down, and the precision with which they execute the moves. And again, keep in mind, this is something that they've had to, I won't say hastily put together, but this was not in the cards. So to see them pull it off the way that they have, and then the amount of time that they had to do it has been pretty remarkable as the members of the military get ready to file out of this hall. We'll send it back to you guys there in the studio.
Craig Melvin, expertly modulating the volume of your voice. Craig, thank you so much as you see President Trump walking out of the Capitol. And our Ryan Nobles has been posted up on the East Front. Ryan.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. We're seeing President Trump leave the Capitol right now on the East Front after spending close to 7 hours at the Capitol this morning as part of his inauguration. You can see him saying goodbye here to the members of the Joint Committee on Inaugurations led by Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota. Also, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. He's also greeting and saying goodbye to before he leaves. Normally, what would happen at this stage is it would be the beginning of that presidential parade. Where the motorcade would slowly make its way down Pennsylvania Avenue between here and the White House. And then, as a tradition that was started by the late Jimmy Carter, the president often would get out of the motorcade and make the walk, the final few steps to the White House. And then, of course, they would review the presidential parade
from that viewing gallery that is set up on Pennsylvania Avenue outside of the White House. Obviously, everything has changed as a result of what has taken place in terms of the weather. So now everything moving over to Capital One Arena, which has been a party-like atmosphere all day, as Tom has been reporting on, that will only be led to a crescendo once the president arrives there. You see him saying goodbye to the Senate Majority Leader John Thune and his wife. Of course, Senate Majority Leader John Thune has a monumental task on his hands here to try and get the Trump agenda through a narrowly divided Senate over the next couple of months. He might only have one crack at getting something passed with only Republican votes, as they have that reconciliation process, which allows them to do it with only 51 votes. Everything after that will require 60 votes and Democratic support, which will not be easy for Donald Trump's agenda. I do have to say, in terms of the weather, this was a bitterly cold day. I don't want to give you any illusions to that extent, having been out here all day, but it was not as oppressive as I think the organizers were concerned about.
President
the temperatures remained in the 20-degree range. There was certainly a wind chill and gusts from time to time, but it was a relatively tolerable day to be outside. And you have to wonder if maybe there's some second guessing as to whether or not it was worth it to bring everything inside, given the fact that it's been a bright, sunny day all day today. And while bitterly cold, I don't know if you would describe it as dangerous conditions at all, having been out here all day. Regardless of the fact that was the decision they made, as everyone has rightly pointed out, they've done a tremendous job in a short period of time to get everything in order and to make it look and be presented as well as it was. There you see the president and the first lady in the Beast motorcade, as it's known, the Beast limousine, and it'll make its way down to Capital One Arena. This, of course, will be somewhat of a different route than it would be if they were just heading down Pennsylvania straight to the White House. Capital One Arena, a little bit more downtown. It's led to more road closures as a result of that in order to get the president there safely and get that process moving. After the president leaves here, the work begins on Capitol Hill. Both the House and Senate are in session today. They're expected to get to work right away on Trump's agenda. The number one thing that we could see take place later here today is Trump's first cabinet pick officially being confirmed in the form of Marco Rubio, the outgoing senator from Florida, who is set to become his Secretary of State. After that, the rest of the cabinet selections could be a bit more tough sledding for Trump. A number of them still need confirmation hearings, including Robert F. Kennedy Jr. for Health and Human Services Secretary and Tulsi Gabbard as his Director of National Intelligence. But Rubio is well liked among his Senate colleagues, both Republican and Democrat. In order for him to forego the committee vote and go directly to the floor, it requires unanimous consent from all 100 senators. And it does seem likely that Rubio is going to get that opportunity later this evening. Now, there are others who it may take a little bit longer. John Ratcliffe, who's his pick for CIA director, he is thought to have been impressive to both Republicans and Democrats. He may not get 100 votes to become the next CIA director, but he likely will move to swift confirmation. Then we could see others like Pam Bondi at Attorney General. There could be Doug Collins, who's the Secretary pick for Veterans Affairs. All of them could be confirmed in short order. So now the president officially left the Capitol, off to Capital One Arena, and I'll send it back to you guys at the desk.
Ryan Nobles, thank you. Capital One in downtown Washington, where this newly choreographed indoor parade will pick up in just minutes.
Yes, undoubtedly the crowd there anticipating the arrival of the newly sworn-in president of the United States. We're going to take a quick break. Still ahead, we're live at Capital One Arena as President Trump prepares to address his supporters and sign some of his first executive orders. That's coming up right after a quick break. Stay with us.
And welcome back to our special coverage here on NBC News of the inauguration of Donald J. Trump, the 47th president of the United States. We are watching the presidential motorcade right now as it has left the Capitol on its way to where I am right now, the Capital One Arena, where about 20,000 die-hard Trump supporters are here. They've been waiting close to 10 hours, if not more, for President Trump to arrive with the First Lady here. We're supposed to have a parade, if you will, inside of Capital One Arena. This is where the Caps usually play hockey. It's the arena here in downtown Washington, D.C. They've converted it into a rally. There was a rally last night as well. From what we understand, there's going to be a lot of military bands, marching bands, some of which I've seen getting ready behind the scenes. There's going to be bands from the New York Military Academy, where Trump was the class of '64, as you'll remember. It looks like they're pulling into the loading dock right now. We are expecting the special envoy to the Middle East, Witkoff, to introduce the president, make some short remarks, and then, of course, everyone wants to see President Trump. And the other big thing we want to see, too, just behind me, as we listen to one of the military bands that is just behind me, actually, here playing right now, there is a podium on the stage. There is a seating for the Trump family and some of Trump's biggest supporters, maybe some of his cabinet members as well. And then also there's the desk, where we expect him to be signing some executive orders that are going to run the gambit, everything from restructuring the federal government to cracking down on illegal immigration. You see it there on the side of your screen. There's a desk and a chair. And so we expect to hear all that, and those executive orders will be signed in front of these Trump supporters.
On one side of the stage, and
from what we've seen so far, we've been seeing live
Capital
pictures
One
throughout
Arena.
the inauguration. Every time President Trump comes on stage, or on screen, I should say, the crowd goes wild. So it'll be interesting. There's a microphone, I should point out, by the desk. So we expect him to be making comments as he's signing these executive orders. Again, this is all new. This is the first time we've ever seen anything like this. This is an improvised inauguration in many ways. You'll remember President Trump called that audible on Friday, changing the entire inauguration plans, going from outdoors to indoors. And now we have this. And to their credit, organizers put this on within 2 days. They always knew about the rally on Sunday, but this event tonight was brand new, and they were able to pull it off. There was heavy security, so supporters had to wait for hours. In fact, several Trump supporters had to dump their bags and their purses just outside because you could not bring a bag inside here. The security was so tight, of course, because it's a presidential inauguration, but also because of those 2 attempts on President Trump's life. I can tell you nearly every single seat is filled inside the Capital One Arena. I can see some sort of nosebleed seats that are empty, but by and large, this is a sellout crowd here. These are people who had tickets, but also people who waited as well. And again, like I've said, they've been waiting 10 hours, maybe longer than that. Some have been waiting 4 years for this moment. They're going to be hanging on every single word he delivers tonight. And this will be his 3rd speech of the day. He spoke for about 30 minutes, I think, inside the rotunda, about 31 minutes in Emancipation Hall. It'll be interesting to see how long he speaks here, because really there's no limit here. This is his event. They've rented this out for the night, and he'll be here possibly all night. He has done that at times. He has spoken for a long time. And we'll also be hearing his tone tonight, right? Because little by little, the tone has shifted just a little bit. He sort of delivered his trademark Trump address there in the rotunda after he took the oath of office, was sort of freelancing a little bit there in Emancipation Hall with the governor of Texas, thanking him for all his work. And then it'll be interesting to hear what he has to say here inside the Capital One Arena when he speaks to the 20,000 that are assembled here, along with his family, some of his closest friends, in a sports-like arena with the jumbotrons and the military bands playing, guys. So that's the latest from here as we await Trump any moment to walk in. Again, according to the run of show, and this may change, we're expecting that the Middle East envoy, Stephen Witkoff, will introduce the president, maybe make some remarks about what's happened with the hostage and ceasefire deals. And from there, we will hear from the 47th president, President Donald J. Trump. Guys, back to you there in the studio.
All right, Tom, a crowd that's definitely primed for this moment. They have literally been waiting all day and then through the night for this moment here. And as we said, a lot of people
Some attendees sit on chairs on the floor. Others are in
these particular celebrations have been on the streets of Washington today with the flags and celebrating the moment.
You've seen many of them for the better part of the weekend here. Some of them had made travel plans or had begun to travel in even before it was announced that this inauguration would move indoors here. And just to give you a sense of how incongruous this moment is at Capital One, listen, the Beast, the motorcade, ending up in the same spot as those monster trucks for the Monster Jam rally later on this week. I mean, that's the moment that we're in here, repurposing this arena for something like that. We've talked about the comparisons to former President Reagan, who, of course, had to move his inauguration ceremony indoors also because of weather some 4 decades ago. Another interesting moment here, he also had a parade canceled because of the weather. They ended up doing some of it at Disney, at Epcot. They had a number of the bands show up and do it on Memorial Day months later to give them kind of a redo of what they missed out the first time.
We haven't really talked about the disappointment factor because so much of this has been really lovely today, but there were 7,500 participants from 23 states. who were supposed to be a part of this parade today. That, for the high school band that's been practicing, is an extraordinary life experience that they are missing out on. The planning, the bake sales to raise funds to come to town. So there is an element of what was missed that is unfortunate today. Weather is always a part of the contingency planning. That's in part how they were able to come up with these ideas. But giving any kind of showcase to those bands and the participants of the parade in this setting is at least a way to include them.
And we should talk a little bit about what we've witnessed over these past several days, which is signs coming down that were on the streets to help the tens of thousands of people who were going to gather on the mall to discourage people from gathering on the mall. And of course, we have seen some people walking through the streets of D.C. cheering. So you do have a little bit of that festive feel. But for the folks who are in the Capital One Center right now, again, this was a plan B. They have been waiting for hours, and that is, I think, why the anticipation is going to be so high. And undoubtedly, when the president does arrive, when he does finally address these crowds, they will be fired up.
One thing we should know, this obviously is being viewed by a large American audience, but certainly around the world. This is a point, a kind of a gut check moment for a lot of world leaders. I want to bring in our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, for some reaction from world leaders. What is perhaps the sharpest focus right now overseas on what's happening here?
Well, Lester, watching these pictures, I've been reflecting that you're seeing pomp and pageantry, yes, but you're also seeing the projection of, frankly, formidable American power, the interweaving of the military in the events today, but also to keep in mind that these pictures are being beamed around the world. So from our reporting, we know that officials in the Elysee Palace, President Macron's office in Paris are watching these events. And soberingly, we know that in the Kremlin, they are watching these events, that Chinese officials are watching and have been watching these events through the day. I think that many of them will focus on the president's words, "My proudest legacy will be that of peacemaker." They'll be asking themselves the question, well, what does that mean for example, the war between Russia and Ukraine? What does that mean, government? American foreign policy is going to be. And then at the same time, as you mentioned, we're seeing long-distance lobbying from governments around the world. Just a cacophony of messages from governments congratulating President Trump. It's an opportunity, isn't it, to put differences aside, allies and adversaries alike, and say, well, you know, we celebrate your election. We've heard from Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, saying, congratulations, President Trump, referencing his wife, saying, Sarah and I send our warmest wishes to you, Melania, and the American people on your second inauguration as President of the United States. We've heard from President Zelensky of Ukraine. Today is the day of change and also a day of hope for the resolution of many problems, including global challenges. Many of these leaders sending a message whilst also sending congratulations. And then adversaries too. President Putin talking about the signals that President Trump has said that he would want to meet with President Putin, saying, we welcome this attitude and congratulate the elected U.S. president on assuming office.
That's, of course, one of the more curious relationships, the relationship between Putin and Trump. Trump has talked about, you know, he can solve the war in Ukraine. Do we know, is there something in the offing that's with the Ukraine situation?
My understanding from talking to officials here in Washington and also in Moscow is that at this stage there are not substantial plans for anything. We know from experience with President Trump that plans can be constructed pretty quickly when he wants them to be, and I think there could be a phone call between President Trump and President Putin at any time. But it's a great question, and here's why. Because when President Trump says that he wants to have his legacy be that of peacemaker, that's great. The question is, how do you get from where we are now, a terrible attritional war in Ukraine and Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, to where he's saying he wants to be, and how do you get there with both sides feeling that they have got something and have also had to compromise.
A Trump-Putin call is so interesting because, Kristen, you tried to elicit that from Donald Trump. Had they had any contact? And in other instances, he would not discuss, and he often answers a lot of questions, he would not engage on the issue of whether he had spoken to Vladimir Putin or not. So how quickly do you think that could happen? And do you get a sense that from Putin's side, you do a lot of reporting there, what his top agenda item is when he engages with Donald Trump?
Well, the Russians are, so far, I mean, they're starting with their maximalist goals. I mean, they are, you could say in a sense that they want to be deal makers too. So they're beginning with pretty solid red lines about what they're prepared to accept. Whether they're prepared to move beyond that is a different question. I think look for what the presidential envoy Keith Kellogg does. Look, whether he travels at some point to Ukraine, to Russia. Does he start to make phone calls? Some of these people aren't in position yet.
All right, Kira, it is great to have you here. Thanks so much. I'm going to turn the conversation now to our senior business correspondent, Christine Romans. For more on President Trump's plans for the economy, Christine, obviously that was a big part of what got him back in the Oval Office.
It really was. Prices in particular. And, you know, the president is expected to sign a flurry of memoranda of understanding and also executive orders to lower the price of energy in this country. And that seems to be a big way this White House wants to lower prices. If you lower oil prices, lower gas prices, that lowers prices for the products that are made and shipped by those things. He'll declare a state of emergency in energy so that he can make some sweeping changes, including big moves in Alaska. He wants also to make sure that some of these, clean energy initiatives in the Inflation Reduction Act and championed by the Biden administration, he wants to undo some of those. He wants choice for American consumers, Lester, on everything from dishwashers, washing machines, the light bulbs, the kind of cars they buy, kind of really tapping into this populist anti-green energy movement we've heard him talk about so much. We're expecting him at that table to actually start signing those 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 binders there. We'll see how many EOs are in each of them. On prices and lowering prices, Lester, it won't be an executive action or executive order, but a memorandum of understanding. He's going to ask all federal agencies to look into lowering living costs for American families in any way that a federal agency can. But again, stopping short of any kind of EO executive order to cut prices. You know, the president has said that he knows one of the reasons why he was elected was because people are sick and tired of inflation and just a higher level of prices. Even though inflation has really moderated, it has left prices higher than it was in 2019. He had originally said he could cut gas prices in half and lower your grocery bill. In recent days, though, Lester, he's moderated on just how quickly he can do that. In fact, a new White House official this morning telling us when asked, how low can you lower gas and oil prices, not giving any kind of specific level, Lester.
All right, Christine, thanks very much again. We saw those binders or notebooks placed on the rostrum there. The question is not so much what they are, although that's a big question, but who will be standing there for the signature as the signatures are put? Who will get the pen? From that moment, which is, of course, a long Washington tradition that predated this presidency.
Sure, gifting those pens out, and I think some anticipation here that is building over which executive orders of the very many, the dozens that the president and his team have promised, which come first. And remember, that is in many ways not just important from a policy perspective, but also symbolic. You look back to 8 years ago, that first and only executive action that then President Trump took on that first day in office related to the repeal of Obamacare, right? I mean, this was a part of the Republican platform that at the time was something that conservatives had hoped to do and were pushing towards. So it is a sort of planting of the flag of what his mission will be moving forward. And frankly, there are a lot of options as to what these first, counting the folders here, maybe 8 or 9 executive actions may be relating from the economy, as Christine laid out. We have to think that border and immigration is somewhere in that stack of binders. How about those January 6th pardons? You heard the president devote much of that second Inauguration Day speech to the events of January 6th and the attack on the Capitol. And then, of course, there's this TikTok ban that is getting a lot of attention and his pledge to allow the company 90 days. You saw the head of TikTok there in the Capitol today alongside many of the incoming potential cabinet picks for President Trump.
Let me bring in our senior legal correspondent, Laura Jarrett. Laura, all these executive orders, are they expected to go into effect immediately?
That's actually one of the interesting things I'll be looking for, Lester, when we see the text of them. I would expect that they would, as obviously the president has wanted to show some pomp and circumstance associated with doing this, with the table set up there, with them all stacked up very neatly at the desk. But we should note that the tenor and scope and scale of what we're talking about as it relates to these executive orders sort of depends on the details. When you think about something like declaring a national emergency versus something like catch and release, which is a policy that the president obviously has complete discretion on, these are all things that you have seen
Several
presidents
attendees
of,
in the audience wear
really
hats
both
that read,
parties
"Make
do.
America
But when you talk
Great
about something
Again."
like ending birthright citizenship, again, this is something we believe to be as part of this rollout, prospectively ending something that is guaranteed in the Constitution, that is of a very different nature. Even though it has to do with immigration, that is of a very different nature than anything we have ever seen from a president. Obviously, we have a long history in this country when it comes to immigration, and we think about back to internment camps and things that presidents have done in times of war and great strife. But actually prospectively ending the right of people to be guaranteed all rights to be equal under the Constitution would be taking things a very different step further, and again, one that I would expect to see challenged swiftly in court, Lester.
Well, how much is absolute in terms of what a president's powers are with executive orders? Isn't it essentially a runaround again around Congress?
Well, it depends on who you talk to. There are some people who feel like things get caught up in Congress, and so the president is there to sort of get through and cut through some of the bureaucracy and the muck. But I think originally, if you're to think about them, they were supposed to be sort of filling the gaps, if you will. And so they've sort of taken on a life of their own. And the more we have seen inaction in Congress and fewer things passed through bipartisan legislation, we certainly, again, when it comes to immigration, have seen far more presidential action, Lester.
All right, Laura, thanks. Let me bring Garrett Hake into the conversation. He's on Capitol Hill. Garrett, where's the teeth in executive orders in general?
Well, Lester, it depends on the order, but in many of these cases where Donald Trump might be instructing an agency to change sort of the way they view an issue in principle, to get more aggressive on the border, for example, or to deploy their resources that are already allocated to them by Congress in a different way, they can make a difference. But remember, there's a flip side to the fact that Donald Trump has been running on these executive orders for so long as campaign promises. We all know what's coming. His supporters knew what would be coming. They could vote for him for it. But the people who are in disagreement with Donald Trump, folks who oppose his agenda, have been able to prepare for it too. There's been a lot of reporting out there about the work that the ACLU has done, for example, or some immigrant rights groups have done to prepare for exactly the orders that Donald Trump was touting on the campaign trail. They're finding sympathetic people who would have standing to file lawsuits against these orders. They are shopping for different venues, different district courts or appeals court circuits around the country where they might face more friendly judges, knowing that Democrats will have relatively little power in Donald Trump's Washington to stop anything he wants to do legislatively. The courts will be a significant battleground on all of these proposals, and the manner in which Donald Trump has telegraphed what he intended to do on day one and in the weeks that follow have given his opponents in the legal arena a bit of a head start too.
All right, let's go back to our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander. Peter, walk us through the executive orders we expect to see about the government itself.
Yeah, Lester, you know, we can't say with certitude exactly what executive orders he'll sign and exactly when, executive actions, honestly, here. But let's talk a little bit about what we are hearing from the incoming press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, her first formal post in this new position just moments after Donald Trump was sworn in, speaks specifically to a series of these different issues, including the idea of draining the swamp, where the goal is, as promised throughout the campaign, that Donald Trump would rein in federal bureaucracy, and the fact that he would try to wrest away the power from career government employees. this is a focal point, something he has focused on from the very beginning. There is an expectation that some of these executive actions may include significant cuts for employee benefits, an effort to try to weaken the power of federal employee unions by effectively stripping workers of their collective bargaining rights. Here, some of the programs he's expected to focus as well, focusing on sort of dismantling, decimating the diversity, equity, inclusion programs, many of which were created under the former administration. You see on the right side of the screen as we walk you through this, returning federal workers to in-person work is something that has frustrated and upset Donald Trump since COVID took place, saying that American workers, certainly those who work for the federal government, should be back in person. He says that it's a small number who are in the office 5 days a week. That's another expected focal point for him. But broadly speaking, the desire is to sort of rein in, as we said, the federal bureaucracy. But critics have their own view of this. They fear that reducing the size of the federal workforce ultimately will diminish critical capabilities of the federal government. So that's going to be the back and forth that I think we're going to see as it relates to his, branded drain the swamp ideas among the many issues we anticipate he will be signing as executive actions today. Obviously, DOGE, which is the external Department of Government Efficiency, that which would be overseen by Elon Musk, is one of his priorities of trying to execute that. Lester?
All right, Peter, thanks. And Hallie, is this more, especially in these first days, is it more about the symbolism, the sense of change, of getting things done?
It can be, and that is something that President Trump clearly wants to show, clearly wants to portray, but it is also certainly a time where you can make policy initiatives. I mean, I think back to those sort of early days in 2017 where there were so many questions about what was then dubbed the travel ban. There was these questions of semantics over what were we calling it with, I believe it was then Press Secretary Sean Spicer in that first Trump administration, in that first Trump term. So it can be a mix of both. Clearly, President Trump wants to show that he is, as he campaigned on, the change candidate, the person that can help make people feel better about things like, things we heard on the campaign trail all the time. The price of eggs, the price of milk, the goods that people paid for. Christine talked about our business correspondent.
A man in the audience
the cost of
wears a
living and
sash
inflation
that
being
reads,
such a
"I'm with
visceral
Trump."
thing for people when they turned out to the polls come November. But listen, there are a number of events that could happen that are sort of those unknown unknowns and the known unknowns here. And so what the economy does, especially when you look at, as we talk about
Was
grocery
that a Donald
prices,
Rumsfeld reference you just pulled out? That was very good.
That
was very good.
Let me just pause here for a second because I want to let folks know it's the top of the hour now. It's 5 p.m. here in Washington, D.C., where any moment now President Trump will arrive at the Capital One Arena to address his supporters. That arena was turned into a swearing-in viewing site today after the inauguration ceremony was moved indoors due to extreme cold weather. When the president arrives, he'll also sign, we believe, some of his first executive orders that we've been talking about. He'll be hitting the ground running to enact his agenda and roll back policies from former President Trump. For more on that, let's go back to Tom Yamas. He's in the arena where this has been a hearty crowd hanging in there throughout the day during all these other ceremonies associated with the inauguration. But soon, Tom, the president will be there.
The military band
I think a lot of the
plays on the
supporters
floor
here
of the
are probably
arena.
thinking so close and yet still so far away. We know that President Trump is here. We saw his motorcade pull in to the garage underneath the Capital One Arena. But it's been quite a while since we've seen any movement since then. The military band's behind me. You can maybe hear them. They're still playing. We are still waiting for the parade maybe to start at some point. It's still unclear. Like I mentioned, this is part of the improv inauguration. This was put together in the past couple of days. We've seen people like Howard Lutnick. You can see him right there, actually, the Commerce Secretary, nominated for the Commerce Secretary. He was one of the main figures for the transition into the White House for Team Trump. He was the first one to get up on the stage. Boris Epstein, a one-time lawyer, close advisor to the president, also has appeared and been wandering around. He's standing up just behind us there. You can see him there. And then people have been sort of staring into some suites, hoping to get a glimpse of either the Trump family or the president himself. That hasn't happened so far. So I think everyone's sort of in a wait-and-see approach. According to some of the programs that we've gotten, we're expecting an introduction speech by Steve Witkoff, the Middle East envoy, that should introduce the president, maybe make some remarks, and then the president's supposed to take the stage. But again, a lot of this was put together over the past couple days, so it's unclear how much was planned, if they're still trying to figure things out at this moment, or if they're just waiting for people to arrive here, right? Because the president's motorcade came in, and there are a lot of seats on that stage. You know President Trump doesn't like to see empty seats, so they're probably hoping to make sure every one of those seats is filled before they start this part of the program here. As you guys mentioned, I know you saw when they were putting the binders, I think we counted about 8 pens, maybe 9 binders. Unclear what's inside of them, that's the important part. But again, there's a microphone there as well, so we will have some type of real time, narration, if you will, from President Trump on these executive orders, what they mean, what he wants, and what they eventually will do. The legislation, not the legislation, I should say, the executive order and the sort of the teeth of those executive orders, what they will mean to the American people. So, Lester, like I've said, the people here have waited 10 hours, if not more. Some of them waited in the cold because this was a ticketed event, but also first come, first get in, I guess, is the way it was. And every seat is filled right now, and people are still waiting, and they're going to have to wait, it looks like, just a little bit longer. But as soon as we get some more information, we'll come back and we'll tell it to you, Lester.
All right, Tom, it's hard to believe we're still in the early part of the president's day here because there are the balls to come, which we'll talk about a bit later on. But certainly a lot of expectation there. This is a president who likes to build suspense. He's done it well because we've been talking all day about what's in those binders.
Yeah. One of the things that really stands out about that, Lester, is that this is a moment where he will bring what is typically a White House experience into this arena. These supporters, even on their luckiest day, would unlikely get to witness the signing of these sorts of orders. We've been privileged to do it covering the White House. That small table is the signing table that came from the White House with the seal. So this is taking his supporters right into the sort of execution of the office in a way we have not seen before. Occasionally, presidents, when they go to places around the country where there's a relevant piece of legislation or something, they'll sign it on the road. But this is so unusual. It's very Trumpian in its staging.
Makes it seem easy, though, that your wish is a signature away. It's more than a wish.
Well, often these executive orders and actions and memos are speaking to the executive branch and telling the departments that report to the president, the cabinet officials and so forth, actions he wants them to take. That's often what these sorts of orders are. We'll see what the specifics are. But when you see the talk about office workers going back on the job, well, Muriel Bowser, the mayor of D.C., not a Trump ally, very much wants workers to come back to the office.
Lester, I do think it speaks to the fact that President Trump prepared for this first day in a very different way than he did the first time he took office, because he has done it before. And we keep going back to this, but it's worth remembering that he only signed one executive order on his first day during his first administration. He wants to send this signal that he is hitting the ground running, that he is very serious about following through on these agenda items that he has laid out throughout the course of this campaign. And I go back to what Hallie and Christine were talking about. We've talked a lot about the border, and that's certainly one of his big promises to address the situation at the border. But the biggest one for Americans may be the price at the grocery store. Can he bring down prices?
He's acknowledged that that's not easy. It's hard to bring things down.
He's acknowledged he might not be able to, and it's incredibly
after the election.
Exactly, for him to acknowledge that. But clearly it's a focus, and I think it's one of the things that voters will really be watching for and judging him on.
Okay, we're going to take a short break. We'll take you back inside the arena once President Trump arrives, and we'll have more special coverage right here. Stay with us.
People begin to arrive on the stage.
We are back with our special coverage of President Trump's second inauguration, and the party is just getting started at Capital One Arena, where the president's supporters are gathering and waiting for him to arrive. Once he's there, we expect him to sign some executive orders and essentially hit the ground running to enact his agenda. Now, we have to be very upfront and transparent with you. A lot of what's happening here, we're kind of hanging on.
Yeah, choreography-wise.
Choreography-wise, yeah. This was, of course, everything was revamped starting Friday when word came that this was all going to move indoors. That took an awful lot of planning from people a lot smarter than me, but we're obviously reacting to it. We have a pretty good idea of things, but sometimes the order may be a little off.
And the tradition is, of course, a parade. And then President-elect Trump said on Saturday, this is going to be a big, beautiful indoor parade. It seems like it's
the military band
like
plays
rally,
on the floor of the arena.
He will likely walk.
Above them,
up to
projected on the
stage. But
Jumbotron,
the bottom
is
line
red
as time
with
continues
yellow
to
stars.
his supporters have been waiting in this arena for hours, anticipating his remarks. We saw the version of the scripted President Trump during his inaugural address, the unscripted Trump afterwards. This is going to arguably be another unscripted moment for
It's
him.
improv.
So
It's improv.
Exactly. He thrives in these moments.
There also may be a bit of a somber or solemn moment if, in fact, some of the program that we've gotten does pan out, which is the presence of first responders from Butler County, Pennsylvania, which, of course, is the site of that first assassination attempt against then candidate Trump, then former President Trump, that we all covered. That was a pivotal moment in his campaign. To him personally, he talked today, even in the inauguration, about he believes that God saved his life in order to put him in the White House to do the work that he is doing. That photo that became seen around the world almost immediately, you remember, in the hours after that assassination attempt, of him raising his fist in the air. So that is set to be likely a fairly dramatic moment as we are looking now. You know, Donald Trump Jr. has suggested that perhaps his father may install one of the agents who was with him that day, covering him as head of the Secret Service. We don't know that that's
Many
the case
young
yet,
people
but
gather on the
echoes of that
stands
assassination
behind the
attempt, and then, of course,
stage.
the one that followed, continue to remain with President Trump.
It would be not unlike what he did at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, where it became a big part, and the crowd, all of us, were still shocked at that. What had transpired, and then what, of course, followed weeks later.
And just days after, yeah.
The fact that that happened, it was one of the pivotal moments, in a way, of the entire campaign, and it galvanized the Republican Party around him in a way, and we were all together at the convention. I think that no one could have anticipated, and in a way that was so much more powerful than the last time he ran for president. He was running against the backdrop of an incredibly unified Republican Party, and it's also just a reminder of all of the unprecedented events that occurred throughout the course of the campaign, because just 1 week after that, President Biden dropped out of the race, passed the torch to Kamala Harris.
When I spoke to Secret Service officials earlier this week about the security, one of the concerns they expressed was the tradition of the president, the new president, getting out of the limo and walking the route. That started with Jimmy Carter back in 1977. Donald Trump did so in his first inaugural part of that parade. The special agent in charge in Washington said, if it were up to me, I would prefer he not get out of the car. That was before we knew of this change for cold. But they were having many more officers on rooftops and so forth. All of those things, I raise it only
Jared
because
Kushner
just
arrives.
we're talking about Butler. And that has an impact on all of the planning related to security for President Trump, other leaders as well. That's Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, who had an official position in the first term. He and Ivanka are going to be just family members this time around.
Of all the things that are different about this second Trump administration,
He sits
I think
in one of the
that's gonna
plush
be one of the
white
biggest
leather
ones, that his
seats.
family is not going to be in the White House with him. Jared Kushner, who led his efforts in the Middle East during his first administration, helped to strike the Abraham Accords, which was, if you talk to President Trump, one of his largest accomplishments on the foreign stage. And so I asked him about this during my interview with him in December, and he said it is going to be challenging not to have them there. He said he told them not to come because he felt as though they had been under so much scrutiny and that they had been, in his words, treated unfairly. But it's undoubtedly they'll continue to be his advisors, particularly when you think about a Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, who is walking in as we speak.
Signing a poster for somebody in the crowd. I mean, his family members have become surrogates for him on the campaign trail.
Ivanka
after they
Trump
left the White
arrives
House. You see Eric Trump
with
Clara
Tiffany
of
Trump.
course, serving as head of the RNC. Don Jr., who was out, I want to say, almost every day in the final days of the campaign there. And here comes Barron Trump. When we last saw him 8 years ago, he was a kid. That's true. He is now in college. He is somebody who is a voice in his father's ear when it comes to how to reach out. And President Trump has acknowledged this, how to reach out to younger men of his generation, a cohort that proved to be important to President Trump during the campaign.
Let me go to Tom Yamas right now. Tom, we are seeing members of the Trump family. There's Barron there. Come into the
worst seat in
arena.
the house is behind Barron because he's 6'7".
That's
right?
what you want to see over the top of him.
Yeah, you know, it's so interesting. Yeah, Lester. I'm going to tell you that of all the Trump children, Barron has been getting the loudest applause every time he comes up on the screen. I think they almost started a Barron chant just now. You see, they seem to really love Barron Trump. It's interesting, and I know you guys touched upon this earlier in the broadcast, but I covered the 2016 campaign, and he was literally a child back then, and they really kept him off limits to the press. I don't think Barron's ever done an interview. And now he's a young man, and he's going to be in the White House once again with his father. A college student, though, this time around, much different. But I wonder if they open it up more and they allow him to do interviews. If they want to do that, if he's open to that. Next to Barron is Melania's father, of course, and then you can see the rest of the Trump children as well. The former First Lady lost her mother, I believe, last year. It was very tough for both Melania Trump and for her father, as well as you can imagine, for all the Trump family. And then in that second row, those are Don Jr.'s children there we're seeing. And we've also seen Ivanka's husband, as you mentioned, Jared Kushner, as well. We're seeing the chair of the RNC enter now. Byron Donald, who joined our coverage earlier, Florida representative, who's been one of Trump's biggest supporters from the second time he started running again. And this is just a waiting game now as the bands are striking up. We did hear from a parade announcer. They're going to have a virtual parade announcer, and they said this will be a parade like you've never seen before. And they're right. I don't know if we've ever seen a parade inside of an arena so far. They also made a reference to a Nelly song. We know Nelly is going to perform at some point. I don't know if he's going to perform here, but there was, he said it's going to get hot in here. So I don't know if that's a tease or what that is. I know maybe some of the folks there at the round table back in D.C. got excited because we know there's a lot of Nelly fans out there. Beyond that, I mean, I think we're just waiting for people to get here to fill those back seats. And at any moment, we should expect the president. The funny thing is that this hasn't exactly gone, on schedule, and that's going to happen. That happens with every politician. Things don't always run on time. He was only supposed to be here for about an hour, and we don't see that happening now because once he gets here, once he starts speaking, once he starts signing those executive orders, you got to think that's going to maybe run over time unless they keep him really tight on the schedule. Behind all this, we cannot forget, there is a very big football game, and we understand the president also may want to watch this college football game tonight. He has 2 balls to attend that we think he's going to attend. Maybe he attends more than that, but we think he's going to attend at least 2 balls. So it's going to be a busy night if he wants to get this event done, those balls, and then maybe watch some college football as well. Lester, back to you.
All right, Tom, as we look at the family and Barron Trump, we should note his father has really given him credit for being the one that kind of locked him onto the potential of podcasts and tapping into a whole crowd that, traditionally, regular politics isn't latched onto.
President Trump has said that Barron introduced him to people that he'd never heard of and opened him up to this world, and this was critical to his outreach to young people, to
Barron
male
gives
voters,
a thumbs up.
to African-American male voters as well. And so he really credits Barron with being a part of why he believes he ran a successful campaign. And frankly, you didn't see the First Lady on the campaign trail this time around, but you did see, of course, Lara Trump, who was one of the top people at the RNC. You saw Eric Trump quite a bit, and of course, Don Jr., who was incredibly involved as well. But the addition of Barron Trump behind the scenes, I think, is one of the components that made this incredibly unique.
It's fascinating.
Donald Trump Jr. gestures to the crowd, then smiles and
to
waves.
those rallies. If you took away the armchairs
He gives
and
a
the signing
thumbs
table,
up.
this does feel like a Donald Trump rally, one that he has
Yes.
conducted so many times over the course of his campaign, his presidency. He likes that energy. He is very open about that. You talk to people close to him who say that is what gives him sort of vigor and the push to kind of keep going there. He, even from the early days of his first administration, at some points, I think, railed against the trappings of the White House, the way that it can feel so contained, as some former presidents have talked about. Donald Trump.
Eric Trump
When he was
stands,
president the first time,
and he waves a
managed to
fist.
get around that. He would have visitors frequently, visitors at various hours. He made a lot of phone calls at a lot of different times throughout the day to continue to keep those lines of communication open. As you're looking at the riffs here from the kids to the crowd up above at Capitol.
Yeah, acknowledging the crowd as they all wait for the appearance of the president and this unusual, a different kind of parade, a different kind of inaugural parade, again, owing to the weather here in Washington, D.C. As we wait for the appearance of the president, I want to bring in our chief Washington correspondent, Andrea Mitchell. And Andrea, the president's Middle East envoys, we noted, will be there. We were noting the president's remarks today when he mentioned the release of hostages in Gaza. He seemed to leave open that this is a kind of a shared victory for 2 administrations.
It has been such an unusual process, Lester. This was an extraordinary coordination because Donald Trump took the initiative on December 2nd, going on Truth Social and saying, you know, there'll be hell to pay in the Middle East if you don't get this done. It was a warning to Hamas, but it was also a warning to the Netanyahu hard right members, the ministers in the cabinet, who had really been tying Netanyahu's hands and the Israeli government and delaying a process, a negotiation that really started in May with President Biden's proposal, came close to fruition in July, but then Israel assassinated Haniya, the Hamas leader with whom they were negotiating in Tehran, which set it back. But the really important thing was the entrance of Steve Witkoff, the envoy, at a propitious moment because the whole region had changed with Israel's destruction, really, of Hezbollah in Lebanon, the ceasefire the U.S. negotiated, the Biden team in Lebanon, the weakening
The
of
fanfare
Iran by
band
Israel
raises their
in
trumpets.
its retaliation against Iran's attack on Israel, with U.S. support, of course, the retaliation. U.S. organizing and allied support, and then the collapse of the Assad regime. So the whole neighborhood changed. Iran lost its key allies in the region, its major proxy, Hezbollah. Israel had already weakened Hamas. And to the point of the former defense minister of Israel, Yoav Gallant, had destroyed Hamas. Really, it was done, something that Netanyahu has not yet admitted because that is so politically charged. So Witkoff entered when the neighborhood, the table was set, if you will, but he was the closer. And as a real estate developer, that's the way he describes himself. That was his business.
20 trumpeters and 3 percussionists
Everyone
play
knew.
the
I've
fanfare.
talked to people in the region, to
They
the
stand at the base
Israelis.
of the
They all knew
stage,
that Witkoff had the president
wearing white tunics and red
He
caps.
really drew it across the finish.
They lower their
That
trumpets,
was very important.
each of them decorated with a
That will
flag.
continue to play out, obviously, in the new administration. As you know, it's a very delicate deal with a lot of potential problems along the way. So we'll continue to follow that as we continue to watch inside the arena here in Washington, D.C., the Capital One Arena.
There's hail to the chief.
Here we go.
And here, I think we're about to see the president.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 50th Vice President of the United States of America, Vice President J.D. Vance, accompanied by the Second Lady, Mrs. Usha Vance.
Usha enters holding the hands of her young boys, who both wear blue suits. One of her sons carries a teddy bear, as J.D. Vance holds his young daughter Mirabelle in his arms. She hides her face against his shoulder. As they make their way down the red carpeted steps, past the supporters. J.D. Vance fist bumps some of his supporters, many of them wearing Make America Great caps. All of them hold up their phones, filming the new arrivals. On stage, the Trump family, that's gathered in the 3 rows of seats, gets to their feet as J.D. Vance makes his way to the stage. Usha Vance wears a simple pink dress. J.D. talks to his daughter, who sucks her thumb and leans her head against his shoulder. Now on stage, he gives a thumbs up to the crowd. They stride past the small desk on the left side of the stage, where Trump will sign his executive orders. They make their way to the first row of seats. They sit in the plush white leather seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald John Trump, accompanied by First Lady, Miss Melania Trump.
A black curtain draws back, and out steps President Donald Trump. He waves and carries a binder in his left hand. To his left, Melania Trump wears a tailored black dress that resembles a suit. She smiles beneath her wide-brimmed hat as they make their way down the stairs. Trump pauses briefly to wave to the crowd. Then he continues on, looking down as he makes his way down. He waves his black binder as his supporters chat to him from the sidelines.
After a long day that certainly promises to get longer, the president now in the arena where he's beginning to greet people on his path to the stage. Again, he is expected to sign any number of executive orders in front of this crowd, which has been eagerly awaiting his arrival since the early hours of this day. Many of them standing in the cold before coming inside. And the president has some inaugural balls to attend as well tonight.
A long night ahead for him after what has been a marathon day, and it looked like that one supporter mouthing, "Welcome back," if my lip-reading skills are any good. Prior to that, you saw, of course, Vice President Vance accompanied by his family, 7-year-old Ewan, 4-year-old Vivek, 2-year-old Mirabelle as well. A marathon day for those
Credit to the Vances for bringing their young kids.
That's right.
I think every parent is wondering how they're pulling that off, but this is one of those moments where you bring the whole family.
At the bottom of the stairs, Trump pauses and waves his binder.
In a case like this, an arena, those rallies, you know, everyone talks about, if you've been to one, are unique, or were unique, certainly. In that long campaign, he would come to small towns and
then he and Melania make their way to the stage.
These rallies.
Trump pauses to pump
That's
his
right.
fist
It's part rally,
and
it's
wave.
part almost concert. There are familiar lines that his supporters anticipate, repeat with him, chant along
Melania
to.
waves.
The crowd's fired up, and this very much has the feel of one of those
The one
events.
surprising thing, I think, is that now he is the sitting president, and I'm a little surprised that he interacted so directly with the audience. What an unexpected benefit for those supporters who waited such a long day. Those are the classic YMCA move.
And if this program holds, it
He
sounds
sets
like
his
we
binder
may
on the
see
podium,
the president and the
then
First
pumps
Lady
his
watch
fist.
what would have been that parade processional here at Capitol One before he then makes remarks. And then, of course, we're looking at what he's walking past now, that desk, with some number, we think maybe around 9 of those executive actions that he's expected to sign. Of course, still waiting to find out what's exactly in those folders.
And how he will present it, and who might be with him as he deals with some of these issues with the signing of the pen.
And we can't overstate it. It's just remarkable to see the
Trump
First
and
Lady.
Melania
We
make
really
their
haven't
way to the
seen
first
her on
row
the
of
campaign
seats.
trail, and to think
Trump
about
greets
what
Usha
she's going
as he
to do
passes.
with this second time in office. She's talked about the fact that she's more comfortable now. She wants to build
Then he
on
takes
her
his
Be
place
Best
beside
campaign.
J.D.
The president
Vance.
himself talking about how
Beside him,
proud he was
Melania,
of that
and on her
initiative,
left,
that
Barron.
anti-bullying initiative aimed at children. And it will be interesting to see how quickly she resumes that part of her profile as she prepares to re-enter the White House.
Very long day for the kids.
No kidding. Mrs. Trump had done some redecorating of the residence for the first term that happened after they were settled into the White House. I'm sure she will be curious to see what, if any, of that remains when she goes back into the residence, which will again be her home when they return to the White House. They had the tea earlier today. Perhaps there was a tour inside. We don't yet know. But they'll go back there. And as we talked about behind the scenes here, I suspect she's thinking about having to get into the ball gown for tonight, and she would like this to move along.
And remember the first time that the Trumps entered the White House as guests of the first family. It was the Obamas who were welcoming them. And in that moment, there were a lot of questions that were asked about how things worked, quite frankly. And so this return to the White House for the tea that Kelly just referenced today.
Trump points to the
likely a very
crowd,
different feel.
and he
We should
waves
note,
up to them.
That this particular crowd we heard from earlier, as we were seeing some of the dignitaries and the former presidents, former President Obama, former President Clinton, came in for the inauguration, and there were boos from this crowd as each appeared on the big screen TV.
You're hearing some of the musical performance now we may see those first responders from Butler, as well as some bands and performers from places that hold meaning to both President Trump and to Vice President Vance as well.
That's a tradition.
That's right, from New York in the case of Mr. Trump, from Florida, and of course from Ohio in the case of Mr. Vance.
What we won't see is the reviewing stand that construction teams have literally been spending 4 months building in front of the White House. It is an enormous operation to get that ready, and for their efforts, sadly, that will not be used today. But this is a parade.
So it looks like a parade.
The fire and rescue services march carrying a banner. The law enforcement agencies march carrying their banner, and Trump salutes them. The men carrying the banner at the front wear high visibility jackets, and the men at the back wear uniforms, navy blue with white caps.
Of that day in July when shots rang out, there is the firefighter's jacket of a man who lost his life that day.
Cora Comparatori, we saw that jacket as well honored at the Republican National Convention, as we've been talking about, that happened just days. And it really, after the assassination attempt in Butler, what marks one of the most extraordinary weeks in modern political history, given the events that occurred over the summer. Remember, coming off the heels even of that debate performance from then President Biden that was a trigger to him getting out of the race.
You know, it's interesting. Pennsylvania lawmakers have said in the wake of that assassination attempt, there was a sense that then former President Trump, the candidate President Trump, really forged a unique and special relationship with Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania, of course, being one of the biggest battleground prizes that was won by President Biden back in 2020. President Trump won it back this time around, and that was undoubtedly one of the pivotal moments of the campaign.
Local police, county sheriffs,
This is a moment of silence now.
EMS, 911 radio dispatch, and hospital personnel, who all heroically stepped into action during the horrific attack. They are also paying tribute to the courageous service of first responders.
It changed how we viewed the vulnerability of our candidates, too, because it had not been something we saw in public
The people
life,
in the
thankfully.
parade marched
Not
through
since
the
Reagan
arena.
in '81 was shot while in office. To see shots being fired at a candidate, a former president, how that shook the national sort of psyche and has created a lot of changes at the Secret Service, changed the footprint of law enforcement around others who were out on the campaign trail, and it is certainly one of the most really now poignant parts of his public biography, as having gone through that.
Because shortly after this, and we mentioned a moment ago, there was the other attempt
Ladies and gentlemen, at this very
in Florida.
special event, let us now take a moment of silence in honor of Corey Comparatori. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
And again, paying tribute to a firefighter who lost his life during that attack on that attempt on the president's life in Butler.
It did seem like a moment from a bygone era. I think that for so many young people, it was hard to believe that there was an attack against a former president's life that claimed
The New York Military Academy marches
that
in.
could happen in this country, and as Kelly says, obviously prompted a review of the Secret Service, changes within the agency, and a stepped-up law enforcement presence on
The teenagers wear gray-blue suits,
then former
uniforms,
Yeah, everything went behind
with
the
white
bulletproof
caps.
glass.
Exactly. You saw him start to speak behind a bulletproof glass, and there were conversations between Mr. Trump and Mr. Biden, in which Mr. Biden said, I will get you whatever you need. Tell me what you need in terms of protection. And it was one of the moments where the two men started to forge a dialogue.
The members
So
of
again,
the
what you're
Academy
seeing
salute
here
Trump
is
as they pass.
The parade, not where we expected. It was going to march to the streets of Washington, D.C., but the forecast suggested it was going to be dangerously cold, and so everything was rushed. And when I say rushed, within a couple of days, the whole orientation of this celebration was turned indoors, including this parade that's taking place. You see the president there in his box with his
and
family.
his alma mater, his high school alma mater. He went to a military-style high school, and of course, if you're going to make the cut into the interior parade, the president's high school band is likely to be there, and that's what we're seeing now.
And another connection here to President Trump, in addition to his alma mater, the Palm Beach Police and Fire Honor Guard unit as well, walking out in what is a smaller footprint for these groups, yet a warmer one, which you got to think they're happy about on a day like today.
Police and Fire Honor Guard unit representing the town of Palm Beach, Florida.
Tom Yamas, do you have a sense for from where this was going to be, the length that it was going to be outdoors versus what we expected to be inside?
Yeah, I think it's an abbreviated version from what we've been told so far. You also notice from some of the marching bands that we've seen and some of the people that have been marching, whether they be from Palm Beach County or from the New York Military Academy, they're smaller footprints than what you would have had during the inauguration parade. But they are making their way around the entire Capital One arena. And each group is being given their time, right? One is going around the entire arena, and then the next one starts up like right now. I will say that moment with Corey Compantori's colleagues was pretty powerful. They were carrying his firefighting jacket as they went around right before they took that moment of silence here at the Capital One arena. These are some bagpipers now that are coming in. We have a side angle. I believe these are from the state of New York. Yeah, this is the NYPD right now.
They march in carrying flags. Behind the flag bearers,
the Emerald Society,
the bagpipe
pipes and
band.
drums. And I can tell you the crowd is loving this right now.
They wear tall black feathered caps and wear kilts with sporrans.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the NYPD Emerald Society pipes and drums from New York City.
But Lester, to answer your broader question, we have about 4 or 5 of groups just like this that will be marching through here. So we're really just at the beginning.
NYPD's Emerald Society, very familiar to many of us who live in New York City.
Trump mouths,
this is
thank
happening
you,
here
as he
at Capital
applauds.
One in downtown Washington. Back at the Capitol, they have now voted out of committee at least 2 of the president's cabinet selections. That's not a done deal yet. They don't have the green light, but at this point, it's Pete Hegseth as well as John Ratcliffe. Pete Hegseth, of course, selected to lead the Pentagon. John Ratcliffe to lead the CIA. Still has to go through the process with the full Senate. We may see that with Marco Rubio, of course, the Florida senator, up to become Secretary of State later on tonight. But we talk a lot about split screens today. There's a lot of those over the course of the day, and here's another one as well.
We just saw J.D. Vance clapping along and sharing the moment with the president. I'm curious if any of you had any insight on what that relationship is or will look like as they progress forward.
Well, I think that it's still evolving.
J.D. Vance
certainly,
whispers to
and
Donald
you
Trump.
Heard President Trump earlier today say that when he first picked his vice presidential nominee at the time, Senator J.D. Vance, who is 40 years old, one of the biggest age differences that we've seen between a president and a vice president in history, that there was a lot of backlash when some of the comments that J.D. Vance had made in the past had resurfaced, and there had been some criticism of them. The strategy from the campaign, though, was to make now Vice President Vance very available, so he answered a number of questions about all of those comments and a range of other issues. And it's clear again that Don Jr. Had a very strong and positive opinion of J.D. Vance. And the thinking is he could be the future of the MAGA movement. And so this relationship still very much a work in progress, because this is day one in terms of them officially now being president and vice president. But there is a very strong sense inside the Republican Party that he could be the future of the MAGA movement.
That dance gets a little more complicated as you move forward in the timeline, as the president becomes more clearly a lame duck, which I know sounds bizarre to say here as we watch his inauguration.
You see that smile from Vice President Vance there. That's because that's his alma mater, of course, 2003 graduate of Middletown High School in Ohio, the marching band, and some of the cheerleaders there as well. Kelly talked about, for some other bands, the disappointment of not being able to come and march down Pennsylvania Avenue in that once every 4-year tradition. But here, for these high schoolers, at least, really a special moment for them.
And what a marvelous
The
time
Middletown
in their
cheerleaders
lives to
wear
participate
royal
in something
blue
like
miniskirts,
this, and to be able
and
to
they
see
wave their blue
that
and white
someone who attended
pom-poms.
Your own high school becomes the vice president of the United States. That is just
Yeah, how
good
about
old
that?
American dream stuff.
Well, and he also has some thoughts about the big football game tonight as well.
Was there a game on?
There's a game, and I think he's quite honored to be at this event, but part of him will probably try to catch a little bit of the game as well between Ohio and Notre Dame.
The Middletown
So in many
Marching
ways,
Band
this,
marches
is
past
not
the
what they
stage.
planned, but it is certainly gives a more intimate moment between the president and the vice president and these various bands and groups that have come to honor them on this inauguration day.
And we have not seen that much of
They
Donald
turn
Trump,
to
now
face the
President
crowd.
Trump and Vice President Vance speaking to each other in this way. A little bit at the convention, but that was so imbued with the post-assassination attempt sort of energy. This is seeing them on a joyful day for them. We can try and read body language and see clues, but they're of two different generations, very different lives. He's really more of a contemporary of Don Jr.
That's
in
right.
Vice President Vance. And it will be interesting to see what kind of portfolio President Trump gives to Vance.
And I think it was only, even as we talk about the Republican convention, it was only that Monday, I believe, that Senator Vance was even named as the now president's vice presidential pick in the first place. Again, an incredibly busy moment in time. NBC News has reported that in some ways Vance is expected to be the eyes and ears in the Senate, where he served a short time.
The people on the stage
representing
take their
the state of
seats.
Ohio, but to be able to liaise potentially with some of these key congressional leaders and figures, as President Trump has an ambitious legislative agenda that he wants to get done.
He has put a lot of pressure on himself, and he's got some travels ahead of him as well. Plan to go to North Carolina to meet with families there.
That's right.
Also California.
Yeah, I think, Kristen, he told you, I believe, that he was expecting to travel to Los Angeles, Southern California, where they have been devastated by those wildfires. And then, of course, Asheville, North Carolina, a town, a community just decimated.
From Hurricane Helene.
And what's notable about that is we know that the fires in Pacific Palisades and Altadena are dominant right now. And what happened in Asheville and western North Carolina with Hurricane Helene is a few months ago. But that was a very pivotal time because so many of the people affected were Trump supporters. There were questions about whether they were getting enough resources when they were identified as Trump supporters, meaning a yard sign, that kind of thing. And he really connected with those voters. And there were questions about what would happen with North Carolina's vote at that time. So to put that opportunity to go back, he went as a candidate, but to go back as the sitting president and to also go to California, where there's an ongoing event, really seems to kind of thread that needle of what happens to communities when there are disasters and what the political response can be. And certainly North Carolina is very much in Donald Trump's camp. California, he'll have to deal with a Democratic governor and a lot of politics there about how to respond.
And he's been very critical.
Trump leans over to talk to
California
J.D.
leaders in their
Vance's youngest
response, but has
son,
not
Vivek.
spoken to them directly.
That's right. He has not yet spoken to Governor Gavin Newsom. And
As
yet
the
he has
Middletown
been very
High School
critical. I
Band
wouldn't be
continues
surprised if
marching around the arena.
One of the executive actions that he takes, whether it be today or in the first few days of his administration, relates to the aid that is so desperately needed in
The band
California. I
follows
think
the
that's going to be
cheerleaders out of
one
the
big
arena.
battles, Lester, on Capitol Hill as well. How to get California the aid that it needs. I can tell you that lawmakers in California want it to be passed very quickly and not attached to any other priorities. And that's going to be a big debate on Capitol Hill because Republicans would like to pair it potentially with some other key priorities that they'd like to take off of their plate. The charge is, will that not politicize disaster relief? So that's one of the big battles brewing on Capitol Hill.
Looks like they have another visitor. Oh, he just left. Okay, one of Vice President Vance's sons there.
I'm excited for them because living at the vice president's residence, we call it the VPR, also known as the Naval Observatory, is one of the most special places to live in Washington. It is a fun residence. The grounds are extensive. To be a little kid and to have that be your new home is going to be a lot of fun for them.
The Florida firefighter pipes and drums here from Boca Raton, they also performed at the 75th anniversary of D-Day in Normandy back in June of 2019. Then President Trump, the first time around, was there. I think Lester and my colleagues at the table, we were also there as well. It was a significant moment, a very sort of solemn moment for then President Trump at the time.
The Florida Pipes and Drums
Tom,
Band
Alice, you there?
wear black with black kilts.
Yeah, I'm still here, Lester. I wanted to show you, if you guys can take my camera live right now, we see some families dressed in yellow sashes. We know at least one of the families, the Chen family. They are the family of Itai Chen, who was an American-Israeli killed in the October 7th attacks there in Israel when Hamas launched that terror attack. His father, Ruby Chen, there holding his poster. There's about a dozen of relatives just like that with the sashes around them. Again, we know that the Chen family was invited here to the inauguration. Their son did not survive that attack. He was killed in the attack, as so many families, not only here in the U.S., but obviously so many in Israel, are waiting for their loved ones to come home after being held hostage for more than a year somewhere inside Gaza by Hamas, as those ceasefire and hostage negotiations are ongoing. They look to be somewhat fruitful so far with those first 3 hostages released, but still so much work to be done.
The ongoing crisis in the Middle East will be one of the biggest and most urgent matters that President Trump now inherits. He is expecting to meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu in the near future. It's unclear when that's going to happen, but making sure that the American hostages who are promised to come home do in fact come home. That is going to be one of his top priorities.
And you have to think that former President Biden is thinking about, you know, how much it put his campaign off the rails and how it consumed his presidency at a critical moment.
It absolutely did.
Trump points at the crowd,
got
then
an
waves a
immense amount of
fist before
criticism,
taking his seat.
Including from some progressives within the Democratic Party for his handling of that crisis. And he got criticized by Republicans who felt as though he wasn't being tough enough. And so it was a crisis that loomed so large, in large part because there were American hostages who were being held, and the pain and the suffering of the people, of course, in that region, also unbearable. And so that is something that he grappled with, and when he passed the baton to Vice President Kamala Harris, it was a big challenge in her campaign as well.
Please welcome the Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band. Traveling all the way from Smyrna, Tennessee, they are proud to represent the volunteer state in the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade.
Women carry flags ahead of the band. The Stewart's Creek High School Band wears black and red uniforms.
And
their caps
yeah,
are
I was just
topped
watching,
with
and there's
feathers.
no, obviously, the crowds are in the stands. This would have been on
Red
the streets
plumes of
to
feathers.
see an interaction. We did see some interaction earlier when the motorcade was transiting from the White House to the Capitol. There were people on the streets who, by chance, were able to see the 2 presidents at the time, but nothing like a traditional parade.
Stewart's Creek here from Smyrna, Tennessee. Tennessee, a state where President Trump had the largest percentage of victory in that state than any Republican since Richard Nixon back in 1972. As this parade, quote unquote, it is a parade, but it is an unusual one. We don't often think of them, to your point, Lester, as indoors. But this is yet another way, a smaller way perhaps, or less consequential way that Yet again, an unprecedented moment in a Trump
A
administration.
red carpet parade. That seems very much a cultural moment.
Or laps. Is that, something you would go around.
For the folks who are watching all of this unfold from their TV screen, they are undoubtedly watching the Vance children with great interest because they are being children after a very long day, jumping up and down, and their parents are working to corral them. And this is the family that will be entering into the vice president's residence. They will spend the next 4 years there, grow a little bit bigger there, and the country will watch that happen, as well as so many children passed. You think about the Obama girls, you think about Chelsea Clinton, you think about the Bushes, who were quite young when they all entered the White House, and the nation got to watch a little bit of their childhood unfold.
Yeah, but generally there's a sense of protecting them and their children. I think everyone gets it. We believe there's one more ban here, but this only marks the beginning of this parade. We expect to hear from the newly sworn-in president.
The Stewart's Creek Band pauses to play in front of the stage.
Orders that are stacked neatly but prominently on a signing desk. Tom Yamas, tell us about the transition we're about to see here.
The flag bearers twirl their flags.
Yeah, we're expecting, like you said, Lester, at least one more band. If they're still going, and that band is from Mississippi, we should mention, obviously a red state where President Trump has so much support. After that band wraps up, we think the program will start on stage. But again, things, like I said, some things have gone as planned and other things have not. If we follow the schedule, there will be an introduction by Steve Witkoff, the Middle East envoy, at some point to introduce President Trump, and then President Trump will make remarks. And then we'll see what happens with those executive orders. He was holding a big binder in his hand, as you remember, when he walked down into the arena. And as we've mentioned, there's been about 9 notebooks, if you will, or 8 notebooks, 9 notebooks, 8 pens on that desk where he's going to sign. So we're waiting for that all to happen, but we think this should all unfold over the next, 10, 15 minutes. Before we see President Trump take the stage and start speaking. But this should start to wrap up soon, the parade, if you will, and then the events on stage will take place shortly after that.
Tom, are the people in the stands, did they come as groups, or is this just people that just came in first come, first serve, and were able to get tickets?
Yeah, there was a little bit of both. There were some people who had tickets for the event, and then there was first come, first serve as well. And over the hours, they slowly filled up the Capital One Arena. They started in the back.
The Stewart's Creek Band continues marching past the stage.
They like for it to look filled, but then little by little, the arena did get filled. 20,000 people here, and there was somewhat of a surprising scene outside because they didn't allow people with purses or bags in here, so people were dumping their purses and their bags before coming inside, and there was sort of piles of nice purses and bags, and people were just walking over to get inside because the people had waited so long. And as you guys know, because you guys have been getting around, you really can't go back to your hotel to drop anything off. I mean, once you're sort of in the bubble and you're somewhere, you can't walk back to your hotel because you may not get to come back out. So somewhat of a strange scene outside the Capital One Arena, but it's what people were willing to do to come here and get to see President Trump in person. You got to remember, more than 250,000 people were estimated to come to Washington before he moved the events inside. Every hotel you go to in D.C., there are people for the inauguration. Right when I got out of the train station, there was a sea of red hats at the train station, a sea of red hats and red shirts at my hotel, people in black tie that are going to balls. They were going to balls all weekend and just celebrating the 47th President of the United States as we watch this marching band from Mississippi come in now. This should be the Mississippi Valley State marching band, and this looks like this will be a show, Lester.
Yeah, love those hats.
They wear tall white caps with red plumes of feathers off the top of them. The band leaders strut into the arena, carrying batons. Behind them, women dance, wearing white fur coats, and behind them, the percussionists.
There were questions about whether people would cancel who had
Trump
planned to
waves
come
his
here when they
fists
heard
to
about
the
weather
music.
change. But there is still so much to experience.
There's a lot to do,
If you
yes.
were here, to feel like you were part of the moment. This is, this is a celebration. Nothing in the Constitution about parades, but all this is still part of the way we would like to transfer power, to solemnly note the moment, but also to find ways to use them to focus on the future, focus on what we want.
Absolutely, and you have the people who are in the Capital One Arena, but you have a lot of people who were expecting to be outdoors who are now watching from various restaurants and establishments all around the area, and that is now a part of this experience as well, because as you say, Lester, people really traveled here from all over the country to witness this historic moment. And Hallie's been talking about the split screen. We're learning that there is going to be a vote today for Senator Marco Rubio, President Trump's pick to serve as Secretary of State. We were anticipating this would happen. He will need 100 votes in order to be confirmed today, because it's so soon after his confirmation hearing. So we'll be watching that very closely. Rubio, someone who enjoys a fair amount of bipartisan support, having served as a senator, and he joked during his confirmation hearing, I hope I can earn your support, whether it's because you believe I would do a good job or because you want to get rid of me.
The Mississippi Band pauses to perform in front of the stage for the arena.
His confirmation hearing, but that's one of these split screens we'll be watching.
And he'll have a lot on his plate.
Immediately, yeah. And it just goes to show what a busy night it is here in Washington, because while we have been hanging out since about 10 o'clock this morning, this will go late into the evening. You've got, of course, the trip back to the White House, the trip to the inaugural balls as well, the preparation for that, those involving their own special kind of pomp and circumstance and pageantry in a more celebratory way than some of the more solemn moments that we've seen at the Capitol as well. You talk about the parade being indoors, and as your resident giver of fun facts related to this, you look back to 1909, and it was President Taft whose parade went on despite the snow. And at the time, it took something like 6,000 workers and 500 wagons to clear all that snow. Not the case here. It is not
no
snowing.
wagons this year.
Very cold, as we've been talking about here, which is why this parade is now indoors for the second time that we've seen a parade canceled in just about the last 40 years. But remember what's set to happen in the next couple of minutes here. We are not just watching Capitol Hill and that vote for Senator Marco Rubio to potentially serve as Secretary of State, but the signing of some of the first executive actions that Donald Trump will take as president in his second term. And these are a wide-ranging series of items that the now new administration has laid out. Everything from significantly, potentially sweeping policies on immigration and the border that he would roll out, to the economy, to some of these culture war issues that he talked about during the campaign, like, for example, issues related to gender identity and transgender rights, as well as that pledge to give TikTok a few more months to figure out what it needs to do in order to stay active for its 170
The Mississippi Band continues to take their places in front of the stage.
Work to be done
the tuba
yet
players
tonight,
march
even though it is
in,
pushing 6 o'clock on the East
followed
Coast,
by
traditional
saxophone
dinner time for
players.
folks.
But the president putting a lot of pressure on himself, though, laying out such an ambitious agenda. And as we mentioned a moment ago,
they squeeze together in 5 rows.
His allies are calling it shock and awe. That's what they see. They see him coming in strong, flexing his political muscle in what is really a show of force.
And the pressure that's being put on him really has to do with the calendar and the reality that he has one final 4-year term, and he's got about 2 years, if you break it down, to really try to get some of these big pieces of legislation passed. Sounds like a lot of time, actually, but it's going to move very quickly, particularly when you're talking about the border, when you're talking about some $9 trillion worth of tax cuts, which he's proposed.
He also gave us a new tradition, if you want to call it that, or perhaps maybe just one of his sort of signature moves. When he would sign something at the White House, he would turn the document around and slowly pan left and right so that everyone would get a good picture of it. And to see that very recognizable signature of his in the big, bold ink that he likes to use. In part, again, the showman's side of the president, but also showing people, I've told you I'm going to take an action. Here it is. And one of the benefits of using the pen and memoranda of understanding executive action,
the band leaders carrying their staffs
is that he can do
dance
it
on the spot.
He can do it and
there's
say
5
he's
of them,
made
and they wear
progress, if not
tall
achieved
white
a
caps.
specific aim without the harder part of working through Congress, which even with the Republicans in control, will still be hard work on each one of these.
We're going to listen to this band.
Trump sways to the music as he chats with Melania beside him. The band consists of over 100 members, and they crowd together in 5 tight rows. They wear navy blue and white shakos adorned with white plumes. Trump and Melania applaud as the band remains in position in front of the stage. They raise their instruments again. The trumpeters in the front row wave their trumpets. Then they lift them to their mouths and play. Trump applauds and yells. The band continues its march. They march around the center of the arena, where Trump supporters are gathered in their seats.
The last group of performers, we believe, will soon be exiting the arena, and then we would expect to see President Trump.
And he's going to be introduced by Steve Witkoff, Lester, who was one of the people who was instrumental in the negotiations to try to strike a peace agreement between Israel and Hamas. And it will be interesting to see the extent to which he actually references that and how much detail he goes into. As we've been talking about throughout the day, the fact that there is now this ceasefire agreement, fragile as it may be, is a huge moment. The Biden, the Trump administrations worked together to try to reach this agreement. A very different situation, by the way, when Jimmy Carter was fighting for re-election and there were American hostages being held in Iran, and the incoming Reagan administration did not work with the Carter administration. In fact, there is some reporting that he may have done the opposite, tried to potentially thwart any deal from happening until he took office. Either way, it just underscores how remarkable it is that you would have these two political rivals put their differences aside to work on trying to broker this peace.
But if there's ever a call to speak with one voice, it's a situation like
Absolutely
this. I think there has to be some recognition at some level.
Absolutely, and I think
The
you
band
really
marches
touch on
in
an
single
important point,
file out of the
speaking with one
arena.
voice on the world stage.
They lift
And I
their
wouldn't be
knees
surprised
high.
if we heard Witkoff reference that type of a theme.
Yeah, President,
20 or so
certainly
tubas bring up the
mentioned
rear.
The success or the progress in Gaza. Didn't go into great detail about it, but mentioned it with a long list of things, including things that he believes he impacted even before he raised his hand earlier today.
The drummers stand playing their drums as the drum leaders continue waving their maces and dancing on the spot.
You can picture them on their home field having a lot more room and probably a lot of moves, very entertaining, and they have found a way to steal the show in some respects with a really
The band wears
athletic
navy blue
performance from the
uniforms
marching
with
band
white
team.
bibs
And you
that
think
are
about this
embroidered
parade,
with a
it
V.
usually, not only is it usually outside, it's usually during the day.
Yes.
And so you have the president and the first family watching from the reviewing stand outside of the White House once they make that trip down Pennsylvania Avenue, and they're typically watching these performers and performances against the backdrop of daylight. And so
it is dark outside.
The percussion
It's dark
section
outside.
files
We've
out
been here for so long.
in a single row.
This band raising something like $300,000 just to be able to be here. Remember, these schools have to foot the
Yes.
bill to get here on their own.
And at some point, they had to rehearse to fit inside an arena as opposed
Yes.
to outside on the street.
So congratulations to them for making it work.
All of these performers who had to change the contours of what they were going to do to make it fit, to make it work, to make it look resplendent inside the Capital One Arena.
Ooh, resplendent.
You'll recall 8 years ago, the issue was crowd size.
Yes.
And the
five
new
drum
Trump
majors
administration
continue
was
to dance
not
on the
happy
red
with
carpet.
Depictions or the assessments of how many people were filling the
They
mall.
each take a
That obviously
solo
not an issue.
The
before
cold weather
turning
took
to
that
march
off
out of the
table
arena.
because you couldn't even have the comparison. And
They thrust
making
their
the
hips
decision
and
a couple
wave
of
their
days
maces.
in advance was intended to give people the option to not fly in if
They
they
lift
didn't
their
want
knees
to,
high as
but
they
it
march out of
also,
the
kind of
venue.
the unspoken thing is that it does eliminate that comparison.
One of the first big clashes of the then first Trump term. As the party now turns to policy here, and it looks
Okay.
like we are getting ready to get down to business. We expect to see, as mentioned, Steve Witkoff here introduce President Trump. As I think that's Mirabelle.
A little
Blowing
dance.
off a little steam here.
Mirabelle Vance runs in front of the president,
Steve Witkoff
bouncing
being
and
introduced now.
jumping. Steve crosses the stage, smiling.
Good evening, everybody.
He stands with his notes at a podium.
I was appointed by President Trump to be the special envoy for peace in the Middle East. And I'd like to describe to you some of the things we're doing and how it informs on President Trump's policies. First of all, it is an honor to stand before you today as I reflect on the enormity of the role that President Trump has tasked me with. I am constantly reminded of the privilege it is to serve under the leadership of my boss, President Donald J. Trump.
Trump grins.
His presidency has provided a clear, bold vision for the Middle East, and it is this vision that guides every step I take in the mission. President Trump's leadership has redefined what is possible in the pursuit of progress and stability in the Middle East. His decisive, pragmatic approach ensures that even the most entrenched conflicts are met with fresh perspectives and innovative strategies. His policies have already delivered remarkable successes, such as yesterday's release of hostages in Gaza. Thank you.
People in the stands hold up photos of people who still remain in hostage.
Demonstrates the strength of President Trump's leadership and the respect he commands on the global stage. It is yet another example of his ability to deliver results in the most complex and challenging situations. The Abraham Accords, a testament to his vision and determination, have also brought historic progress to the region, transforming old rivalries into new alliances. These agreements are not merely symbolic. They represent a practical roadmap for peace, economic cooperation, and mutual respect across nations. My role, as President Trump has tasked me, is straightforward yet profoundly challenging: to turn his vision into actionable outcomes. He sets the agenda, he lays the framework, and he inspires people like me into bold action. My responsibility is to implement his vision, engaging with leaders across the region to find pathways towards sustainable peace and stability. And let me tell you, having Donald Trump as a boss makes this task not only possible, but far more effective.
People applaud wearing yellow scarves.
President Trump's reputation as a leader who delivers results resonates far beyond Washington. Leaders in the Middle East know he means what he says. His ability to cut through bureaucratic gridlock and focus on tangible results is the game changer. It allows me to approach delicate negotiations with the confidence that the full weight of the United States is behind me. The principles President Trump has laid out for our approach to the Middle East and foreign policy in general are fourfold, and they are clear. 1, respect for sovereignty. Every nation deserves the right to determine its own destiny, free from the interference of external powers. 2, economic prosperity as a bridge to stability. Through economic partnerships and investment, we can build a foundation for cooperation that transcends historical grievances. 3, courageous diplomacy. Real progress requires difficult conversations and bold decisions, and it is through these that trust is built and maintained. And finally, 4, reciprocity and accountability. The United States requires reciprocal actions from our partners. We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling
Trump applauds, and he points out to the crowd.
We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling to fund their own progress. The days of blank checks are over. Partnerships under President Trump's leadership must be equitable, and contributions must reflect shared commitments to our goals. In my work, I've seen firsthand how these principles resonate. They provide a foundation that transcends politics and speaks to the shared humanity of all people in a region. Leaders across the Middle East recognized that this Trump administration is serious about results, not symbolic gestures, but real, meaningful progress that improves lives. Thank you. It's not always easy. There are moments of deep challenge and frustration. Decades of mistrust cannot be undone overnight. Yet I take comfort in knowing that I am not in this alone. President Trump's clarity of vision ensures that I never have to question what success looks like. His leadership provides the confidence and direction necessary to navigate these complexities. As we move forward, my commitment is to continue the work of advancing President Trump's vision for the Middle East. Whether through expanding the Abraham Peace Accords, fostering economic development, or facilitating dialogue between long-standing adversaries, my focus remains on actionable results. Let me close by saying this: a stable and prosperous Middle East is not an unattainable dream. It is a goal within our reach, made possible by strong leadership and unwavering commitment. Under President Trump's guidance, we are proving that the impossible can become reality. Thank you, but I have one more thing to say. We have some special people for me to introduce you to tonight. President Trump has been talking to them as well. They are the families of hostages from Israel who have been in Gaza for the last year and a half. There are many of them here today. Several of the families have lost children and loved ones, and they're here because they're part of an effort to retrieve their bodies so they can be buried in a proper way. Several have children who are still in captivity. There is an American family here whose loved one is scheduled to come out in 14 days, and they're going to be meeting the president tonight. So let's give them all some love and a big hand. Come on up.
They hold a picture of Tal Shohan, age 39, one of the hostages. They hold the pictures high above their heads as the families of the hostages stand wearing long yellow scarves. They make their way onto the stage, and they shake hands with Steve. One of the women hugs him. One of the men wears a Make America Great cap. And the group approaches the president and shakes his hand. J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and Melania join in the handshaking. Trump speaks briefly with each of the people as they step past him in a line.
The introduction taking place for Donald Trump, who will be addressing the crowd at Capitol One, but first acknowledging and meeting with families of hostages, including an American family. In some cases, as has been noted, their loved ones are deceased, but still waiting for the opportunity to retrieve their bodies. The families, you can see the yellow scarves. And the president, as was announced, would be meeting with these families sometime this evening.
One of the young men turns and holds up a photo of one of the hostages.
The incoming Donald Trump administration active in the talks that led to a ceasefire. 3 hostages have been now released and are safely home with their families. The rest will be staggered over a period of time.
And now,
great hope
I
that
get to
this
introduce
ceasefire
my
can
dear
remain
friend and the
intact.
President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Donald Trump takes Melania's hand. Then he steps past her, past his children. He hops down the high step to the podium.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. So now the work begins. We won, but now the work begins. We have to bring them home. And, you know, tonight I'm going to be signing on the J6 hostages, pardons, to get them out. And as soon as I leave, I'm going to the Oval Office and we'll be signing pardons for a lot of people, a lot of people. And thank you to Steve Witkoff. He's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. He's been a very successful man. He's a great negotiator. He's a wonderful guy. People love him. And he's got a tremendous power of persuasion. And that's what we need. We don't need stiffs. We don't need stiffs. We got a lot of stiffs. You just had a whole load of them. And to the former hostages with us today, welcome. Welcome home. Some of the folks are former hostages, not a good situation. The 3 young ladies that came home yesterday, you saw that, more coming home every day now, they're coming home. But they were hurt, they were hurt. They were hurt. One had her head blown off, fingers on her hand, and her hand indeed was blown off. She was trying to defend herself from a bullet being fired. You believe this? A bullet knocked off her hand. I don't know. You look at it, it's a disgrace. We never stopped praying for you, and we're so glad that you're reunited with your friends and families, and God bless you all. And some of them are just saying, no, my son is gone, but please just bring home his body. Right, Steve? Many of you have told me that your son is gone, but bring home his body. It should have never happened. 3 years, it's ridiculous. Should have never happened. Wouldn't have happened. I also want to express my tremendous gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of proud American patriots who came from all across the country to join us in this celebration. It's a celebration of a big win. And you're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what it's going to be. We're bringing it back. We're going to bring it back fast. We're going to bring it back fast. Let us also thank the incredible service members, National Guardsmen, Police, Secret Service, and law enforcement personnel who are keeping us all safe, even though, and they are great people. New York's finest. I grew up with New York's finest, and we got to give them their authority back. You won't have any crime. There'll be no crime. You give them little authority back. The whole way they run things in this country now, it's disgraceful. But it's going to change rapidly. We're going to make our cities safe again, too. Even though we're indoors, we've had a magnificent inaugural parade. And let's give a big round of applause. They were great. To all of the incredible performers and hardworking men and women who made it possible. Those people, really talented, amazing people. I also want to thank my wonderful family for being here, especially my beautiful wife, our First Lady, Melania.
He turns and Melania stands and waves to the crowd. Her eyes are shadowed by the brim of her hat. and her double-breasted dress resembles a suit.
They love our First Lady. And also, J.D. How good has J.D. been? And his beautiful wife, Usha. How good is J.B.? J.D. has been great. He's another good negotiator, Steve. He's a great negotiator, too. We need negotiators in this country. But so many of the people on the stage behind, not only family members, as an example, Lara Trump, the wife of Eric. She was the head of the Republican Party, along with my friend Michael. Stand up, the two of you. What a job. What a job they did.
Laura
They
stands
worked
and
so
waves.
hard. They knew there'd be rigging, but they said, we're going to make it too big to rig, and we did. We made it too big to rig. We won every swing state by a lot. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won the whole ball of wax. And now we're going to go and drill, baby, drill, and do all the things that we've wanted to do and bring your costs down, your prices down, and make our country safe. So thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much. What a job you've done, Michael. I'm never moving you, you know. He was thinking about getting a nice job in the administration. I said, no, I'm leaving you right where you are. You've done a very good job. We're not moving you, Michael. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much.
Michael gives him a thumbs up.
Right here with us also in the arena, I'm about to sign some very important executive orders of our new administration. Hey, Don, will you stand up, please? Don is another one. How about Don? This guy.
The executive orders sit on a desk beside a tray of pens. Donald Trump Jr. stands, smiles, and nods his head. Then he waves his hand to the crowd.
He goes out and speaks. He gets a big crowd. He's a little on the rough side sometimes, but that's what you want. He's done a fantastic job, and he loves our country. Thanks, Don. Great job. You've done a great job. And Ivanka.
Ivanka stands and waves to the crowd.
And
She
you know,
wears a navy
Jared
green beret that
negotiated the
matches her
Abraham
dress.
Accords, which are the biggest. It's the biggest deal made in the Middle East in many, many years, and it's really something. Jared, stand up, Jared. The Abraham Accords.
Jared Kushner stands,
And
touches his
Tiffany's
heart,
going to
and
have a
mouths,
little
"Thank
baby."
you."
And Michael. And then I have a very tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of him?
Barron waves to the crowd, then makes a fist. He points to his father and gives him a thumbs up. Then he places his hand to his ear, encouraging the audience to be louder.
Thank you.
He goes to sit, but remains standing.
He knew the youth vote. You know, we won the youth vote by 36 points. And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one and that one. And we did a lot of them. And he respects them all. He understood them very well. And he said, Dad, you got to go out, do Joe Rogan, do all these guys. And we did. We did. And Joe Rogan was great. They were all great, right, Aaron? They were all good. He understood the market. Another famous one. How about Kai? Stand up, Kai.
Kai, his granddaughter, stands and waves at the crowd.
Stand up, Byron. Stand up. What a future this one has. What a future. That's great, Byron. Thank you very much. And How about Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce? He's going to take in more money than any country has ever even thought about. He's going to take in some money. And we have many others. Look, I'm not going to go through it, but we're going to sign some orders right now, and that's really what I want to do. So we're going to sign executive orders. First, I'll revoke nearly 80 destructive and radical executive actions of the previous administration, one of the worst administrations in history. Maybe not one of them, the worst. Anybody that would allow millions of people to pour through our borders from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, gang members to be taken off the streets of Venezuela and deposited in our country, and many, not just Venezuela. You know, crime in Venezuela is down 74% because they took their criminals and gave them to us through an open border policy of the previous administration. All over the world, they're emptying their prisons into our country. They're emptying their mental institutions into our country. It stops as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, okay? It stops. So I'm revoking nearly 80 destructive, radical executive actions of the previous administration. They'll all be null and void within about, what, 5 minutes? Is that them over there? 5 minutes? And next, to gain immediate control of the vast federal out-of-control bureaucracy, I will implement an immediate regulation freeze, which will stop Biden bureaucrats from continuing to regulate. Most of those bureaucrats are being fired. They're gone. Should be all of them, but some sneak through, but we have to live with a couple, I guess. I'll also issue a temporary hiring freeze to ensure that we're only hiring competent people who are faithful to the American public. And we will pause the hiring of any new IRS agents. We will also require that federal workers must return to the office in person. And we're going to take the 88,000 people that they hired to go after you with guns. By the way, they're allowed to use guns and harass you like they were so many other people. Remember this. Okay, remember? Do you remember a little statement about tips? Does anybody remember that little statement? I think we won Nevada because of that statement. But they went out and harassed you over the tips. In other words, we are restoring control of our government to the people. We're going to take those 88,000. Let's see if they'd like to work on the border, because that's where we want them, really. So we're going to have no tax on tips, right? No tax on tips. And we may have, like the Speaker of the House, is he here? He's done such a good job. Is Mike here? He's around here someplace. I saw him just a little while ago. Hello, fellas. Look at you guys. Yeah, I know it. He's great. He's doing great. They're all doing good. The Republican Party has never been unified like it is right now. They want to save our country. And we're going to more than save it. We're going to make it greater than it's ever been before by a lot. Next, I'm going to sign a presidential memorandum directing every member of my cabinet to marshal every power at their disposal to defeat inflation and rapidly bring down the cost of daily life, because your costs have gone through the roof in the last 4 years. Perhaps you didn't notice. Does anyone notice their costs are like double, triple, quadruple? You can't buy bacon. Apples have doubled in price. You want an apple, anybody? Pay twice what you did 2 years ago. We'll put more money in your pocket, and we'll bring back the American dream and to reduce energy costs and liberate our economy. So we have more oil and gas than any country in the world, and we're going to use it. We're not going to do the wind thing. Wind. Big, ugly windmills, they ruin your neighborhood. They ruin you. If you have a house that's near a windmill, guess what? Your house is worth less than half. And did you see up in New England with the whales? You see what's happening? So they had 2 whales killed in about 14 years. Last year and the year before, total, they had 28. So if you're into whales, you don't want windmills either. And they're the most expensive form of energy that you can have by far. And they're all made in China, by the way, practically all of them. And they kill your birds and they ruin your beautiful landscapes. But other than that, I think they're quite good, right? Now, remember when we used to joke and kid when we were kidding, but we don't kid anymore? They want to watch the debates on television. They want to watch your favorite president on television. But the wind isn't blowing, so we can't watch television that night, Gladys. Remember? Gladys, I'm sorry, the wind is just not blowing. We're not watching Trump tonight. But I'm immediately withdrawing from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord ripoff. The United States will not sabotage our own industries while China pollutes with impunity. You know, China, I mean, look, they use a lot of dirty energy, but they produce a lot of energy. And when that stuff goes up in the air, you know, it doesn't stay there. It's not like you got a wall. We love walls, don't we? Not like you have a wall around and it doesn't. It floats into the United States of America after 3.5 to 5.5 days. It floats across the oceans, and it comes right over your neighborhood, and it falls into your neighborhood. So they all say, we have to fight for cleaner air, but the other dirty air is dropping all over us, so what the hell are they talking about? Unless everybody does it, it just doesn't work. You know, we had the cleanest air and the cleanest water that this country's ever had under the Trump administration, and we didn't do anything to stop jobs and stop production. Believe me, you're going to see a lot of companies come pouring back because tariffs. I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. Then I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number 1. Let's put religion number 2. Love, I don't know. We got to put that number 3, I guess, right? And then it's tariff, because tariffs are going to make us rich as hell. It's going to bring our country's businesses back that left us. And I'll also sign an executive order to immediately end federal government censorship of the American people. In America, we believe in free speech, and we're bringing it back starting today to stop the weaponization. Oh, do I know about that, these creeps? Deranged Jack Smith. You ever hear of him? Deranged. He's a deranged prosecutor. He's sick. They suck him on me. He's now been reduced to getting on an airplane, going back to The Hague or wherever the hell he came from. We got to get rid of that guy. Hey, was he one of the many people that got a pardon today? Did they pardon Jack Smith? You know, did you know that Biden, while I was making my speech, pardoned his whole family? The brother, the whole deal was pardoned. Can you imagine that? While I was making my speech. Did everybody hear my speech? Did you like my speech? Thank you. I mean, the only thing wrong with it is I had a lot of tough things to say, and I have some great people that work for me. Sir, this is such a great speech. It's so unifying. Don't talk about Biden with his pardons of his family. We want a unified country. They said, don't talk about the J6 hostages that you're going to be releasing today. Sir, don't put that in your speech, please. I said, but I want to put it in my speech. They said, sir, it won't be unified like it is. It's so beautiful the way it is. And it is getting great reviews. You know, if I put things like that in, I'll get terrible reviews. One little paragraph that's a little bit wrong, the fake news goes crazy, right? So I said, all right, I won't put it in my speech, but you know what? I'm speaking in front of a hell of a lot of people at a place called Capital One Arena, and I'll talk about it there. So we're going to be going over the beautiful Oval Office, one of the great offices in history. Even if it wasn't beautiful, it's the Oval Office, but it is beautiful. And we love the Oval Office. It all starts with the wars start and end there. Everything starts and ends at the Oval Office. We love it. But we're going to go to the Oval Office. We're going to sign. We're going to release our great hostages that didn't do, for the most part, they didn't do stuff wrong. You take a look at what went on, and look what happens in other parts of the country. In Portland, where they kill people, they destroy the city, nothing happens to them. In Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city, nothing happened. Minneapolis, where they burned down the city, nothing happened. Essentially, nothing happened. All they want to do is go after the J6 hostages. A 76-year-old grandmother was arrested the other day because she was looking, I think because she was looking at the Capitol or something like that. No, we're not going to put up with that crap anymore. And to stop the weaponization of law enforcement, I've been investigated more than any human being in the world. I believe I have the all-time record. Every day a subpoena. Every single day would get subpoenas. I was more than any person. Alphonse Capone, remember I used to talk about it? Now, Alphonse Capone, Scarface, he was a pretty rough guy. He was investigated about 1/100th what Trump was investigated. My father's looking down at me, my mother, how the hell did this happen? You know what it is? They investigated their political opponent, the opponent of Biden, and then ultimately Kamala. Has anyone ever heard of Kamala? We had to beat two opponents, you know? We had to beat Biden, then we beat him. Now he goes on top. The guy was like 39 points down. I think I could have beaten Trump. They should have left me and I would have beaten. No, his debate performance wasn't the best, right? That's what killed him. And then they had a change, and that's like you get into a fight. The great Dana White spoke last night. We love Dana White, right? UFC. That's like he puts in two fighters. One of them's getting creamed, getting really beaten, and they say, all right, take him out. Let's put somebody else in to finish up the fight. That's what they did to us. They gave us somebody new, but we took care of both of them. So we beat actually two opponents. But to stop the weaponization of law enforcement and our government, I will also sign an order directing every federal agency to preserve all records pertaining to political persecutions under the last administration, of which there were many, and beginning the process of exposing any and all abuses of power, even though he's pardoned many of these people. Can you believe it? He's pardoned them. You know why he did it while I was speaking? Because that way I couldn't speak about it. I was speaking. I didn't know he did it. I finished my speech, and they said, sir, he pardoned his whole family. I said, oh, can I go back out there and talk about it? Somehow that wouldn't be very elegant. Our First Lady would say, please don't do that. But we have plenty of time to talk about it, and we will. We're doing all of this on our very first day in office. You know, don't forget, we've been in this position, really, where we won the primaries in record time. We were the fastest win of a primary ever in political history, which is a very nice thing. It's nice to know. Well, the second election was rigged, so we knew we were doing well. And if it wasn't, you know what? If it wasn't, I would have never run. But the third one was just a monster. Boy, was that a big one, huh? That was a big one. On the second one, we got like 10 or 12 million votes more than the first one. How about that? We did great on the first one. We did much better on the second one. But bad did we do well on the third one. So we're gonna have some fun. It's very simple. We're going to make our country great. We're going to make our country great again. We're going to make America great again. How good a name is MAGA, though, right? You know? I was going to say, keep America great, but unfortunately it wasn't great. Can't say keep it great. It will be great again, but CAG, keep America great, CAG, I don't think it's ever going to replace MAGA. Does anybody like CAG? I don't think so. It's never replacing MAGA. Nothing will ever replace MAGA. MAGA was the most successful political operation, political movement in the history of our country, maybe in the history of the world. Let's see what happens, because we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. We got a long way to go. But we're doing this on the very first day in office, and in just a few moments, I'm not only signing the release of the J6 hostages, I'm signing other things that you're going to love. Oh, you're going to be happy reading newspapers tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. So I just want to thank, I mean, look at this place. It's full to the rafters. You don't have any. Look at those people up there. You don't have any empty seats. And by the way, the Capital One owners, they are so good. We got to root for their teams because they have been so great to MAGA, to us. And I just want to thank Ted and everybody. You guys have been fantastic. And the ice hockey team's doing great. Ovechkin's pretty good, right? They're doing great. So I want to thank them, Capital One Arena owners. They have been absolutely fantastic. And thank you once again to everyone. And I can only tell you, you're going to be very happy. You're going to watch a lot of good things happen. We got to stop some wars that are happening and going on. Some stupid things are happening. The war with Ukraine would have never happened, and it has. As you know, Israel would have never been hit on October 7th, and none of you would be up here. None of you would even know anything about this tragedy that you're going through right now. But Iran was broke. Anybody that bought oil from Iran, they couldn't do any business with us. You're not going to do business with America. China passed. Everybody passed. They were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. And your sons would be alive, and they certainly wouldn't be incarcerated like they are. It's a shame, but we're getting a lot of people out in a short period of time. So I'm going to go right over to here, and I'm going to sign in front of you. Is that okay? Good.
President Trump there at Capital One Arena here in downtown Washington, getting ready to sign some executive orders, executive actions. You see him here shaking hands with some of the hostage families who have come to be in attendance for his inauguration today. An inauguration that, of course, moved indoors because of that brutal cold here in Washington. And you heard the president there lay out a slew of things, a slew of policy actions that he intends to take, from revoking nearly 80 Biden executive orders to a regulation freeze, a hiring freeze, a mandate to return federal workers back to the office, threats of tariffs there, a memo, as he put it, to try to cut costs and bring down inflation. Of course, some of the specifics here are still thin, not clear how he would implement that. And then the pardon of defendants from the January 6th attack on the Capitol, as well as climate action as well. We will see as President Trump takes his seat here if he will walk through which specific papers or in which specific folders, as I'm joined here by Kelly O'Donnell as we see President Trump there in downtown D.C.
This is, of course, the serious work of actually being president. And so holding the pen, choosing. Oh, he's all right.
I was just going to say, Kelly, a microphone here, and it sounds like we will be able to hear him as he walks us through this.
Biden-era executive actions, executive orders, presidential memoranda, and others. Thank you, sir. The second item, President Trump, is a regulatory freeze, as you announced in your speech, preventing bureaucrats from issuing any more regulations until we have full control of this, the government and this administration. sir. Sir, can I have a pen? The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories, again, until full control of the government is achieved and we understand the objectives of government going forward.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately. Thank you, sir. Next, we have a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly. Thank you, sir. The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty. Yes, sir. We're going to save over $1 trillion by withdrawing from that treaty. And the next item, sir, is a letter that will be transmitted to the United Nations explaining that we are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty. Thank you, sir. This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward. And lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Pretty fun job. I'm gonna hightail it tonight.
President Trump signing a series of executive orders and actions there, something we saw him do many times in his first term as president, though we haven't seen him toss the pens into a crowd at the arena as we did just there. Those commemorative pens that he uses to sign those orders. Everything, as you heard, just laid out there, from climate to federal worker regulations to hiring freeze and more. Kelly O'Donnell is with us now. And Kelly, to be clear, the president is now going to go to the White House, to the Oval Office, where there will be likely another round of executive orders and actions he will take, including, as you heard him allude to, pardons for defendants related to the January 6th attack on the Capitol.
And this is a way for him to share these initial, what he would deem accomplishments, actions, things that he is delivering on promises with the very supporters who made his return to power possible. I did not have an expectation that the pens would be tossed into the crowd, but when you heard one of those in attendance saying, I want a pen, Mr. Trump, perhaps that prompted the idea. It has been a remarkable display of his use of the office, merging it with the rally experience, and a couple of firsts that we just witnessed there. In going back to the White House, this will be the first time that he will be back in the Oval Office as the sitting president. They visited earlier today. It will also look like the Oval Office of his second term. They visited previously President Trump when he was just newly reelected with Joe Biden, with the Joe Biden setup of the Oval Office, and now the new configuration awaits him when he returns to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
President Trump leaving Capital One Arena for the relatively brief drive home, that is, to the White House, where he and First Lady Melania Trump will be moving in. We've talked a bit today about how this is in many ways a split-screen day, so let's take it now over to the Capitol, where we have some breaking news now, because as our chief congressional correspondent Ryan Nobles will lay out, Ryan, President Trump, as of about 60 seconds ago, now has the first confirmed member of his cabinet.
That's right, Hallie, and it's not a surprise. It is former Senator Marco Rubio, who has been confirmed as the next Secretary of State, and this was easy, a unanimous vote, 99-0, in favor of Rubio becoming the next Secretary of State. Rubio was a choice that both Republicans and Democrats were very much in favor of from almost the get-go. He has been in the Senate for quite a while, has a good working relationship with both Republicans and Democrats, and has distinguished himself with someone with a wide range of expertise when it comes to foreign policy-related matters. So this was a slam-dunk pick for Donald Trump as the next Secretary of State. Of course, Rubio's pick may be a bit head-scratching because the two of them have had an interesting political journey together. We certainly remember the days of Lil Marco, which is what Trump had given him the nickname of when they ran against each other back in 2016. But when Rubio decided to return to the Senate after losing that primary campaign, he worked very hard to get into Trump's good graces and has become something of an ally to Trump. Now, Trump has dangled other opportunities for Rubio over the course of the time of them working together, was even on the short list to potentially become his running mate. But instead, he will become the next Secretary of State, easily being confirmed here tonight, the first of Trump's cabinet picks. Hallie.
President Trump, Ryan Nobles, thank you, live for us there on Capitol Hill. President Trump rolling out his executive orders and actions, but he will need Congress to try to get more of the ambitious legislative agenda that he wants to see completed. I want to go now to Vaughn Hilliard, who is at the next portion of the evening, because the day is young here in Washington as the day has turned to night, Vaughn. The Commander-in-Chief Ball. This is we talked about pomp and pageantry. This is the celebration tonight at 3 different balls around D.C.
Right. They're all happening around here, the convention center. So as he makes his way to the White House to sign those additional executive orders, he will then make his way here to each of these balls. And I think what is so different about today here, Hallie, is the fact that typically inauguration days, we are so focused on the pomp and circumstance, the parade portion coming down Pennsylvania Avenue, right when the outgoing president flies out on Marine One. This is a moment, though, on Donald Trump's second inauguration, in which, for years in the making, there were organizations made up of former Trump administration staffers and cabinet members who had been drafting executive orders. I was told that one organization here in Washington, D.C. had drafted more than 150 for him to potentially choose from, and that they had Project 2025, folks will recall. That was made up of former cabinet officials and some who are going to be in this next administration, who essentially had outlined how the departments and agencies in a second Trump administration could more efficiently run, and that they were not as prepared in the first administration to execute on their agenda and their policies. And today is representative of that change and the opportunity to have the second go at it. And that is where you saw some of those executive orders that were signed. The impacts are going to be substantial. And so, we saw the now president, kind of focus on parts of the past, suggesting that he was going to be ordering the departments and agencies to hold on to all evidence as it pertained to what he called political prosecutions and investigations into him, and again called wrongfully the 2020 election rigged and stolen. There was also very much a component of this that is understanding of the political stakes for him in these weeks ahead, inviting those family members onto stage. And the man that introduced him, Steve Witkoff, you just yesterday came off of a series of negotiations between Israel and Hamas that ultimately will bear out over the course of the next 42 days to really get to whether this ceasefire can turn into an end of the war in Gaza.
Yeah. Vaughn Hilliard live for us there in Washington. Vaughn, thank you. And Kelly, very quickly here, some of these executive actions are certain to face legal challenges.
There are experts who are poring over these and will prepare those challenges almost immediately.
And this concludes, for now, our special coverage here of another historic moment here in Washington. President Donald Trump's second inauguration, as both he and Vice President J.D. Vance were sworn in earlier. There is much yet to go as the president is headed back to the White House to take more executive actions. And then after that, on to those balls that you just saw reported on. We will have continuing coverage on NBC News Now and online at NBCnews.com. Thanks for watching.